You make all out of bed, sing like a bird, dizzy in my head, spin like a record, crazy on a Sunday night. You make me dance like a fool, forget how to breathe, shine like gold, buzz like a bee. Just the thought of you can drive me wild. Oh, you make me smile.
Karts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at rollistonperformancegroup.com. With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rolliston Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of Cosmic Karts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at rollistonperformancegroup.com.
The Mazda Road to Indy is the only program of its type in the world. It's designed to advance drivers from the karting ranks all the way to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis 500. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda is the first step, providing its champion with a scholarship to the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. The Pro Mazda champion receives a scholarship to Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, where their champion is guaranteed a 3-race program in the Verizon IndyCar Series, including the Indianapolis 500. Visit usf2000.com for more information.
Want to live stream your next motorsports event? Contact Karts and engage your audience like never before with live internet video coverage. From a single still camera, the multiple man cameras, and the new live onboard cameras, Karts offers a package to suit your needs. Karts can help custom build a web page around your video and include race timing with Race Monitor app as well as interactive blog. They offer announcing, timing and scoring, and event management services. With a long list of satisfied customers, including the World Karting Association, the Florida Winter Tour, Rock Cup USA, the Sports Club Car of America, and many more. Visit livekarts.com for more information or contact us at karts@att.net.
Cooney USA is your online marketplace for Tony Kart, OTK, Rotax, Mojo, and Alpine Stars karting gear. With a fully stocked truck and trailer at each event and a national level race team and driver development program, Cooney USA's trackside sales program is open every event weekend, and Team Cooney USA drivers are consistently a threat for race wins and podium results. Cooney USA is a proud supporter of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour powered by MaxSpeed Entertainment and the Cooney USA Super Pole Award. Visit us online today at cooneyusa.com.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a much drier and just all-around better weather day here at the Orlando Karts Center. We are getting ready to start round 4, the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour. It is the Rotax Max Challenge weekend presented to you by Chase and Brash Racing. It is round 4 Sunday. As you can see on your screens right there, our LCQ for the Junior Max is out on track warming up their tires, and the weather has improved vastly from yesterday. A little bit of rain early in the morning. Last raindrops falling around 6:37 a.m., and then since then we have had karts on track. Morning warm-up began at 8:10 a.m., and all classes did go out on rain tires. Your race director, Chris Egger, has declared today a rain race. And so what that means for the drivers and teams here in Orlando is basically they need to come to the grid prepared with rain tires should it look like it may rain before they go out, because there will be no delay in the schedule to change from a dry to wet setup or vice versa, wet to dry. Today has again officially been declared a rain race just like yesterday. But the weather is good here in Orlando. Our LCQ, our one and only LCQ of the day, is out on the track now. It is the Junior Max category. Again, we're taking the top 6 drivers from this race, and they're going to move on to the pre-final and main event in the CRG USA Junior Max class later on today. Spencer Mills is the pole sitter for this race. He starts from the inside of row number 1 alongside Burrell driver Timothy Peslion, starting second. Guilherme Peixoto starts third with Juan Velasquez on the outside of row number 2. Marcus Peterson rolls off with 5th with George Stojokovic in 6th. Alexandra Monhopt will start 7th with Joe Serrano in 8th. The top 10 sees Alejandro Vallejo starting in 9th and Patricio Fernandez Simon in 10th. The grid rolls out at turn number 13 and over the right-handed dogleg as they come into the tram lanes. Green flag flies, and we are racing here in round number 4. Good start for your front row. Both of those Burrell drivers get away cleanly, and they're side by side through the opening 3 corners. Finally an advantage to that looks like Mills. Those pair of Burrell drivers starting from the front row. Oh, we got one driver around. Maybe the 234. That is the 234 of Stojokovic. Around on the exit of turn number 5. And that clogs things up for quite a bit. We still have a few drivers sitting sideways right there on the exit of turn number 5, but your leaders are off and running through 7, now 8, and they're going to make the right-hander in turn number 9 and head down the back straightaway. Big lead for the Burrell driver, and again, I believe that is Spencer Mills, and then right behind him in second, you see the comp cart driven by Juan Velasquez, and it's all about finishing inside the top 6 to transition into the Junior Max pre-final. And then, of course, the main event later today. Great day of racing yesterday in round number 3. We're going to see the leaders come across the start-finish line right now. There you see the battle for 6th right there. That is Spencer Mills, your leader, with Velasquez in 2nd, Vallejo in 3rd, Simon 4th, Monhopt in 5th, and then Cole Hooten running in the 6th position aboard the Intrepid cart. Cole Hooten was really quick in yesterday's LCQ. Actually, no, Hooten had to run in the consolation race, if I remember correctly, and he was really showing some speed. He started from the pole position in the consolation, the B final for these Junior Max drivers, got bumped down to about 7th or 8th on the opening lap, and just kept getting faster and faster as the race waged on. And I think he ended up with a 5th place finish, I want to say Cole did, in the B main yesterday. So watch for him. He's currently in that transfer spot. So should he finish where he's running right now, he would not have to run in that B consolation. He'd be in the big show, the main event later today. Spencer Mills driving away with a big lead right now. Juan Velasquez has lost the 2nd position to, it looks like Alejandro Vallejo in the 2nd position. Vallejo, the new driver in 2nd place, lays down the fastest lap time of the race, minute 4.741. And again, as you can tell on your screens right there, folks, the weather much improved from yesterday. Definitely a strong dry line forming around the track right now. Still pretty slick, pretty damp. The track here at Orlando Kart Center holds water very well, is what all the locals and the drivers who have raced here for a long time will tell you. These Junior Max drivers trying to make it into the big show in this LCQ right now, they are on rain tires at the moment. Good battle with the 281 of Jeff Fulham and Timothy Peslion. Peslion starting up on the front row in 2nd, but has fallen back to 10th right now. And Alejandro Vallejo is closing in on the leader, Spencer Mills. You see the battle right there as they head into 11, 12, and 13. Yeah, Mills has given up some ground, it looks like, to Vallejo. Vallejo's last lap was a minute 4:7.41, and then Mills was a minute 5:4.82, so quite a bit faster Vallejo is than Mills. Velocis quicker again, a minute 4:7.06. Mills, a minute 5:4.85. So Vallejo turning up the pressure right now on Mills. And, yeah, it's great to win the LCQ, but it's really not as important as just making sure you are up inside the top 6. And then a little bit farther back, you see the battle for third place. Juan Diego Velocis aboard the comp cart trying to hold off Patricio Fernandez Simon on the Tony. And then Alexandra Monhop and Parker Chase farther back in those last 2 transfer spots. Now we see a battle for the lead. Vallejo with a really good entry into turn number 9. He's going to pull to the inside. Oh, and just flies right by Mills. There's a problem for Mills. Mills slow on the entry into turn number 10. As we're looking for him, Spencer Mills pulls to the outside of the exit of turn number 10, and he's done. His cart has come to a stop. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. Your early leader, Spencer Mills, gives way to Vallejo, and his cart has come to a complete stop on the exit of turn number 10. Not only will he not win this race, he won't finish in the top 6, meaning he won't transfer into the main event today. That's tragic. You hate to see a race decided like that. So Vallejo, now your new leader. Velocis right there. That's the battle for second. Now it was the battle for third. It's the battle for second, and it makes up of 3 drivers. Velocis currently has the spot in the comp cart. Simon running second in that line of carts. He's third on track, and then Monhop is fourth and third in line of that group. That's the battle for second you're watching right now. Simon looks really good on corner exit coming out of turn number 8. Velocis taps the back of his helmet. Says, let's work together to try and catch up to Alejandro Vallejo, but that's going to be easier said than done if you ask me. And right there you see that group of carts as they pass the exit of turn number 10, and you can see the early leader's cart sitting on the exit of the turn right there. Spencer Mills, you hate to see that. Goes from leading, and he's not even going to see the checkered flag of this race. That's really too bad. Simon trying to give Velocis a run for that second position as they enter turn number 1, now rolling through 2 and head for turn number 3. One new announcement for the drivers that was just made during morning warm-ups that race director Chris Egger made known to everybody is that there's been a cone placed in turn number 3. You see it right there at the top of your screen. That cone is located on the inside of the apex of turn number 3. Should any driver make contact with that, it's going to be a 3-second penalty. Now you see Simon going to the inside of Velocis, and he's going to take over the second position here as we work lap number 6 of this Junior Max LCQ. And that's going to leave Velocis open to a challenge from Alexander Monhop, the comp cart between the 2 Tony Kart drivers from Mexico. You don't want to give up any positions, absolutely. That's not what these guys are thinking right now. But again, it's all about just making sure you stay inside the top 6. Vallejo leads, Velocis second, Simon third. Well, it's going to be actually Simon in second. Velocis drops to second in that group, third on track. And then Monhop is going to try and make something happen this time down in 1. No, he stays in line, but closes right up on the back bumper. Now Pesleon up into 5th. He was running 10th just a lap or 2 ago. The Burrell driver has worked his way back up inside the top 6. So that means as they run right now, he would transfer into today's main event. The comp cart of Velocis is losing a lot of ground to Patricio Simon, and he's really not that fast on corner exit. The left rear wheel looks odd to me as he rolls through the corner right there. Now he's slow on the exit of 10. He's got a problem in the corner, it looks like, because on corner exit, when he gets on the gas, he looks good. That looks like Pesleon. Yeah, that's Pesleon making a move for 4th place. So Thomas Pesleon, the French driver, getting around Alexandre Monhop. Pesleon, your 2nd place starter, now going to the inside in turn number 13 for 3rd place around Velocis, and he's got it. Pesleon up to P3. That drops Velocis to 4th. There you see Monhop now down to 5th. Jorge De La Parra runs in 6th. The white flag is flying. Now 1 lap to go for this CRG USA Junior Max LCQ. Checking back in right there with your leader, the 278 of Alejandro Vallejo. Sliding the back end through turn number 7. Good line through turn number 8. Like I said, the track here is still very much slick. Puddles forming in the apex of nearly every corner, the low point on the track. So it's best to stay in the high line through these corners right now. Those puddles are still pretty big, so you doubt if we're going to see them actually completely dry up during today's racing. But if the sun should come out, that's going to change everything. We just need a little bit of sunlight and some heat. But Alejandro Vallejo doesn't care about the puddles on the inside of the corners because he is driven to a 5.5 second victory over Patricio Simon here in the Junior Max LCQ. He's going to transfer on to the main event. Patricio Simon, good run for that driver, comes home in second. Timothy Pesleon started second, fell all the way to 10th, rebounds to finish third. Good run for the Burrell driver, Pesleon. Juan Diego Velasquez comes home in fourth. Alexandra Monhop holds on for fifth, and then grabbing that last transfer position in today's pre-final and main event in Junior Max, it is Jorge De La Parra. Unfortunately, that leaves Joe Serrano, Stephen Malozzi, Tyler Bruno, and Joseph Lamfrith all sitting outside. They will run the consolation race later today. George Stojokovic finishes 11th, Guilherme Peixoto 12th, Lawson Nagel 13th, Mateo Diaz 14th, and Nathan Raton rounds out the top 15. But really good run for Alejandro Vallejo, your winner. And again, the top 6 that will transfer on to the Junior Max pre-final and main event are Vallejo, Fernandez, Simon, Pesleon, Juan Velasquez, Alexander Monhop, and Jorge De La Parra. Good run for those top 6 drivers. We'll see them in today's pre-final and main event in the CRG USA Junior Max class. That'll do it for our one and only last chance qualifier, folks. The LCQ is always an exciting part of any race you go to, but this weekend we've only got one of them in that Junior Max class. So pre-finals are going to come up next, and we're going to start with the Rotax Micromax class. Stick with us, folks. That Micromax pre-final is coming up next. And now with the Junior Max LCQ completed, we have our first pre-final of the day out on the track, round 4 of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour. Rotax Max Challenge presented to you by Chase Brash Racing. It is our first pre-final of the day. It's the AM Racing Micromax pre-final. Diego LaRocque looked great in qualifying on Friday. So great that they gave him 2 pole positions. And that's where he's going to start from the front today. Once again, he'll line up with his Bennett Kart teammate out of the Texas area, Jack Crawford. Ugo Chukwu will start third with Gabriel Gomez, making up the outside of row number 2. Sebastian Montoya will start 5th with Noel Jesus Leon Vasquez in 6th. Cody Crucker is in 7th with Rafael Chavez Camara, yesterday's main event winner, in 8th. Diego Porras starts 9th with Justin Arsenault in 10th. So as the track conditions are constantly changing here during the early part of today's round number 4, some drivers are out on the track with rain tires, and some drivers taking a chance on slick rubber. They're out there on the non-grooved, slick, dry weather racing tire. The benefit to that is, should you find a dry line sometime during this race, you will be able to go exponentially faster than those drivers with a rain tire. And should it dry up here during this race, the rain tire is going to just melt and grip is going to fall away from that tire very, very quickly. So a few of these drivers taking a chance. Cody Crucker, one of them, the 57, on a slick racing tire. So we're going to see how the gamble pays off. A few other drivers, including the 08 of Diego Contecha Porras. It looks like the 1 of Reese Gold also. We're going to see how it pans out as the green flag flies here. Diego LaRocque had a really bad luck yesterday when he went down into turn number 5 and spun the kart after starting on pole in the pre-final, but he's gotten away cleanly as they come out of turn number 5. There you see LaRocque, your leader. A good start for Ugo Chukwu also. The Kuna USA driver is in 2nd. And how about Sebastian Montoya all the way up into 3rd, starting 5th when the green flag flew. Good start for LaRocque. Jack Crawford, though, has fallen all the way back to 7th off the green flag. We saw a few drivers run wide on the entry into turn number 1, but everybody's gotten away pretty cleanly here. That's Crawford running in 7th, and then I want to say that's the 68 of Gabriel Gomez running in the 6th position, trying to chase down Sebastian Montoya right there. We're going to see there's Montoya heading down into the S's, 11, the right-hander 12, and then the long last corner right there, turn number 13, that our leaders, LaRocque and Ugo Chukwu, run through. 1 lap complete here in the AM Racing Micromax pre-final. Your leader is pole sitter Diego LaRocque, followed by Ugo Chukwu. Montoya runs 3rd, and then it's yesterday's winner, Rafael Camara, up in 4th. Jack Crawford in 5th, and Noel Vasquez in 6th. There you see a couple drivers off. What I imagine happened is what happened a lot of yesterday. They spun out in turn number 3 and 4, but they've lifted the kart up over those barriers and put them up right there on the exit of turn number 6. Battle for 3rd place right there. That's Sebastian Montoya and yesterday's winner, Rafael Camara. Camara to the inside in turn number 7, but Sebastian Montoya shuts the door on him. Montoya's going to stay in the 3rd position, but for how long? Camara looks really fast. Both those drivers on the rain tire. Diego LaRocque, Ugo Chukwu, Montoya, and Camara right there. Your front 4. Camara takes a look down into 10. Camara's there and through. Camara completes the pass for the 3rd position. That puts Montoya back to 4th now, but Montoya closes right up on him as they enter the S's, 11, now 12, and then head for turn number 13. They're driving pretty deep down into that corner. Most of the water has dried up, it looks like, and on that rain tire, they're able to get pretty aggressive with whatever moisture is still on this racetrack. Like I said, still pretty overcast skies should the sun come out. I imagine this track is going to dry up pretty quick. I talked to Danny Formal after the DD2 morning warm-up, and he said this track is very hard to dry, especially, of course, when there's no sun peeking through the clouds. And we still have pretty low-lying, overcast clouds right now. So should the sun come out, it'll change the conditions of the track pretty quickly, I imagine. But right now you can still see a lot of dark spots covering the majority of this racetrack. That's all dampness and moisture left over from this morning's rain. A little bit farther down the pack, it's Jack Crawford in 5th, Noel Jesus Leon Vasquez running 6th, Gabriel Bortolito in 7th, Gabriel Gomez in 8th, Valeria Vargas in 9th, and Justin Arsenault, the Canadian, in 10th position. Keep an eye on Jade Hubert. She's currently running 11th on the Bennick. Expect for her to be a threat for definitely a top 10 finish, easily a top 5 also, I imagine. There we see our leader, Diego Larac, a teammate of Jade Hubert's on the Bennick Racing chassis. Coming out of turn number 13 to complete another lap. Larac, let's look at the lap times this time by. Larac goes a minute 9.78. Ugo Chukwu a minute 10.02. But it's Gabriel Bortolito down in the 6th position, laying down the fastest lap so far, minute 9.277. That's a good lap for Bortolito, trying to get around Jack Crawford in the 5th position. First and second, coming out of turn 6 right there. Kamara and Montoya still battling for the 3rd spot as they roll through turn 7 right now. There you see them, both those bright green and yellow helmets. And then Jack Crawford and Gabriel Bortolito battling. Here comes the front 5. Larac down the back straightaway. Ugo Chukwu in 2nd. Kamara 3rd. Montoya 4th. And then it's the Cosmic, it looks like, of Bortolito in 5th. I'm sorry. And Crawford on the Bennick has slipped outside of the top 5 to 6th. Larac, Ugo Chukwu, Kamara, Montoya, the Cosmic of Bortolito is going to move up into 5th on your scoring monitor here in a moment, dropping Crawford to 6th. Crawford starting on the outside of row number 1 to begin today's pre-final in the 2nd position. Noel Vasquez comes across the line in 7th, Vargas 8th, Justin Arsenault moves up to 9th, and I said it, keep an eye on Jade Hubert, driver that number 29. She's worked her way now up inside the top 10. Larac slides on the exit of turn number 5 and gives way to Ugo Chukwu. The Kuna USA driver now moves into the lead, and Montoya and Kamara continue to battle. There's fights all over the top 5 right now. Kamara has the inside as they roll through 7. Oh, Montoya and him get so close. They almost make contact. Montoya nearly lost the 4th position, holds on. Bortolito, now Bortolito goes to the inside in 9 and gets up inside of that battle between Kamara and Montoya. Bortolito is going to run 4th. Now looking for 3rd on the inside of Kamara down into turn 10. He's there. Bortolito through. Montoya comes along with up into the 4th position. That's going to bump Kamara down to 5th. Meanwhile, Ugo Chukwu, now your new leader. That's going to drop Diego Larac, your pole sitter, down to 2nd. But the driver on the move right now, quickest on the track, it's Gabriel Bortolito, is going to go from 5th to 3rd on your scoring monitor right there. Montoya runs in 4th, and then yesterday's round 3 main event winner, Rafael Chavez Kamara, completes the top 5. Jack Crawford runs 6th, Vargas 7th, Arsenault 8th, Vasquez 9th, and Hubert in 10th. That's the top 10 as they run right now here on lap number 5. 7 laps to go. And such a good battle right there for 3rd. Larac starting to close back up on Ugo Chukwu. As they roll through turn 7 and into 8, Ugo Chukwu got a really good entry into turn 8 right there. And then it's a 3-cart battle you're watching on your monitor between the Cosmic of Bortolito, the Burrell of Montoya, and the AM of Kamara. Montoya runs right up on the back of Bortolito, heading down the back straightaway into that braking zone. Montoya drops a wheel on the exit of 10, takes a look back over his shoulder. He's got a still pretty good lead over Kamara. And Ugo Chukwu is going to have a challenge for the lead now as they come down to complete lap number 6. Larac is going to take a look to the inside down in turn number 1. No, stays in line right on the Tony Karts bumper of Ugo Chukwu as they come out of 2, now heading for 3. There you see your leaders. Ugo Chukwu out in front. When is Larac going to time his pass, or at least his attempt for the pass, for the lead? Ugo Chukwu really good on corner exit out of 5, now into 6. They look pretty even right there as they unwind to the right side of the track now. Coming back to the left for the long right-hander turn number 7. You see that puddle of standing water on the exit of turn number 7, as well as in turn number 9, the inside, the apexes of a lot of these flat corners here holding water pretty well. The standing water puddles pretty good in size. So drivers forced to take a high line through some of the corners, but you'll see here as they come through turn 13 in a moment, the inside of turn 13 looks pretty dried off. Not a lot of standing water. Here they go through 11, now 12. Let's take a look at 13 as they roll through. Yeah, really no standing water. They're able to run down on the curbing for a moment right there. Then they hit the dog leg. Man, this is a good battle for lead. Ugo Chukwu takes a look over his shoulder and sees a rear view full of Diego LaRocque. Ugo Chukwu just looks like he can stay on the gas just a touch longer on corner entry, and that's where he's able to open up on LaRocque. LaRocque still in second. Meanwhile, it's one of the drivers who went out on slick tires, Reese Gold. Quickest driver last time by. Minute 9, 1:28 Gold. Charging now. Those slick tires seem to have paid off. Yeah, it's going to be late. Well, I don't know, 5 laps here still to go, 4 to go as Ugo Chukwu's going to come down the back straightaway. Next time he gets to the line, he's going to see 4 laps to go. And this battle for the lead, a really good fight. Your pole sitter, Diego LaRocque, trying to catch back up and reel in third place starter, Ugo Chukwu. Yeah, if I had to guess, it looks to me on the monitor that Ugo Chukwu is a little bit better on corner entry. He can carry some speed to the apex a little bit farther than LaRocque can, but Diego looks so good on corner exit. There you see it right there. He runs right up onto the back bumper of Ugo Chukwu as they go down the start-finish straightaway here. And let's see, Ugo Chukwu again is able to put about a 3-kart length gap between he and LaRocque. Not sure what the Tony Kart's able to do that the Bennick isn't right now. On corner entry, he's able to carry a little bit more speed through the apex of these corners here at the Orlando Karts Center. But as every corner has an entry, it's going to have an exit, and LaRocque is quicker on exit, it seems. Reese Gold goes purple again. Minute 8, 8:96. Good lap for the Tony Kart driver. By the way, the Tony Kart that is painted orange. Confusing announcers and the officials around the world. Working inside 4 laps to go right now. You got to wonder when LaRocque's going to try and time the pass. It's awful hard to try and execute a pass when the driver you're chasing is able to go through the turns a little bit quicker on entry than you are. Preferably, if you're the leader, you'd want to be quicker on exit to open up that gap, and if you're the guy chasing, you'd want to be faster on entry to try and close up the gap, but the roles have been reversed. Ugo Chukwu goes purple that time by. Minute 8, 4:92. Fastest lap of the race so far goes to your leader, Ugo Chukwu, and it makes sense that he's going faster and faster. He knows LaRocque is right there, ready to pounce for the lead here at any moment. 3 laps to go as they come out of turn number 6. They head for 7. Both drivers staying very smooth right here. These are the youngest group of drivers we have on the Florida Winter Tour. And they're driving like pros right now, but Ugo Chukwu really slid the back end on the exit at turn 8 right there. Looks over his shoulder, and LaRocque, really good run. Out in 9. He pulls up right alongside Ugo Chukwu, and he's going to complete the pass well before they get to the braking zone. New leader, pole sitter, Diego LaRocque back to the front. Ugo Chukwu to second. As they come into the S's, they're going to see 2 laps to go here. LaRocque had such a good run through the left-hander 8 and then was just on fire through the right-hander turn number 9. And you could see Ugo Chukwu every couple of seconds. He'd look over his right shoulder and he'd see LaRocque. LaRocque pulled up to his rear wheel, then to his side pod. Then they were even, and Ugo Chukwu could really do nothing about it. LaRocque was able to just motor on past, and he's opened up a pretty sizable lead. That time at the line, it was 0.4 of a second from LaRocque back to Ugo Chukwu. And Diego looking really good right now. Diego last time by his quickest lap of the race, minute 8, 2:34 within 2 laps to go now. Ugo Chukwu was a minute 8, 9:07. So about 0.7 of a second slower Ugo Chukwu was than LaRocque. And Diego's kart just coming in right now at the end of the race. This young driver spends a lot of time at go-kart tracks throughout the year, folks. Out of the Phoenix, Arizona area. Just suffered some bad luck. Don't spend a lot of time racing in the rain out there. And I had a hard time adjusting to these extremely slick conditions here at the Orlando Kart Center yesterday. He was involved in 2 different accidents during the day. but he's been able to rebound really well. It hasn't affected him whatsoever. The white flag flies, 1 lap to go for the Arizona driver, Diego LaRocque, who says kids from the desert can race in the rain too. Ugo Chukwu losing ground each lap to LaRocque. The lead now 0.8 of a second. And now Montoya has found his way around Bortolito. So Montoya currently occupies the 3rd position as we continue to watch this battle for the lead. Out of turn number 6, down into 7. There you see Montoya around Bortolito, and Kamara still sits 5th. Reese Gold, Johnny Johnson said that he's coming, but it's a little too late for the Tony Kart driver who elected to go on slicks. I think he's going to be the highest running driver on the slick tire. He currently is 6th. Fast lap of the race goes to Gold, minute 7:6:34. LaRocque brings him down through turn number 10. Won the last time. He's just got the S's to negotiate here. What a difference 24 hours makes. LaRocque started from the pole in yesterday's pre-final, but lost control on the exit of turn number 5 and spun around. Ended up finishing 24th, but today he's going to drive to the victory in the AM Racing Micromax pre-final. Diego LaRocque scores the win. Ugo Chukwu from Kuna USA has a really good run after leading a few laps in this race. He's going to come home 2nd. Really good run for Ugo Chukwu. This main event is going to be exciting. Sebastian Montoya survives the battle with Bortolito to finish in 3rd. Gabriel comes home 4th. And then Rafael Kamara, yesterday's main event winner in round number 3, rounds out your top 5. Reese Gold, fastest driver on track, once again finishes 6th. Valeria Vargas 7th. Justin Arsenault works his way up to 8th. Noel Vasquez 9th. And then Alessandro De Tullio rounds out your top 10. There you see Cameron Egger. He's my boy, waving the checkered flag right there. He's not bundled up in 6 layers like he was yesterday. He's able to breathe a little bit today. I'll tell you what, folks, the Max Speed track staff as well as the Orlando Kart Center corner workers here this weekend braving really rough conditions yesterday. We've got some of the best stewards, marshals, and officials here on the Florida Winter Tour. Chris Egger and Tim Hannon are assembling a really fine staff with the help of Garrett Potter and Josh Smith. Everybody here this weekend toughing out the conditions yesterday. And if you see them this weekend, guys, the weather's better today, but still go up, shake their hand, say thanks for all the work they put in yesterday. They all had colds. We were at the restaurant last night, and those guys were sniffling and sneezing like they'd been out in a snowstorm. Diego LaRocque picks up the win. Ugo Chukwu comes home 2nd, Montoya 3rd, Bortolito 4th, and it's Rafael Kamara rounding out the top 5. PSL Karting's Mastermax pre-final coming to you next. Thanks for watching live coverage of the 2000 slightly sunny Orlando Kart Center. girlfriend, Carl?
Slept in, realized that she's flies out at 1 o'clock.
Oh.
And
So on the track now, coming out of the final corner, it is our PSL Karting Masters Max pre-final. Leonardo Nienkotter and Derek Wang, the front row, with Mike Jones and Carlos Fonseca making up row number 2. Here we go. Green flag flies, and we are racing. Leonardo Nienkotter's been unstoppable so far here in 2015. And let's see if anybody has a shot for him today. Mike Jones had to retire early yesterday. I haven't had a chance to talk to him to see exactly what was the issue, but he's back on the track now. He qualified third for this race on Friday afternoon, and that's where he rolls right now. That looks like Bobby Green up in the 4th position, and then if I had to guess, it looks like the Tony Kart in 5th of Scott Roberts, I want to say. Battle for the lead as Wang and Jones make it a 3-way fight out of 10. Nienkotter looks over his shoulder, sees 2 go-karts behind him, says, "What's that all about?" Jones throws it to the inside in 9 and 10. No, he's going to stay behind Wang. But these two are on Nienkotter hard right now. Good fight early on here for the Masters Max lead. Nienkotter's going to bring him out of 13 over the dogleg to lead lap number 1. But Derek Wang very fast. And then there you see Jones in 3rd. Bobby Green is in 3rd. Daniel Gray actually to the Tony Kart in 4th. Mario Barrios, your 3rd place finisher from yesterday, runs in 5th. Nienkotter ran down a minute 3:5.24 on that opening lap, but Wang so good out of 5 right there. Trying to get the kart woed up in 6. Nienkotter is just so effortless. He makes an adjustment to the radiator over on the right side of the kart, allowing a little bit more air to run into the radiator. Oh, and again, Wang so fast through 8, and they're 3 wide out of 9. Jones comes out as the leader. Wang comes in 2nd, and Nienkotter ends up in 3rd. They were 3 wide. Are we in Orlando or Daytona, folks? Your Masters Max leaders were 3 wide on the exit of 10 right there. Mike Jones from the Dallas Karting Complex. As my friend Tom Ellis would say, who? Mike Jones. That's who. He's your leader. And then Wang runs in 2nd right there. And then Nienkotter, your 3-for-3 race winner so far in 2015. He's back there in 3rd. And then Bobby Green, well, he's just got a really good view of this whole race. For some reason, Mike Jones is not showing up on the race monitor scoring monitor. He scored his 14th right now. But, in fact, that is Mike Jones from the Dallas Karting Complex on the Sodi in the lead. Then it's Wang on the Fernando Alonso kart in 2nd. Nienkotter on the J3 competition comp kart in 3rd. Wang takes a look to the inside. He's been just incredibly fast through turn 8. that left-hander before setting up for the right-hander turn number 9, Wang. That is where he lives. That's where he works right now between turns 8 and 9. Each lap now, he's made an attempt for the lead right there. I can't believe it. Those dudes were 3 wide. Wang takes a look to the inside in 13. Can't get it done. Jones shuts the door. This is the PSL Karting Masters Max pre-final. Down the straightaway. Jones is your leader. Wang in second. Neen Cotter trying to get back up front. He goes purple that time by minute flat 7:42. The track is rapidly drawing. Now Wang takes a look on the inside in turn number 5. He's right there and he's through. But Jones crosses back under, takes the lead, runs Wang to the inside as they head into 6th. Jones takes the lead back. Wang staying in station right there in second place. Neen Cotter taking in all the racing in front of him. Neen Cotter slides wide on the exit of 8, trying to pull a Derek Wang, and he can't do it. Jones drops a wheel over the curbing on the exit of 9. Keeps it in good shape as they head down the straightaway into turn number 10. Now Mike Jones scored as the leader on Race Monitor. Oh, and he goes really wide on the exit of turn 10 right there. It doesn't hurt him too bad. And the race Jones and Wang is having is amazing. Neen Cotter doing what he can. He's the quickest driver on track, but he's not really in the race for the lead right now. It's just between Wang and Jones. Jones takes a bit of a defensive line through turn 6, tries to keep Wang behind him, but Wang pulls right up along the outside as they head into 7, and Wang slams the door on Jones. Derek Wang to the front. Jones now to second. Neen Cotter, yesterday's winner, runs third. But Wang a little slow out of 8. Jones looks really good on the entry and exit out of 9, but Wang able to kick it into high gear and drive away down the back straightaway. Jokes on Mike Jones. There is no second gear in a senior max motor that these Masters drivers are racing on. And now you see the battle for second. It's between Jones and Neen Cotter. Neen Cotter has gotten around Mike Jones. So Neen Cotter, yesterday's main event winner, up 1 spot into second place. But that battle really allowed Derek Wang to check out. These Masters Max drivers racing on the FR 125 senior engine. The only difference between the senior class and the Masters Max class is minimum age and minimum weight. Masters drivers obviously a bit older, and they've been given a little bit of a more lenient weight to play within. Basically the exact same go-kart as the senior max drivers are racing on. Only thing that's different is it's a heavier machine, and the drivers who are competing are a bit older. We still got quite a ways to go in this pre-final. Coming down to see 6 laps to go this time by for your leader, Derek Wang. So Leonardo Neen Cotter has plenty of time. This race is far from over. But Scott Roberts, who is battling with Mike Jones for the 3rd position, is the fastest driver on track. Roberts a minute flat, 0.22. He throws it to the inside of turn number 6. Jones isn't happy. I'll tell you what, Mike Jones is one of the best I've ever seen at driving with only one hand on the steering wheel. He showcased us that in Homestead, Miami, and he's doing it again. And he slides wide and spins out. He looks right at Scott Roberts as Roberts passed him, and that's tough. We had another driver go off to avoid Jones on the exit of 8 right there. So battling for the 3rd spot with Scott Roberts, and Mike Jones lets the back end get away from him on the exit of turn number 8 and loses control of the kart. Meanwhile, Leonardo Neen Cotter is cutting in to Derek Wang's gap. Neen Cotter, fastest driver on track, that time by. Only driver down under the minute. We've had the first sub-minute lap time turned in today in Masters Max. It's a 59.664. Wang was a minute flat that last time by. Neen Cotter dropping below the 1-minute barrier here on lap number 7 of the Masters Max pre-final. So before the battle for the lead heats up any more than it already is, let's take a look at the field. Derek Wang leads with Leonardo Nienkotter on the comp cart in second. Scott Roberts aboard of the Tony after battling with Mike Jones last lap takes over the third position as Jones looped it in turn number 8. Barrios, who finished third in yesterday's main event, runs fourth currently with Team USA member Bobby Green running in fifth. Good race for UD Ramsey going so far right now. He sits in the 6th position, and then it's Marco Antonio Oliveras sitting 7th as they run right now. Mike Jones has rebounded after that spin. He was able to rejoin the race in the 8th position. He runs ahead of Hugo Solorzano in 9th, and then it's Peter Corteau on the Cosmic, rounding out the top 10 here. That top 10 rundown brought to you by Halls and Ricola. After 4 weekends of talking into microphones, you start thinking about buying stock in Halls, folks. Derek Wang looks really good right now, though. You cannot say enough about the lap times he's laying down. He finally gets down below a minute. Actually, Wang was a 59.9 that time. By Nienkotter was a minute flat. So they're trading fast lap after fast lap. And because of that, Wang was able to stretch the lead out to 0.4 of a second. And now Wang, not only quicker than Nienkotter, but quicker than everybody else out on the racetrack. Wang goes 59.658. That's just about a 100th of a second quicker than Nienkotter's best lap. Nienkotter laid down his best lap on lap 7. It was a 59.664. Wang goes purple on lap 9, 59.658 again. Nienkotter a 0.664. Wang a 0.658. Again, about a 100th of a second quicker is Wang than Nienkotter. Nienkotter a little squirrely on the exit of turn number 9 right there. That allows Wang to really pull a decent gap as they head down the straightaway into turn number 10. They're going to come down to see the sticks next time by. 2 laps to go for your leader, Derek Wang. Keep an eye on Mike Jones. He's already worked his way around Oliveras. He runs 7th. He's going to start working on UD Ramsey here in a moment as we look for that battle out on the track. Bobby Green runs 5th, UD Ramsey in 6th through turn 13, and then it's Jones in the 7th spot as he makes his way around the last corner. But we check back in with the battle for the lead. Nienkotter goes purple that time by 59.202. That is a fast lap, folks. 59.202. As the gray spots on this track are certainly drying up quickly. Those dark gray blotches you see on the outside of the corners are the moisture left by this morning and last night's rain showers. But it's quickly drying. The decision to go to all slicks is going to be coming very soon here. Again, today has been declared a rain race, meaning it's driver's discretion whether they go out on slicks or wet weather tires. But should the rain resume here, we will not delay the schedule at all to allow for a swap in equipment, meaning if it looks like the skies are getting dark again and the rain is coming, tuners would be wise to bring a set of rain tires with them to the starting grid. White flag flies for your leader, Derek Wang, who's opened up a 0.6 of a second. He's over a half a second out in front of Leonardo Nienkotter, and that's a pretty big gap here with 1 lap to go. I don't see Nienkotter doing enough in the final lap to really challenge Wang for the lead here. I love rain racing, but we've already seen some fantastic action here in the rapidly drying track. 3 wide on lap number 2 for the lead right there in that corner they're in right now, turn number 9. It was Wang and Nienkotter and Mike Jones 3 wide as they came out of that corner battling for the lead, folks. That is good, wholesome family fun. We'll sell you the ticket to the Florida Winter Tour, but you'll only need we'll sell you the seat to the Florida Winter Tour, as they say, but you'll only need the edge because that's where you're going to be sitting as you watch the racing today. Coming out of the final corner, the checkered flag is going to wave over Derek Wang in the Fernando Alonso kart. Victory goes to Derek Wang after holding off Brazilian Leonardo Nienkotter in the 2nd position. Scott Roberts comes home 3rd. Mario Barrios finishes 4th. Bobby Green, good finish for him in 5th. Really good finish for UD Ramsey in 6th. Mike Jones recovers decently after spinning the kart in turn number 8, battling for the 3rd position. Jones comes home 7th. Oliveras 8th. Solorzano 9th. And Peter Corteau comes home in the 10th position. So that'll do it for the PSL Karting USA Masters Max pre-final. Hopefully we're going to have Andrew Campbell from PSL Karting join us in the booth a little bit later today to talk to us about all the things going over there up in Old Canada with the PSL Karting folks. But it's the Fernando Alonso driver of Derek Wang scoring the victory here in the pre-final. Neen Cotter second, Roberts third, Barrios fourth, and Bobby Green fifth. So stick with us, folks. The hits just keep on coming here in Orlando. We're getting ready for our next pre-final of the day. It's the J3 Competition Mini-Max pre-final coming to you next. So coming around to complete their out lap, they're going to grid up here on the formation lap. It is our J3 Competition Mini-Max pre-final. And this was a really good race yesterday afternoon in round 3 of the Winter Tour. And I expect it to be much like that today. A very good race. Matthew Latifi was one of the other drivers who doubled up in pole positions on Friday in qualifying. Started from the front row in yesterday's pre-final, and guess where he's going to start from today, folks? Inside row number 1. That's what winning the pole position gets you. Matthew Latifi is going to lead him to the start with Sebastian Rodriguez, the PSL karting driver, starting alongside in second. Sebastian Rodriguez will make up the front row. Tyler Gonzalez third with Emiliano Richards in fourth. Harry Colton, the Burrell driver, is in fifth. Riley Dickinson out of Orsalon Racing, sixth. Nick D'Orlando starts 7th with Dylan Gennaro 8th, Kai Palomino 9th, and Thomas Nepview in the 10th position. They come out of the final corner over that dog leg, and we're getting ready to go racing, Carl. This is going to be a really good race here in Mini-Max.
Absolutely. It was fantastic yesterday. Let's see if Latifi and Rodriguez, what they can do starting on the front row. Who's it going to be? Latifi with the lead already through turn number 2.
That looks like Riley Dickinson up in the 4th position, I want to say. Really good start for the driver out of Texas. Dickinson goes from his starting position of 6th up to 4th in one corner.
So all of our drivers already clear through turn number 5. No incidents, no issues. Nobody running into Calamity Corner here as the track's pretty much dried out. It's Matthew Latifi in first, Tyler Gonzalez. Tyler, we got this. Gonzalez running in the 2nd spot.
Now, that was a really good spot. Gonzalez picked to pass for the 2nd position right there in turn 7. And it's Riley Dickinson challenging Latifi for the lead. Good run for Dickinson down into turn number 10. And he's going to take the lead from Latifi. New leader, Riley Dickinson out in front. Drew, what do you think about that, brother? Good run for the kids so far on the opening lap.
Absolutely fantastic. Into the lead, Riley Dickinson. Let's see, started 5th and already up to the front spot.
That's a really good run for Riley out of Texas. Matt Latifi, your pole sitter, slots into 2nd. And it's Tyler Gonzalez in 3rd. I don't feel comfortable saying that we got this thing. That seems like your deal, so you can keep
right
that.
Tyler, I'm looking at Dylan Tavella dropping all the way back to 16th. Where did Dylan start this race?
Higher than that.
Started in, just 12th.
Yeah, Tavella, yesterday's winner in Mini-Max, running pretty low on the grid right now, so maybe an issue there. Matthew Latifi has worked his way back into lead. Tyler Gonzalez works around Riley Dickinson. When you draw a blank.
Going down in turn number 10, looks like third place trying to make a move on second. That was Tyler Gonzalez. Tyler Gonzalez with a white helmet, black suit there, running into turn number 12.
And that's D'Orlando up into second. The 115 of Nicholas D'Orlando has gotten around Gonzalez, Carl, and now it's D'Orlando in second. Matt Latifi leads, but really crazy run for Riley Dickinson. That first lap, shot out of a cannon, went from sixth on the starting grid to first in one lap, and now he finds himself running fourth, battling for fifth right now.
Right, you've got a group of 3 karts coming out, and it looks like Nicholas D'Orlando is going to take over the lead. And
Wow!
Tyler Gonzalez does an over and under, and he's got this. He's got the lead. Tyler Gonzalez to the lead.
That was
in the Tony kart.
That was a great move by Nicholas D'Orlando, throwing it to the inside of turn 5 right there, and then heads up move by Gonzalez to keep his eyes up and his foot on the gas motor right underneath the inside of that corner, and got past those guys for the lead. Good move by Gonzalez.
Everyone was surprised by that move for sure, and he's already got a good half a second advantage over second place. It looks like a dozen kart lengths as they go through turn number 10. D'Orlando runs second. He's got Riley Dickinson behind him.
Now you see the Esprit chassis of Emiliano Richards, and that looks like Nicholas Bruckner making a pass. No, that's not Nicholas Bruckner. Nicholas Bruckner's in Junior Max. I apologize. This is Mini Max. Very similar looking kart and helmet, so I apologize. That's not Bruckner. He'll be on the track a little bit later today.
Quick time, 102.833 for Tyler Gonzalez. He's got that thing hooked up and on a rail. There's a good fight there for second as Latifi tried to go up underneath Nicholas D'Orlando, and it is a train behind them. It's Dickinson, Rodriguez, Emiliano Richards, Dukmedjian, Colton, Palmino, Gennaro, Alvarez, Bizarro, Lucente, and Nephew, all nose to tail, chasing down the top 2.
There you see the battle for second right now. It's D'Orlando who holds the spot. Matthew Latifi tried to take a look on the entry into turn number 8, the left-hander, right out of the long sweeper, turn number 7. There you see Latifi closing right up on D'Orlando's back bumper as they come out of turn number 10, get back over to the right side of the track before setting up for the left-hander 11, right-hander 12, and then the long left-hander, the final corner, turn number 13. D'Orlando has the spot, but Latifi is trying to get back inside the top 2.
So 1.3 seconds was the lead last time by for Gonzalez. It's now 1.6 behind him. It looks like NASCAR racing as they're 2 by 2 by 2 back to about 8th place.
Yeah, I asked it during that Masters Max race when they were 3 wide for the lead coming out of turn 10. Are we in Orlando or Daytona? The 500 was last weekend, but the side-by-side racing is going on here in Orlando right now.
It had to be in Orlando because that was a right turn.
Aha, yes. We're making both right and left-hand turns here. It should be noted that I'm not making fun of NASCAR, but we are making right-hand turns here this weekend.
Absolutely great pass. R.S. Dukmedjian gets around Kai Palomino in turn number 7. He stuffed it up underneath there and picks up that 7th position.
Good run for Tyler Gonzalez, though. That heads-up move about 2 laps ago to get around both D'Orlando and Latifi in turn number 5. Gonzalez is your leader. He's currently got a 1.6-second lead, and it's going to be bigger this time by, I imagine, as D'Orlando has his hands full with Latifi. Those 2 drivers running second and third are busy battling each other, and that allows Gonzalez to just focus on hitting his marks, finding the driest spots on the racetrack, and laying down lap after lap. And right there, you see he goes purple. Minute 2:7:02. Great lap for your leader, Tyler Gonzalez. The lead now 1.9 seconds, nearly 2 seconds. The gap from Gonzalez back to second place, D'Orlando. There you see the battle for second. Nicholas has the spot, but Matthew Latifi, the Canadian, all over his back bumper. And then it's a bit of a gap back to fourth place, Riley Dickinson, who is fighting with Sebastian Rodriguez to stay inside the top 5 right now.
Dylan Gennaro leads the next pack back there. That's the 121 Dylan Gennaro fighting it out with R.S. Dukmedjian, who's up into that 9th spot as he got around Kai Palomino. Looks like Harry Colton also got around Kai as the new quick lap 102.702 set by Tyler Gonzalez.
Sebastian Alvarez having his hands full with Dylan Gennaro as they rolled through turn 7 here about 30 seconds ago. That's a good fight for the 6th position, 7th and on back. Alvarez podiumed yesterday, but he came to the podium in his race suit, which is what we ask, but he didn't bring his helmet. So we told him no podium. Should he finish in the top 3, he won't get his trophy if he doesn't bring that helmet to podiums today. I hope he remembers. Someone over at PSL Karting should remember that young man to bring his helmet.
Tyler Gonzalez just picked up another 0.6 of a second to go. 102, 103 for quick time.
There's a pass for second place right there. Your pole sitter, Matthew Latifi, finds a way around the Kuna USA driver of Nick D'Orlando, and Latifi takes off out of turn number 6. He is going to check out and try to set his sights on Gonzalez. We're going to come to see 5 laps to go this time by, and as quick as Gonzalez is, Latifi's got a really tall order in front of him. He's going to try and track down that leader. Gonzalez, a 2.7-second gap over D'Orlando last time by, and that lead is definitely going to grow once again as Latifi made the pass around D'Orlando. They both lost more and more ground to Gonzalez. Really impressive race for Tyler Gonzalez right now.
Absolutely, running 0.7 of a second quicker than anyone on the track right now. Second quick is going to be Nicholas D'Orlando running in that second spot. Your top 10 will consist of Gonzalez leading, Nicholas D'Orlando second, Latifi in second, Nicholas D'Orlando third, Sebastian Rodriguez fourth, Riley Dickinson back to the fifth, Sebastian Alvarez sixth, Emiliano Richards seventh, Aristic Region eighth, Dylan Gennaro ninth, and Harry Colton in the 10th spot.
Now we're starting to see a battle shape up right here. The race you're watching on your screen right now, folks, there you see Matthew Latifi. He's gotten the second spot away from Nick D'Orlando. He's trying to drive away. Then you see D'Orlando in the red Tony Kart with the blue and orange helmet, and he is going to get a challenge here soon from Riley Dickinson. Riley Dickinson is scored as 5th on the track right now, but I do believe he's running 4th. When they come by, I'll confirm that visually. That's going to be the fight. Actually, no, that is Sebastian Rodriguez. He's going to be fighting with Nick D'Orlando. Tyler Gonzalez comes through the final corner. Last time by a 4.5-second lead. That is huge. Latifi in second, D'Orlando third, and that is Sebastian Rodriguez in fourth with Riley Dickinson behind him. Actually, Riley Dickinson has given way, it looks like, to Sebastian Alvarez. Yeah, that's Alvarez now bumping up into the top 5. So Riley Dickinson, he started in the 6th position. He got shot out of a cannon on that opening lap. Went from 6th to 1st by the end of the back straightaway. And something has obviously fallen off on that go-kart, I would guess. He's lost a little bit of ground. The fight for second place resumes now. You see it right there between Nicholas D'Orlando and Matt Latifi. D'Orlando was able to really reel Latifi back in and challenge for the second spot. He not only challenged, but he secured that P2 spot out on the track right now as we are going to come to see 3 laps to go this time by.
Seeing a good fight there between Harry Colton and Dylan Tavella as the fight for 10th spot as Dylan Tavella was in the inside going through turn number 7. Let's see if he can hold off the charge. And looks like he will. He'll move ahead of Harry Colton.
I'll tell you what, Dylan Tavella picked up the win yesterday, Carl, in round number 3 of this Minimax class. And it was such a cool race. All these drivers, all these young kids, it's always so much fun to watch them race. But Tavella racing out of the Verde Speed Resources pit with his tuner, Charlie Swain. Tiffin Wilrith, the owner of Verde Speed Resources, posted some photos on Facebook last night of them at the podium celebration. And it had a really cool caption. I'm not quoting here, but it basically said, no big trailers, no big tents. You didn't have 30 go-karts under the tent sharing data, but it's still possible to win at the Florida Winter Tour with a couple of really good, hard-working guys like Tiffin, Charlie, Phil Tavella, Dylan's dad, and you have a really talented kid like Dylan. So it was cool to see, and that is really the case. A lot of these drivers that are winning this weekend are out of big tents and big teams, and then you had a kid like Dylan Tavella who's in a one-kart pit. It's just him and his dad and tuner Charlie Swain receiving some support from Tiffin Wilrith. It was really impressive to see them kind of battle with the Goliaths of this sport.
Did they ever find Ryan?
You know, I don't know, but I've got a great shirt with that same question on it. Thank you, Phil Tavella.
Tyler, we got this Gonzalez getting ready to cross, pick up the twin sticks right now. 2 laps to go for Tyler Gonzalez. Let's see what his lead's going to be this time by over Nicholas D'Orlando. It's a whopping 4.7 seconds back to second place. Latifi runs his quickest lap, 102.4, but that's no match for Gonzalez's 102.1. Next closest, quickest driver is going to be Nicholas D'Orlando with a 102.1. So they've strung out first, second, third, fourth, fifth. The battle is going to be back there for 6. And it looks like Aristic Medjan.
And Riley Dickinson, I want to say that's the fight for 6th we're watching as they come down into turn number 7. Yeah, that's Dickinson, Duke Medjan, and the Esprit driver, Emiliano Richards. They're side by side on the exit of 7. Duke Medjan has 7. Richards comes back on the outside as they head into 9. Dickinson sitting comfortably in 6th, but for how long? Richards loses a lot of ground on the exit of 9. We lose him for a moment as they roll through that right-hander. It's going to be Tyler Gonzalez coming across to pick up the checkered flag there. as he comes down the straightaway. Second's going to go to D. Orlando Latifi. Third, Rodriguez. Fourth, Alvarez. Fifth. But this is the fight we're watching coming out of the final corner. Can Dickinson hold off Duke Medjan for sixth? It looks like he's going to. Riley Dickinson, after leading a lap in this race, is going to finish where he started. Oh, there's one lap to go. Man, reading is so hard. I apologize. I thought that was coming to the checkered flag. It's the last lap. Gonzalez isn't home yet. He's on the white flag. D. Orlando second. Latifi still in third. So this battle for sixth is still raging.
5 cars going to battle it out for that 6th spot. Right now it's still Riley Dickinson. He's got R.S. Midgen right behind him. Dylan Tavella in the 8th spot. And another Dylan in the 9th spot.
So Dickinson, Duke Medjan, Tavella, and Gennaro, that 4-car train, running 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Again, I apologize. I thought they were coming to the checkered flag. It's this time they're coming out of the final corner. Tyler Gonzalez is, and it is, in fact, the checkered flag waving. So the win in this pre-final is going to go to Gonzalez. Second place belongs to Nicholas D. Orlando. Third place, Latifi, Rodriguez, fourth, and Alvarez, fifth.
Duke Medjan to the inside, and Dylan Tavella's going to take over 2 spots. Oh, he's going to drop back behind Duke Medjan to pick up 6th. Let's see where they cross the line right now. Yeah, R.S. Duke Medjan is 6th. Dylan Tavella 7th. Dylan Gennaro 8th. Riley Dickinson drops back to 9th. And Emiliano Richards in 10th.
You hate to see that for Riley Dickinson. He was up in the 6th position coming to the white flag, which I originally announced as the checkered flag, and he was holding the spot all the way through the S's, but coming out of 12, the car just got away from him a little bit and heading into 13. He couldn't keep all those drivers behind him, so unfortunately, Riley Dickinson goes from 6th to finish 9th. It's Duke Medjan coming home 6th. Tavella, yesterday's winner, is going to start the main event in 7th place. Gennaro 8th, Dickinson 9th, Richards rounds out your top 10. But again, really good run, a dominant victory, 4.5 seconds the win for Tyler Gonzalez over Nick D. Orlando, Matt Latifi 3rd, Rodriguez 4th, and Sebastian Alvarez rounds out your top 5. We're going to keep on rolling here, folks, with our pre-finals. Coming up next, it's the Dallas Karting Complex DD2 pre-final. Out on the track, and now it is our Dallas Karting Complex D2 Senior pre-final. What an awesome race this was yesterday in the rain. The main event coming down to a battle between Rubens Barrichello, the Formula One racer, and Danny Formal, karting legend here in North America. Those two guys just dueled the entire race, and it ended up going to Formal at the very end. But after some very good racing between he and Barrichello, we're going to get to see it all over again today. New driver starting from the front. It's Jordan Lennox Lamb, the round 1-2 winner. And he's going to line up alongside Davide Foray, the CRG USA driver. Douglas Lundberg and Jake French make up row number 2. And then it's Barrichello and Wickens in row number 3. Nick Neri and Fred Woodley start 7th and 8th. And it's Danny Formal, yesterday's winner, in 9th. And Jules Cousin starting in 10th. Nice and slow, they come down into the tram lanes, waiting to see Cam Egger wave that green flag. We're waiting to see it. Here we go. Green flag flies. We are racing. Great start for Lennox. He pulls out away from this field very quickly. Foray in second. Barrichello goes from his 5th place starting spot up to 3rd, right out of turn number 3. And Barrichello's going to go to work chasing these guys down very quickly. Again, this is Rubens' first race in a DD2 kart. He drove to a 2nd place finish, nearly won the thing in a downpour yesterday. Now with some puddles still standing on the track, but a mostly dry racetrack, what will Rubens be able to do in this 2-speed DD2 kart? We're about to find out. He's battling with international karting champion, multi-time international karting champion, David Foray, the CRG driver, in 2nd right there. And while this is going on, Jordan Lennox, your rounds 1 and 2 winner from last month in Homestead, is pulling away really quickly. Lap 1 comes to an end here, and it's going to be Lennox on the Burrell, your leader, 57.439. Yeah, and you can tell this track is definitely starting to dry with the lap times we're seeing right now. Foray in 2nd, Barrichello in 2nd, or Barrichello in 3rd, and now he's going to challenge for 2nd as he pulls right up on the inside of Foray through 5, now into 6. Foray holds the spot. Barrichello in 3rd, Lundberg 4th, Neri in 5th, and that's Wickens in 6th, Jake French 7th, yesterday's winner Formal 8th, Sabre Cook up inside the top 10 in 9th, and then yesterday's pre-final winner, Fred Woodley, who drove to a huge win in this pre-final yesterday, he rounds out your top 10. And we stay with our battle for 2nd right now, and it's about to become a 3-kart race as Barrichello struggles to find his way around 4A. It's going to allow Douglas Lundberg, the intrepid driver, to close back up. And there you see it. It's become a 3-kart fight for 2nd place. 4A leads him down into turn number 5. Barrichello is there, and he loses a spot to Lundberg, but Barrichello comes right back on the outside as they head into 6th. He's got the spot, and Lundberg closes right up on his rear bumper. How Lundberg didn't make contact with Barrichello on the entry to turn 6 right there, I don't know. Probably has something to do with the fact that all these drivers are very talented individuals and they know what they're doing out there. That might have something to do with the fact they haven't made contact. Lundberg goes purple, 56.812. Great lap for that intrepid driver. And very quickly, it's going to go from a 2-kart battle for 2nd. Now it's a 3-kart battle for 2nd. And Nick Neri aboard the Burrell, who runs 5th, is about to make this a 4-way race for the 2nd spot. Foray, who really didn't show the speed we expected to see from him in the DD2 back in Homestead last month. He has certainly either done some testing or really just found another gear in that thing because he's battling with Barrichello right now for 2nd. And Rubens, again, attempts a pass on the inside of 5, but just can't get it done. David Foray, one of the best karting drivers in the world right now, and he's showing us why. Jordan Lennox Lamb, though, is no slouch either. Lennox, the driver from Great Britain, has been unstoppable in this class so far. Back in Homestead, at least, he won both main events after having great races with Paulo De Canto back in Homestead. Now Lundberg pulls up on the inside of Barrichello in 10. They're side by side. They're both fighting as they come out of the corner. Lundberg clears Barrichello. Lundberg getting around for the 3rd position, but Rubens so good under braking. Let's see what he can do here as they head down the back straightaway into turn number 1. Lundberg with about a half a kart length gap over Rubens. And there you see Nick Neri on the Burrell. And some mist starting to fly up in turns 3 and 4. Maybe it's the fastest group of drivers we've got out here, kicking up the little bit of water left over from the rain showers this morning. Again, still pretty overcast skies here in Orlando, but not really looking like a threat of rain, at least not for the next couple of hours. We've got this race, and then I believe 2 pre-finals after this. No, I believe it's this and DD2 Masters, and then we break for lunch. So we'll see how the weather looks on the other side of the break. Don't think that I'm telling you how many classes we got until lunch just because I'm looking forward to lunch more than any other part of the day. That's not why I'm telling you that, folks. I'm telling you that because we're going to take that near hour-long break where there's going to be no racing, and the weather could vastly change. Rubens Barrichello, really quick out of turn 13, pulls right up alongside Lundberg as they come out of the dogleg. Tucks back in line as they head through 1 and 2. Jordan Lennox Lamb, however, driving currently to a 1.3 second lead over Foray. And like I was saying, David Foray, not slow by any stretch of the imagination. He's a very fast driver, very smart guy, but really didn't show the speed personally that I expected to see out of him in Homestead. But he's really picked up the pace here in Orlando. Can't wait to see how he looks in Ocala next month. That dude is going to be fast, and he's going to be battling for the win, just like he is right now in this pre-final. A little bit farther back, we see a pair of Maranello drivers. That looks like Wickens, maybe, and Fred Woodley. Yeah, that's the 2 Maranello drivers of Wickens and Woodley getting a little side-by-side action going, coming out of turn 9 onto the back straightaway. It looked like Woodley who completed the pass on Wickens. Yeah, there you see that battle for about 8th, 9th, and 10th. We're going to see how they run this time across the stripe. Sabra Cook is also involved in that battle. As we move back to our leaders, there's Lennox. Foray not really cutting into the lead too much. It's still about 1.2 seconds with 9 laps to go. This is a really long pre-final, folks. 14 laps. We still have a bit to go here. Going to see 8 to go this time by. And Lennox, he's got a 1.2 second lead right now, but all Foray really needs to do is put his head down and lay down lap after lap, quick lap, and he'll be there. Lundberg goes purple. He's your fastest driver on track, 55.699. That's a really good lap out of second place, or third place driver Douglas Lundberg. I apologize. Second is 4A. But Rubens and Lundberg are pushing each other so fast, they're going to be fighting for second with 4A here before too long. Lennox's lead now grows 1/10 of a second to 1.3. 4A is digging, but fast lap honors once again go to Lundberg. 55.169. We're so close to dipping down into the 54-second bracket. The time it takes to complete one lap here at the Orlando Kart Center. 7/10 of a mile, 13 corners of extremely technically challenging racing here at OKC. Andre Martins has built a great track, and I really do enjoy the facility here in Orlando. Him and his staff do a great job of maintaining this place year-round. Where I come from in Colorado, you end up laying some of your staff off over the winter time if you own a track. You hire them back in the spring to run the summer and fall when it's decent to drive and you're going to have renters. That's not the case down here in Orlando, obviously. It's why they call it the Florida Winter Tour, because we're racing here in winter. January, February, this place is still busy with rentals all year round, 12 months around the clock. Andre is having people come out and race rental carts at this track, and they love it. Each night after racing gets done, we have had rental drivers waiting in line to get out there. Rubens Barrichello completes the pass around Lundberg, but Lundberg puts the bumper to him as they come out of 6. Not enough to keep Barrichello behind him. These guys are just dancing out there right now with these karts. These 2-speed DD2 engines. You bump it down into first gear as you head into the low-speed corners, and then halfway down the back straightaway, you click into second. The paddle shifters located behind the steering wheels allows for some really great racing. The DD2 category has struggled to gain a footing here in North America, and every year at the Grand Finals, it's obviously full of some of the best drivers. In my opinion, one of the best North American karting drivers ever, Alan Rudolph, races a DD2 Masters pretty regularly. He had a great showing in Valencia, Spain, back in November at the Grand Finals. I got to watch him out there in Spain wheel that kart. It was a lot of fun to watch. But the point is, DD2 has had a tough time gaining footing here in North America. But this year, 2015, has been the year of DD2. We saw such a good, strong field of drivers in Homestead. The numbers aren't really probably what they want on the West Coast at Challenge of the Americas, but the drivers are all very talented. Sabre Cook, Alavia, Christian Bird, Matt Jaskell's out there racing on the West Coast in his 2-speed DD2 category, and then again here this month in Orlando. Such good talent filling up the roster here in DD2 Senior. You see the top 3 right now, all international drivers. Jordan Lennox Lamb out of Great Britain, David Foray from Italy in second, and then Brazilian Rubens Barrichello runs third. And then Douglas Lundberg is in fourth with Nick Neri. Neri's the highest running American in the field, and he's in fifth. That just tells you about the level of talent in this race. Neri, the American, in fifth. Then it's Jake French, another American, in sixth. Fred Woodley and Robert Wickens, both Canadians, they run seventh and eighth. Sabre Cook and Gavin Reichelt, a pair of Americans on CRG chassis, round out the top 10 here. Coming down to see 4 laps to go, and Rubens Barrichello has closed the gap on Foray. We could see a fight for second right now. Let's look at the lap times. 55.2 for Barrichello, 55.2 also for Foray, but Barrichello closes up on braking as they come out of 10 down the short chute. They head for 11, now 12 and 13. Barrichello has caught Foray, but catching him's one thing, passing him is another. 4 laps to go for your leader, Jordan Lennox. And the fight we're watching on your monitor right now is the one for second place. Barrichello closing up on Foray as they come out of 4 and head for 5. There you see your leader, Lennox. Now into picture, Foray and Barrichello. Barrichello kept it pretty tight on the exit of 5 as he entered 6 to take a look on Foray. Barrichello pacing with Foray out of 7. He's really good through 7 right there. Closes right up on Foray's back bumper in 8. Now out of 9, Foray has good exit speed, but it's going to be under braking right here where Barrichello does his magic. Right there, cuts the lead all the way down to nothing from Foray in second place back to Barrichello. Into 11, now 12. Let's see, does Barrichello keep it tight on the inside in 13? He does, but so does Foray. Barrichello swings wide, gets a good run out of the final corner. 3 laps to go here, and the battle for second wages on between Italian Foray and Brazilian Barrichello into turn 5 here. Let's see what they can do. Barrichello is there on the inside of Foray, and he's going to take second place away. Good move by Foray to try and keep Lundberg behind him, but it's Barrichello going P2. Now Lundberg and Foray touch just for a moment on the entry into turn 7. And Rubens Barrichello with a beautiful pass on the right-hander, turn number 5 right there. He executes a great pass run, Italian David Foray, and that's going to move Barrichello up into the second spot. Jordan Lennox is loving it. He's driving to a 1.6 second lead right now. He says, let them race as much as they want behind me. Barrichello driving in the second position right now. Jordan Lennox Lamb, your leader, comes by to see the sticks. 2 laps to go, and you just saw him for a brief moment standing on the infield of the racetrack. Danny Formal braking on lap 7. So yesterday's main event winner with mechanical issues, as he is currently scored as last on the running order. He stands in the middle of the track. Mechanical issues forcing Formal only after completing 7 laps of competition. So not sure what happened to Danny, but he's obviously out of this race. Jordan Lennox Lamb leads Rubens Barrichello, who runs in second. Foray has pulled away from Lundberg, and then Neri rounds out your top 5. Down the back straightaway they go. They hit the brakes hard. There you see another shot of Danny Formal as the camera pans back to the left. There you see him, Formal, standing with his suit unzipped in the infield right there. He's probably not happy he's not in the race, but he is getting a pretty good view of the action right now. Lennox Lamb comes across the line to get the white flag, and he goes purple. Quickest lap of the race to Lennox, 54.799. Great lap for the Burrell driver. Barrichello in second. He's not going to catch Jordan. As they run right now, your front row for the main event is going to be Lennox and Barrichello. And folks, that's going to be a good race. Get your popcorn ready for this DD2 main event coming up later this afternoon. Foray held that second spot for a really long time, but just could not keep Barrichello behind him, and that's not that big of a deal when you think about it, as accomplished of a driver as Rubens Barrichello is. Jordan Lennox, though, brings him out of the back straightaway out of turn 10. He's got 3 corners left to negotiate. He scored both main event victories in Homestead last month at the opening rounds of the 2015 Florida Winter Tour and he's on a good path to score the win here in round number 4. He picks up the pre-final victory. Now can he duplicate in the main event later today? Jordan Lennox Lamb, your winner in the Dallas Karting Complex DD2 pre-final. Rubens Barrichello comes home in second. David Foray third. Lundberg fourth. And Nick Neri rounds out your top 5. Jake French brings it home in sixth. He's a Dallas Karting Complex driver. Good run for French in sixth. Fred Woodley, the Canadian who won this event, the pre-final yesterday, comes home with a solid 7th place finish. Robert Wickens on the Maranello 8th. Gavin Reichelt, good run for him in 9th. And then Miss Sabra Cook rounds out your top 10. Jules Cousin is 11th with Nathan Ads in 12th. So again, it's rounds 1 and 2 winner Jordan Lennox aboard the Burrell, picking up the victory. And keep an eye on that driver right there as he pushes his cart to the scale line. Danny Formal with mechanical issues on lap 8. Your winner in an extremely exciting race yesterday is going to have to come from dead last on the starting grid for today's round 4 main event. But I wouldn't count Formal out if I were you. He's going to be fast once they get that go-kart repaired. Jordan Lennox is your winner in the Dallas Karting Complex DD2 pre-final. Stick with us, folks. Coming up next, it's DD2 Masters here from the Orlando Kart Center. So it's actually looking like we're going to enter the lunch break right now. That, of course, you know it is my favorite part of the day. The racing's cool and all, but I'm just here for the free food. So we're going to head to lunch. There you see it in really big letters on your screen. We will be back with our next pre-final, the Dallas Karting Complex DD2 Masters pre-final coming up next. But for now, we're going to head to lunch. So folks who are watching live online, thanks for hanging out with us. Grab yourself something to eat. And we will be back in a little bit with the Dallas Karting Complex DD2 Masters pre-final live from Orlando, Florida. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The lunch break, I am sad to inform, is over. But the good news is we're back and racing. On the track now is the Dallas Karting Complex DD2 Masters pre-final race. This is, of course, how they're going to set the starting grid for their main event here in round 4. If you're just tuning in after the lunch break, thank you so much for spending a little bit of your Sunday afternoon with us. This is the live broadcast of rounds 3 and 4 of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour this weekend, the Rotax Max Challenge, presented to you by Chase Brash Racing. We are having a good time. Yesterday in round 3, it rained, and then it rained, and then it rained some more. Now today, rain very early in the morning, leaving us with a slick and damp racetrack. But as the day has gone on through the morning warm-ups, our one LCQ and the first couple of pre-finals, the track has definitely began to form a significant dry line right here below where I stand, above Turn 7. The exit of Turn 7, entry into Turn 8, still pretty wet. There's a lot of water crossing the track right there. But almost everywhere else, we see a pretty definitive dry line forming here at the Orlando Kart Center. DD2 Masters getting gridded up. They're going to come out of Turn 13 right here and file into the tram lanes. Tim Hannon said it on the drivers' meeting last week, and I don't know why they called it tram lane. These are go-karts, not trams. But you know what? We're going racing. Green flag flies. Luis Schiavo and Igor Mukin, your round 3 winner, Igor Mukin, yesterday slots into the second position off the green flag. And it's the reigning Masters Max champion, Luis Schiavo, out in front on the Intrepid. And then in third, it's the Praga of Christian Canales as they come out at turn number 6 and they cross the track to set up for that long right-hander, turn number 7. There you see the 5:03 of Igor Mukin, your winner from yesterday, currently running in the second spot. Keep an eye out for Stuart Clark. He started in the 4th position. We're going to see where he is on the running order. That looks like Clark setting up a pass for 3rd place right there. Clark to the inside in 10. He lights the wick, and boom goes the dynamite. Clark into 3rd. Good pass for Stuart Clark, the Canadian, getting around the Praga. And he also brings the Marinello of Miko Lane with him. Oh, and Clark forces the issue in 13. Gets inside of Mukin. They both get a little squirrely on the exit. Schiavo out in front to a 2-second lead. Mukin runs second, but he's getting harassed by Stuart Clark right there in the Marinello. And then behind him, it's another Marinello of Miko Lane, the driver from Finland. Miko Lane, a very accomplished racer, competing in the Euromax Challenge over in Europe. The last several years, he's racked up wins and podiums. He's scored championships in the Euromax Challenge. Yes, folks, indeed, the Euromax Challenge does take place in Europe. It is not in Africa. It is, in fact, in Europe. In case there was any confusion, I have to explain that for my producer, Carl Rickard, every once in a while. But Miko Lane scoring a lot of wins over there. He was the champion last year in Masters Max, if I remember correctly. And he's over here racing the Florida Winter Tour with us, wearing that Team Finland suit from representing his country in the Grand Finals. He currently runs 4th right now, trying to keep up with Stuart Clark as the two of them are going to work together to chase down yesterday's winner, Igor Mukin, driver of that CRG in the second spot. Luis Schiavo, though, the driver out in front, your reigning Masters Max champion. Schiavo, currently quickest driver on track, 57.364. Now Lane isn't so much focused on working together with Stuart Clark to catch up to second-place driver Mukin. Lane is more concerned with battling Clark right now for that 3rd position. They come out of 7. There they are in turn 8, the left-hander. And they set up for the right-hander, turn number 9. Lane puts his bumper right alongside the left rear wheel. He's got a good run as they head down into 10. They both break very late on the entry into turn number 10. And Lane cannot get a footing inside of Stuart Clark here. Here they come through the S's to complete another lap. So Lane, with really good speed on corner exit from apex out, he's able to get to the throttle pretty quick, and that Marinello is set up very well for the exit of the corners. There he goes. He's going to look to set up the pass on the inside of 5, and he's there. Miko Lane around Stuart Clark. Really beautiful pass right there, as that's going to be the fight for 3rd going to Lane right now. Now Clark going to try to do what he can to stick with Lane, but also make sure he keeps Christian Canales behind him in the 5th position. Oh, Lane not good off a 9 at all. That allows Clark to run right up alongside him and pass him as they head down into 10. Clark clears him way before the entry into turn number 10. So the race not over for the third position right here. Clark, the Canadian, out in front of the Finn, Miko Lane. They roll through 13. The two Marinellos battling for the third position on the track, and then it's the Praga of Canales. Last lap on turn number 5 is where Lane set the pass up on Clark. They come out of 2 and head for 3 and 4. Let's see if Lane goes for the exact same pass. Clark's going to block him down on the entry into 5. No dice for Lane there. They come out and set up to the right side of the track for the left-hander, turn number 6, which brings them way out there to the middle of the racetrack before coming back for turn number 7, a 190-foot-long right-hand corner. And how do I know it's 190 feet long, folks? I measured it with a ruler. That took a lot longer than I was expecting, but it came out to 190 feet exactly. That's a long corner for these drivers to have that much input in the steering wheel, and it puts a lot of load on those left side tires. This track here in Orlando, very technically challenging for chassis setup. Believe me, not that engine doesn't matter. It certainly does. You got to have a strong bottom end on whatever you're racing here to get back on the throttle out of the tight corners. But it's all about making sure that cart gets to the corner the way you want. And as Carl did a really good job of explaining yesterday, it's about getting that inside rear wheel to lift, whether it's in the rain, the dry, racing a go-kart. You got to get that inside rear tire to lift. If you're going through a right-hander, you got to get that right rear to jack up and down. Going through a left-hand corner, about getting that left rear wheel to go up and down. Scientists call it weight transfer. We just call it racing go-karts. Stuart Clark trying to pull away from Miko Lane as they come out of 9. Great run for Clark. He's found the fast lane out of that corner leading onto the back straightaway. And very soon here, Miko Lane is going to have his hands full with a challenge for the 4th position from Christian Canales. And another Marinello, Elvis Stoico, is getting up in the mix. I couldn't say Elvis Stoico's name right at all in Homestead, but I spent the last 3 weeks studying it, and I finally believe I've perfected the pronunciation. We always encourage shout-outs, especially when it comes to help with pronunciations. So if you're watching live, as Miko Lane sets up and completes the pass once again on Stuart Clark in turn 5. Now Canales is going to take a run at Clark. Can't get it done. So once again, this was the move we saw 3 laps ago. Lane setting up the pass, heading into the right-hander turn number 5, completing it on Clark. But then right here, Clark came back. Oh, but Clark not good out of 8 at all. Loses a lot of ground to the Finn, Miko Lane, and almost lost 4th place to Christian Canales. He's able to stay in 4th, but Canales really good down the back part of the back straightaway. The back part of the back straightaway, that's like a contradiction. No, that'd be, what would that be called? An onomatopoeia? I'm not sure. An oxymoron. Carl Rickert, thank you, sir. Igor Mukin is still in 2nd. Miko Lane battling with Stuart Clark 1 lap ago, now comfortably runs in 3rd, and it's Stuart Clark in 4th trying to hold off the Praga of Christian Canales. Canales is there. Almost puts a wheel to Clark's bumper, but it's all about clean and respectful racing here in the DD2 Masters category. These guys know what it's like to trade paint but not wreck each other. It's very close racing at this level, especially in the Florida Winter Tour, regardless of age or engine or anything. At this high level and caliber of a series, we do attract some of the best drivers in the country and the world here at the Florida Winter Tour. And these guys and girls and kids all know what it's like to race very closely, yet very cleanly. And that's what karting's all about, in my opinion. A lot of these kids out here have dreams one day of moving up the motorsports ladder. And if that is to be the case, you have to learn how to race closely with a lot of other drivers without wrecking each other. And karting is a great tool for that. Karting is a great tool for a lot of things in life, if you ask me. Miko Lane, he's used karting. He got into the sport pretty late in life, but he's been successful, and it got introduced through indoor karting. There you see a pass for 4th. It's the Praga of Christian Canales, but Clark gets him back, and now Elvis Stoico shows up to the party. He's going to try and get around Canales. So let's see. It goes Schiavo in the Intrepid. He's out to a 2.1 second lead. Igor Mukin on the CRG goes purple, that time by 56 flat. And then it's a Marinello for Lane, Marinello for Clark, Praga for Canales, Marinello for Stoico, a Burrell for Matiz, and then Bortoni, Azerbaijan, and Highstand are on Burrell, CRG, and Intrepid. So easily to say that the Maranello chassis represented very well here in DD2 Masters. This class brought to you. You see it at the top left hand of your screen, the Dallas Karting Complex. That's for the people watching back home. If you're here in Orlando, you don't see it at the top left hand corner of your screen because there is no screen. But the folks from Dallas Karting Complex, the sponsor for both DD2 Senior and DD2 Master, Mike Jones and the Dallas Karting Complex crew here this weekend representing very well as always. Mike looked really strong in that Rotax Masters race, their pre-final, about an hour or so ago, unfortunately before spinning in turn 8. But man, Mike was on fire. It was him, Derek Wang, and Leonardo Niencarter all battling for the lead in those first couple of laps. And Mike's going to be back in the main event here in round 4, and he's going to be a threat of that, I'm sure. Schiavo out in front, 1.6 seconds the lead over Igor Mukin as we're now within 5 laps to go of the checkered flag here in this pre-final. How they finish in this pre-final today is how they're going to start their main event here in round number 4. The 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour, a 6-race championship for both the Rock Cup and the Rotax weekend. Rounds 1 and 2 contested in Homestead. And then rounds 3 and 4 we find ourselves here in Orlando, Florida. And then we head to Ocala, Florida in 1 month for the rounds 5 and 6, the championship weekend of the Florida Winter Tour. And we're hearing a little bit of radio chatter up here in the booth from on-track officials and stewards. Possibly a bit of rain starting to fall down on the track. As I look out my window, I don't really see much right now. On the paddock side of the building, though, we're getting reports from our senior statistician, Johnny Johnson, that raindrops are beginning to fall. And the important thing to remember about that is even though it's been sunny for most of our pre-finals and morning warm-ups and everything, Chris Egger, your race director, did declare this event a rain race this morning during morning warm-ups. And again, what that means for those drivers and teams that are here right now is we will not delay the schedule. Normally it's a 30-minute break once the race has been declared a wet race. That allows drivers and teams on the grid for their next race to head back, change to rain tires, adjust the chassis, put on everything they need, rain suits, rain helmets, all that stuff. But because this has been officially declared a rain race, there will be no break put in the schedule. Drivers and teams must come to the grid prepared for whatever conditions they are going to race in. That makes today very interesting. Miko Lane, now your fastest driver on the track. 55.946 for Lane. There's a good shot of your leader, Luis Schiavo, the 546 Intrepid. He's working a 1.7 second lead over second place Igor Mukin on the CRG from Russia. Lane had that really good battle going with Stuart Clark in the opening circuits of this race, but he's since checked out, running in third comfortably. Then it's Stuart Clark in fourth. Now we check in on the battle between fifth place Christian Canales and sixth place Elvis Stoico. Praga driver in the blue. Christian Canales holds the fifth position. There you see him. And there you don't. They're going to come out at turn 10. There they are. Canales on the Praga. Rounds out your top 5, but Elvis Stoico, the Canadian, he's trying to crack the top 5 before we get into today's main event. Your leader, Luis Schiavo, has seen the sticks. 2 laps to go here in this Dallas Karting Complex DD2 Masters pre-final. We have 3 races still to go. It's the Junior Max and Senior Max classes. Actually, because Junior Max ran their LCQ this morning, they will move directly into their pre-final. So we only have 2 pre-finals left following this one. The CRG USA Junior Max pre-final, and then the Rollison Performance Group Senior Max pre-final. Miko Lane goes purple. Once again, there you see him fly underneath their screen. He's purple, 55.555, meaning he is the fastest driver on the track. And there we see that battle for fifth continuing to wage. Christian Canales and Elvis Stoico. Canales is pulled away from the Maranello chassis of Elvis Stoico. In 7th place, it's Camilo Matiz. 8th, Salvador Bortoni. 9th, Luis Zervajan. And Richard Heistand, the Rock Shifter Masters driver who's making his DD2 debut this weekend in Orlando. There you see first place driver Luis Schiavo, followed closely, or not so closely behind, rather, I guess, by CRG Igor Mukin. They make their way through turns 8 and now 9. Igor Mukin's been fast every lap here. He was a 10th of a second quicker than Schiavo last time by. 2 or 3 more laps, and I think we'd have a really good battle for the lead on our hands. But they're coming into the last 3 corners here, and they're going to see the checkered flag waving. Through 11, now 12, and in turn 13, your reigning Masters Max Florida Winter Tour champion, Luis Schiavo's going to win the pre-final today in round 4 of the Dallas Karting Complex DD2 Masters. Cameron Egger waving the checkers right there. You see someone needs to get that boy a hat. Igor Mukin, your round 3 main event winner from yesterday, comes home in 2nd. Meek O'Lane rallies to a 3rd place finish. Stu Clark 4th. Christian Canales rounds out your top 5. In 6th, it's the Maranello. Elvis Stoico. Camilo Matiz comes home 7th. Salvador Bortoni, the CRG USA driver, has a good run in 8th. Luis Zervajan 9th. And Richard Heistand, the reason he was so low down the running order, because he had only completed 1 lap before obviously some mechanical issues removed him from the running order of this DD2 Masters pre-final. So Luis Schiavo picks up the win here, folks. He's going to start the main event from the pole position. Coming up next, it's our Junior Max pre-final. Stick with us, folks. We'll be right back from a slightly sunny and possibly rainy Orlando, Florida. So as I stand up to take a look at the weather outside my window, that's a song, I think. Isn't it? No, it's not a song? All right, we'll do some research on that. Senior statistician Johnny Johnson will get on that and find out if that is the lyrics to a song. But right now, the weather is still dry. Like I said, during that DD2 Masters race, we heard reports of a little bit of water falling down. But that's not the case out my view, at least. We have one driver pushing his cart in turn 3. I'm getting reports that it's Darren Keene. That would be the case, I believe. That's Ganji on the front road. Your pole sitter, Darren Keene, working on his cart on the outside of turn number 4. The plot thickens, folks, here in Junior Max. Nicholas Bruckner has been promoted to the pole position with Anthony Ganji Jr. Actually, I think they're going to leave that spot open. I'm not sure what they're going to do. Actually, Ganji's pulled up alongside of Bruckner. Darren Keene, the pole sitter, is up and out of his cart, and the green flag flies. We're going racing without him, unfortunately. Ganji Jr. and Nick Bruckner bring him down to the front of this race here. Kai Collette, Matias Ramirez, Sam Lupien, all players in this race, folks. Ganji Jr. out to the lead as they come out of turn number 5. And I see Stingray, Rob, and Matias Ramirez running in about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want to say that's 4th and 5th. Rob in the 4th position, Ramirez in 5th. That is the case. Bruckner got shuffled from 2nd all the way back to 6th. Ramirez all over his OGP teammate Stingray Rob's back bumper as they come out of 6 and into 7. We lose another driver on the exit of turn number 6. That looks like, I can't even tell the chassis from here. And you hate to see that for Darren Keene, your pole sitter, picked up the top spot in qualifying on Friday, and he didn't even pick up the green flag. You hate to see that. It's an Esprit driver who we lost at the midway point of that opening lap. The 255 of Jose Alvarado, the driver who's slow and rolling now. And then it's also the 214 by Rel of Timothy Pesleon. So Pesleon, who raced his way in through the LCQ, having some troubles here on the opening lap. Ganji Jr. leads them through turns 5 and now 6. And then behind him, in second place here in the CRG USA Junior Max field is the 200 of Trent Estep. Yes, it is the 200 of Trent Estep. And then it's the 262 of Rafael Forcier and Matias Ramirez. It looks like the battle we might be watching on our monitor right now. Yeah, there goes Estep, the Fernando Alonso kart of Forcier, trying to hold off Stingray Rob. No, that's actually Matias Ramirez. I apologize. Matias Ramirez and Forcier side by side as they head down out of turn number 10 into 11 and 12. Ramirez has the spot, gets out in front of Forcier, and then Stingray Rob rounds out your top 5. So, yeah, we're going to try and find out what happened to Darren Keene. He was pushing the cart. So possibly the clutch has been an issue for a lot of these drivers in this wet weather. The clutches have been getting fried up on the sides of these FR125 engines. So hopefully that wasn't the case, but probably pretty likely if I had to imagine. Matias Ramirez trying to keep Rafael Forcier behind him, and Stingray Rob gets around Forcier for the 4th position. That's going to put Forcier on the FA kart back to 5th. And now Nicholas Bruckner, who started in 2nd, throws it to the inside in 9. That's a really good pass right there by Bruckner. Bruckner now makes it an all-Tony kart top 5. Ganji, Estep, Ramirez, Rob, and Bruckner. The Tony Kart and OTK chassis line, a really strong force here in Junior Max competition. Ganji Jr. picked up the Sunday race win in Homestead, Miami last month when we were racing rounds 1 and 2 out there in Homestead. He looks to be strong. Sunday, for some reason, seems to be Ganji's day. He's leading the pre-final right now by 1 second over new Tony Kart driver Trenton Estep, making the switch to Kuna USA since we last left Homestead. And then Ramirez, your main event winner from last night. Matias scored the round 3 victory last night. He's running 3rd in the order right now. Stingray Rob, his teammate, who finished 2nd in yesterday's main event. Stingray Rob runs 4th now, and then Nicholas Bruckner in 5th. There we see a battle between Forcier. Is that Bruckner? No, that's the Cosmic of Kai Collette. Collette and Forcier engaged in a battle now for 6th place. Collette has the spot, dropping Forcier 1 more position down to 7th. So Forcier on a backward slide down the running order, unfortunately, right now. Matias Ramirez, your fastest driver on track, goes purple. 58.514. Ramirez trying to get back up to the front as he's going to attempt to go back-to-back in main event victories this weekend here in Orlando. That kid was dominant in Orlando this weekend. He's going to be dominant in Ocala when we go there next month. The OGP driver, very good. Anthony Ganji Jr. is your leader. Trenton Estep runs 2nd. Matias Ramirez 3rd. Stingray Rob runs 4th. Nick Bruckner 5th. Kai Collette 6th. Rafael Forcier sliding to 7th. Javier Gonzalez 8th. Luis Pena 9th. And then Max Hewitt, the Texan, rounding out your top 10. There we rejoin our leader, Anthony Ganji Jr., as he runs through turn 13. Trent Estep behind him in 2nd right there. Matias Ramirez in 3rd. Once again, Matias Ramirez goes purple, 58.057, but he's one-upped by Luis Pena. Pena goes 57.921. He's the only driver in the 57-second bracket. Pena runs 9th right now. That's a heck of a lap. There you see Ganji, Estep, and Matias Ramirez. Ramirez very fast. Last time I was at 58 flat, a 1/10 of a second quicker than Trent Estep, who he's chasing down for second place right now. This is going to be a good race here. Give it just about one more lap, and Matias will be all over Estep's rear bumper. Out of turn number 10, Matias really quick back on the gas. Those Ocala Grand Prix Rotax engines, man, it's tough to find a stronger engine in any pit than out of the OGP trailer. Those guys have got so many Rotax engines in that trailer, and they work on them very diligently, manicuring and really just perfecting those engines. Now it's Ramirez, the fastest driver on track for the second lap in a row, 57.448. Ramirez is going after Estep with everything he's got right now. This is for the second spot. That's the race you're watching right now. Ganji's your leader. There he goes with Estep in second, and there's your third place driver, Matias Ramirez. So now we pick up the fight for fourth place. Nicholas Bruckner, the Texan, has found his way around Idaho driver Stingray Robb. Robb finishing second yesterday. Your round one victor, Stingray Robb is, as those two drivers run fourth and fifth on the track right now. And then behind them in sixth place, it's Kai Collette. Javier Gonzalez, seventh. Luis Pena, eighth. Rafael Forcier has continued to slide backwards to ninth now. The FA kart having a hard time really staying in one position for very long. And then Michael D. Orlando rounds out your top 10. And when I see D. Orlando, I think of Kuna USA. When I see Kuna USA, I think of Mike Marini, something he's been wanting us to hit on, and I'm going to do it again right now. The DW, the Dan Weldon Award, given out to the best ambassador of the sport of karting this year. The Florida Winter Tour teaming up with Mike Marini and the guys over at Kuna USA to hand out the Dan Weldon Award. It's a really cool deal, guys. Mike came up and talked to us yesterday. It was good to have him up in studio and explain the whole award to us. And so if you're interested in nominating a strong ambassador for the sport of karting, email us at dwaward@floridawintertour.com. There you see the crossed flags signifying halfway. Nicholas Bruckner and Matias Ramirez. Ramirez runs third right now. Bruckner fourth. As your leaders come out of turn number 6. Trent Estep has caught Anthony Ganji Jr., and we have a fight for the lead on our hands right now. Estep right behind Ganji Jr. as they head in 9. We lose him for a moment here. Down the back straightaway. Estep right there. That's a great shot how close those two karts are. This is the fight for the lead. Ganji Jr., your leader. He's out in front of that pack, but Estep all over his back bumper as they throw it into 11. Now 12. Good shot there as they work through the S's. Out of turn number 13 they go. Trent Estep. My prediction, he tries something in turn 5 this time by. They head down into 1 right now. Estep's going to wait for turn 5 to try and outbrake. Oh, he had a really good shot at looking inside of Ganji right there as they rolled through turns 1 and 2. Ganji takes a pretty defensive line down into 5. He knew what Estep was thinking. Now, Estep to the inside in 6. No. Ganji closes the door once again. This is the battle for the lead. It's right now a 2-car race is what I'm going to say, but Matias Ramirez is right there, ready to pounce should something happen. Ganji leads him out of 8, now down into 9 once again. Down the back straightaway they go. 3-cart train. Ganji, Estep, Ramirez. Estep taps the back of his helmet, wanting to get Ramirez to work with him and push him. It looks like Matias might be on the team. So 3-pack of Tony karts up front. Ganji racing for GT7 Motorsports. Estep racing for Kuna USA. And Ramirez racing for the Ocala Grand Prix. Estep's to the inside in turn 1, and he's got it. He might bring Ramirez with him, and he does. It's a 2-position swing. Ganji goes from first to third. Estep is your new leader, but Ramirez is going to set him up on the inside in 5. And he got it. Ramirez, your new leader. Trenton Estep holds the lead for about 3 corners, but it's your round 3 main event winner, Matias Ramirez getting in front of Trenton Estep. Estep set up a really good pass on Ganji heading into turn 1 last lap, but Ramirez just had the momentum going, and the round 3 winner puts himself to the front of this field here in the CRG USA Junior Max pre-final. Matias Ramirez leads. Trenton Estep in second. And then it's Ganji, your early leader, running in the 3rd spot. Now all Ramirez wants to do is just focus on hitting his marks, not worry about anything behind him, and drive away. It'd be a little bit of a better situation for Ramirez if Ganji and Estep were battling, but that's not the case. Estep is all over the young Ramirez's back bumper. Here they go down into 5. Ramirez taking a defensive line. It's the OGP teammate, Stingray Rob, going purple that time by 56.924 for Rob. That's the fastest lap of the race so far. They come out of 6, setting up for 7. One more time here, as they're going to come around to see 3 laps to go. Good race going for Matias Ramirez right here. This kid is so smooth. I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again right now. Matias Ramirez, at least through turn 7, the corner closest to us, underneath the scoring tower here, rolling through turn 7. When I got up and looked out the window, Ramirez looked smoother through that corner than any other driver I had seen run through that corner all day yesterday, through the warm-ups, through the pre-finals, the LCQ, or the main events. Ramirez looked the best as a driver with the kart set up through turn 7 out of everybody we saw racing in the rain yesterday. But it is dry today, and he's still out in front. That tells you about the skill of this young man. He's a heck of a driver, and he's a pretty cool kid. So Estep not going anywhere here as Matias Ramirez leads, but he has not been able to shake Trenton Estep. And if Estep is able to stay this close during the pre-final, the start of this main event is going to be epic later on today. Looking back a little bit farther, the fight for 3rd. Let's see if we can catch it right there. Anthony Ganji Jr. trying to keep Nick Bruckner behind him. It's all Tony Karts in the top 5. And with a name as cool as Tony Kart, can't really be surprised if you ask me. There you see your front 5 all in one shot. It's Ramirez, Estep, Ganji, Bruckner, and Rob. Ramirez with about the biggest lead of the day he's had so far going down the back straightaway. It's about a 2 kart length gap over the Kuna USA driver Trenton Estep. They work through 11, 12, and 13. Your 2 leaders right there are going to come out of the final corner to see the white flag flying. 1 lap to go here for your leader, Matias Ramirez and Trenton Estep. Final lap of this pre-final to set the grid for our main event here in the CRG USA Junior Max class, round 4 of the Florida Winter Tour. Oh, and Estep comes to the inside in 7. He waited till the very last lap and was able to set up the pass on Ramirez, but Ramirez throws it back on the inside in 9. He takes the lead back. Matias Ramirez leads him down the back straightaway here. Estep's right there. What's Ramirez going to do? He comes in about a half a length narrower on the entry. Oh, and Estep slides wide on 10. That's not going to help him at all. He's got one last chance here in 13. He gets into the S's really fast, but it's not going to be enough here as they come out of the final corner. Turn 13. Ramirez picks up the checkered flag. Wow, that was a good move by Estep in turn 7. Getting into the inside right there. He just wedged Ramirez out just wide enough, but Matias came right back on the exit of 8 into turn number 9 and set up Estep for the pass. Ramirez got around him for the lead, and Ramirez picks up the win here in the CRG USA Junior Max Round 3 pre-final. Ramirez is your winner, folks. S-Step second, Ganji Jr. third, Rob fourth, and Nicholas Bruckner in fifth. Kai Collette on the Cosmic comes home sixth. Javier Gonzalez seventh. Luis Pena eighth. Rafael Forcier brings his Fernando Alonso card home ninth, and Sam Lupien finishes in 10th. So that'll do it for the CRG USA Junior Max drivers. Their pre-final now done. One last pre-final to go, and it is Senior Max presented by the Rollison Performance Group. Let's take a look and see if we got any shout-outs from our adoring fans all over the country and all over the world. One shout-out to Senior Max driver Oliver Askew. We're watching from Sweden. Go Ollie Askew, Auntie Tess, Gabe, Nelly, and Elise. So Oliver Askew, you have fans all over the world. Please give a hello to the Maranello racing team from all their friends at home. Tell them we are with them. That's from Glenda. Hey, we got a shout-out for Harry Colton from none other than Mary Colton. Hooray. Got the sound back. Great to hear you. Lots of love to Harry Colton from Grandma and Grandpa here in the United Kingdom. Lots of shout-outs for Harry Colton. Call out for Matt Solarchek in Senior Max. Shout out to him. Go Stephen Malozzi. Wish we were there. You're awesome. Love Gabriel. Another one for Stephen Malozzi. Watching from the Northwest Ohio, rooting for cart number 241, Braden Eves. Scott Elks, thank you for the shout-out, sir. How about Kai? You are the best teammate. Always teaching me new things out on the track. I wish I was there. Good luck to you and all the mates from Brazil. Do your best. That's from Derek Ryan to Kai Collette. And then one more. This was from Sherry D. Orlando. I think this might have been from yesterday. Shout out to all the drivers and teams at Cooney USA, from Mom D. Orlando and all her friends cheering you on from Jamaica. Cheers to Martin, Mike, Adam, Chris Wheeler, and Roman and Ugo. That is from Miss D. Orlando. Sherry, not here this weekend, but thanks for the shout out. So yeah, our last pre-final today, just as the sun comes out as bright as it has been, put on the sunscreen, folks. Feels like Florida again. Senior Max's pre-final, getting ready to roll. Junior Max in the scale line now. So our final pre-final of the day coming down on their warm-up lap. It is Senior Max, Oliver Askew, and that looks like Ed Brand. Bring them down. Folks, the sun is shining as bright as it has all weekend here in Orlando, and I'll tell you something. I'm no weatherman, but when it rains for 2 days straight and then the sun comes out, you get this little thing called humidity. It's warm out there right now. Our last pre-final coming out of the last corner here, they're going to get into the tram lanes. And then we're going to get ready to set the grid for the last class of the day, the Rollison Performance Group. It's Senior Max. Oliver Askew's going to bring them down here. Green flag flies, and we are racing. Good start for Askew. Oh, but he's going to lose the lead out of 1 and 2. That looks like Brand. Ed Brand jumping out in front of Askew. Good move by the CRG driver to see the open opportunity that Askew left there. And Ed Brand, the Englishman racing for CRG USA, takes the lead. Oliver Askew in second. Now Kyle Kirkwood runs third. Austin Garrison fourth. Dan Roper in the fifth position here. There you see your front three drivers. Askew, your pole sitter, running in second after losing that top spot to Ed Brand. Good move by the CRG driver. So the hands are going up. You see it right there. The word on the radio is red flag. I'm not sure the issue. I didn't see a massive wreck, but I was looking at the leaders. I'm trying to keep one ear on the radio as the red flag is displayed. They're going to stop him on the start-finish straightaway here. Oh, there it is. I see it now. Driver off hard into the entry to turn number 5. Barriers up. So the accident over in turn 5 on the opening lap. Corner workers are attending to the driver. Early reports are it's the driver, the number 348, Alessandro Brezin, the J3 competition driver. That is who I'm being told is involved in the incident down there in turn number 5. Safety workers and track staff on scene already. We are going to go to a complete restart, I believe, here for this Senior Max pre-final. So once again, track staff and max speed employees over to the incident turn number 5 with Alessandro Brezin. We do have an ambulance on track. So we're waiting to hear an update on the driver. As soon as we hear something, we'll let you all know. It is probably going to end up going to a full restart. That's tough luck for Ed Brand, who got a heck of a start off the green flag right there, getting on the inside of Oliver Askew to take away the lead. There you see the Senior Max drivers all up and out of their carts as they have come to a stop on the start-finish straightaway. We have Max Speed Grid employees down there getting these drivers back to their original starting positions. A lot can happen in one lap of racing as far as position changes. So we're going to go to work here on sorting these guys back out. Folks, as soon as I have an update on Alessandro Brezin, who we believe to be the driver involved in that incident, I will let you know. For the time being, we ask the individuals over above the incident to please let the safety workers and medical staff do their job. And as soon as we have an update, we will let you know. Please stick with us, folks. This is live coverage of the 2015 Florida Winter Tour presented by Cold Stone. On track now, red flag condition for the RPG Senior Max field.
The Mazda Road to Indy is the only program of its type in the world. It's designed to advance drivers from the karting ranks all the way to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis 500. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda is the first step, providing its champion with a scholarship to the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. The Pro Mazda champion receives a scholarship to Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, where their champion is guaranteed a 3-race program in the Verizon IndyCar Series, including the Indianapolis 500. Visit usf2000.com for more information.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rollison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of Cosmic Karts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at rollisonperformancegroup.com.
You make me smile like the sun, fall out of bed, sing like a bird, dizzy in my head, spin like a record, crazy on a Sunday night. You make me dance like a fool, forget how to breathe, shine like gold, buzz like a bee. Just the thought of you can drive me wild. Oh, you make me smile.
So as we come back to live coverage here of the Florida Winter Tour this weekend, we're in Orlando, Florida. The word out of our track staff is that the driver involved in the incident was, in fact, Alessandro Brezin, the Italian racing for J3 competition. I'm being told by track staff that he's up and walking. I think he's being put into the ambulance for a precautionary ride. They're going to go back to their station by turns 1 and 2 and check him out. It's purely just a precautionary deal. The good news, though, is that Alessandro is up and walked into the ambulance. But watching the replay up here in the steward's review room, and it was quite a hit. It was definitely a very hard hit that Brezin took. He took almost 3 or 4 DOT barriers with him. That's such a fast corner, the right-hander, turn number 5 there. So we're glad to hear that he's okay. As the ambulance backs up and leaves the racetrack, Brezin's going to take a ride, but it's purely for precautionary purposes only. The good news is he is all right. So we're going to get these Senior Max drivers gridded back up and ready to go here. Oliver Askew's going to get another shot at starting from the front. Can he keep Ed Brand behind him? We're going to see. We're going to go back to green flag racing here in just a moment, folks. Again, this is live coverage of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour. This weekend we're racing in Orlando, Florida at the Orlando Karts Center.
Want to live stream your next motorsports event? Contact Karts and engage your audience like never before with live internet video coverage. From a single still camera, the multiple man cameras, and the new live onboard cameras, Karts offers a package to suit your needs. Karts can help custom build a web page around your video and include race timing with Race Monitor app as well as interactive blog. They offer announcing, timing and scoring, and event management services. With a long list of satisfied customers, including the World Karting Association, the Florida Winter Tour, Rock Cup USA, the Sports Club Car of America, and many more. Visit livekarts.com for more information or contact us at karts@att.net.
So there you see our Senior Max field back and rolling here on the parade lap. One driver did not leave the grid under that red flag. Officials are over there looking at that go-kart. I don't imagine we're going to go green this time by. Cameron Egger is standing out in the middle of the start-finish straightaway. I think we're going to stop him once again, maybe. I'm not sure exactly what he wants to do. Yeah, it looks like we're going to stop him once again. No, he's put him in the tram lanes. There goes the green flag. We are racing. So this time, Oliver Askew gets a much better start. He keeps Ed Brand behind him. Kirkwood's right there in third as they come out of turn 5. It's Askew, Brand, and Kirkwood, your front three. And then it's a whole lot of karts behind him, 4th, 5th, 6th. It's just a wide open race right there. Now Brand takes a look to the inside of 7. They come through the sweeper. Askew leads. Brand second. Kirkwood third. Is that Dan Roper in 4th? I want to say it is. Now Kirkwood looking to get on the inside of Askew as they head down into turn number 10. Brand is your new leader. Askew's going to challenge for the lead in 10. Askew's on the inside, and he's going to bring Kirkwood with him. Brand's going to lose 3, maybe 4 spots. Ed Brand waving goodbye to Oliver Askew and Kyle Kirkwood. Brand's able to hold on to 3rd. Dan Roper in 4th. Austin Garrison in 5th. So 1 lap in the books here in the Senior Max pre-final. Oliver Askew, much better attempt that second time by to hold the lead. Ed Brand got him as they headed through 8 and 9. But now he's going to get a challenge for the lead from his former OGP teammate. Oh, and the water flies in turn 5 right there. Huge puddles getting thrown up. A wall of water just got tossed up into the air as that 10th on back group rolled through turn 5. So much water. You forget what's over there in that low point in turn number 5, but there's still a lot of water. Oliver Askew leads him down the back straightaway. Kyle Kirkwood in 2nd. And then there's Ed Brand in 3rd, Dan Roper 4th, and Garrison rounds out your top 5. Kyle Kirkwood is not letting Oliver Askew go anywhere. Here they come through turn 13. Once again, Oliver Askew unwinds nice and smooth. You got to go slow to go fast in these karts. Jerking on the steering wheel, stomping on the pedal isn't going to get you anywhere. It's going to hurt you more than it's going to help you. You have to be very smooth and calm to go fast in these karts. Oh, and Askew's elbows up all over the place. He's really driving that kart, and Kirkwood gets around him, and he brings Brand with him. So Kirkwood and Brand go from 2nd and 3rd to 1st and 2nd. Askew goes from the lead back to 3rd. It's a 2-position swing. Dan Roper in the Burrell 4th. And then we're looking for Christian Brooks. Heck of a run for Christian Brooks. Up to 5th right now is what the scoring monitor shows me. As Austin Garrison ran in 5th, but he lost the position. Through the S's, there's your lead group. Kyle Kirkwood, Ed Brand, and Oliver Askew. They're going to come out of turn 13. Leader is going to cycle over now to Kyle Kirkwood. So it sounds like Dan Roper might have been attempting a pass, or it was him and Choker racing and getting a little close together on the backside of the track. The fight for 4th and 5th right there, consisting of Roper and Choker. Roper's right there going by us. There I see the 303 of Choker. Then it's the 314 of Gianfranco Mazzaferro. Austin Garrison, your quickest driver on the track. And the last time by, 57.177. This is our last pre-final of the afternoon here, setting the grid for the RPG Senior Max main event. And Kirkwood looks really good right now. He's able to get through the corners very fast. And, of course, as always, his top end speed is great at the end of the straightaways here. He's able to keep anybody he wants to behind him. And just as I'm talking about how fast he looks, he proves me right. That's rare. Kyle Kirkwood, 56.401. It's not rare that Kirkwood's fast. It's rare that I'm right. Kirkwood, purple, 56.401, fastest driver on track. Then it's Brand in 2nd. Askew in 3rd. 4th place is Roper. There you see all front 4. And then Bryce Choker, Gianfranco Mazzaferro is fighting it out for 5th and 6th. Garrison 7th. Pagano 8th. Brooks 9th. Benjamin Ramos in the 10th position. Ed Brand not really losing sight of Kyle Kirkwood, but he hasn't been able to cut into the lead these last couple of laps. Askew right there in 3rd. Roper 4th. Now Choker in 5th. Mazzaferro in 6th, and Austin Garrison in 7th. It's a 3-kart train heading down the middle straightaway here into turns 1 and 2. Your leaders come out of 4 now into 5 and 6. Brand looks really good there on the entry into turn number 5. He closes up everything onto Kyle Kirkwood. So Brand starting to give Kirkwood a bit of a challenge. Askew still in 3rd, Roper 4th. Austin Garrison has made his way around Mazzaferro for the 6th position. Choker holds station in 5th. And we see the battle for the lead right there. Kirkwood trying to keep Englishman Ed Brand behind him. It's another long 14-lap pre-final here for these Senior Max drivers. 9 laps to go this time for Kyle Kirkwood and Ed Brand. Outside of the top 10, we see Daniel DeMonte running in 11th. Natalia Zornosa getting passed by Morgan Healy. Healy is in 12th, Zornosa 13th. Hugo Esteban Rangel runs 14th. And then Patricio O'Ward, who was so fast in the rain yesterday, struggling to find the speed in the dry. O'Ward runs 15th. Paquet is 16th. Solarchek 17th. Ryan Norberg 18th. Gabe Vargas 19th. And then we scroll down the race monitor board to see Elliot Finlayson running in the 20th spot. Kyle Kirkwood able to put together a few good laps to pull away. Once again, it's about a 2, maybe 3/10 of a second lead from Kirkwood back to Brand. We'll see what it is this time by. The lead grows to 3/10 of a second, and again, Kirkwood goes purple, fastest driver on the track. Lap 7 belongs to Kirkwood. Lap 6 belongs to Askew. Oliver was the quickest driver on track, but now it's Kirkwood going 55.440. Kirkwood aboard the Tony Kart prepared by the Ocala Grand Prix team is your leader. You got to miss that standing water puddle right there on the exit into 7 before you set up for the left-hander 8. Now in 9, there's a little bit of water still there on the entry into the right-hander, and down the back straightaway before getting on the brakes hard and entering the fast hairpin, the right-hander, turn number 10. They unwind and set back up to the left side of the track. 11, 12, and they roll through that long last corner, turn number 13, over the dog leg, down the front straightaway, over the start-finish line. It bends to the left, the track does really quickly, and then it's a pair of right-handers, turns 1 and 2. Then you go to the left for the turns 3. It's a long bend, turn number 4. Then the right-hander, turn number 5. Before crossing back over to the right side of the track to set up for the late apex, turn number 6 left-hander. And then you find yourself back in the sweeper right here, turn number 7. And that's a lap around the Orlando Kart Center with your leaders, Kyle Kirkwood and Oliver Askew. Meanwhile, Askew, the quickest driver on track now in lap number 8, 55.250. The Anderson Racing driver, Oliver Askew, goes purple. Dan Roper, another Burrell driver racing for Orsalon Racing. He's in 4th. And then OGP's Austin Garrison rounds out the top 5. So it's 2 OGP drivers in the top 5. CRG USA represented by Ed Brand. Anderson Racing and Oliver Askew in 3rd. And Orsalon with Dan Roper in 4th. So now we catch up with the battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th. Currently in the 5th spot, it's OGP's Austin Garrison. Bryce Choker is behind him, and Choker's trying to keep the Tony Kart of Mazzaferro behind him. Choker holds 6th right now. There you see Bryce Choker, the Canadian, in 6th place. Mazzaferro 7th, Brooks 8th, Benjamin Ramos 9th, Pagano 10th. And we talked about it yesterday. And it really is just such a cool custom sticker kit that you see on the 6th place driver right there, Bryce Choker. Bryce and his brother Blake at BBR Karting designing a graphics kit for their karts and their team drivers' karts. It's a montage of black and white photos. I guess it's not really a montage because a montage would be set to music. It's a series of images played to music. These images aren't being played to music. It's a collage. Carl, great word. The graphics kit on Bryce's kart is a collage of images of Bryce and Blake racing and their team. It's a cornucopia of photos all over that go-kart. They're black and white, mixed in with the BBR stickers and logo. And there you see it right there. It's a really cool sticker kit. To those of you here in Orlando this weekend, swing by. If you see it in the scale line, if you see it on grid, check it out. Look at some of the photos. It's a really cool deal. Sometimes they'll do that on stock cars. in circle track racing. I've never seen it on a go-kart before, and it really is a cool setup, and I'm a big fan of it. Bryce driving that kart right now in the 6th position. Blake, that's a really cool idea, man. I'm a big fan of it. The graphics kit on that kart, one of the coolest I've ever seen. Bryce runs in the 6th position right now. The battle with Mazzaferro has slowed down a little bit. Shout out to Christian Brooks. He's running in 8th right now. It's his first year in Senior Max competition. Went to the grand finals last year as a member of Team USA, competing in Junior Max. He's now racing in Senior Max, pitting with the Bennick team, I believe, this weekend, racing on a Fernando Alonso chassis. Says he really likes it, and it's given him the response he wants in and out of the corners. Brooks runs 8th. Ramos, the Chilean driver, racing with Stacy Cook and the CRG USA team, runs 9th. And then Canadian Patricio O'Ward, actually not Canadian, I'm sorry, driver from Mexico. He's racing on a Fernando Alonso kart with SH Racing, so that's the confusion there. I apologize, but O'Ward out of Mexico racing with SH, so I apologize for that. Kyle Kirkwood, the Floridian, is your leader, though. Ed Brand out of England runs 2nd. Askew. I was trying to figure out where he was from. Yesterday I said he was from America. I was corrected. His mom is from Sweden, and his dad, Tony, confirmed with me today that he himself, Tony, is from Awesome. I didn't know that was a country or a state, but dad, Tony's from Awesome. Mom is from Sweden, so Oliver's just kind of awesome Swedish. He runs 3rd right now. Dan Roper is 4th, and Garrison rounds out your top 5 as these drivers are going to come down to see the white flag here. One lap to go the next time our leaders get to the start-finish line. Kyle Kirkwood, Ed Brandon, Oliver Askew have all picked up the sticks. So have Dan Roper, Garrison, Choker, Mazzaferro. They're all working within 2 laps to go here. Now the white flag flying here for our leaders. 1 lap to go. There you go, Kyle Kirkwood. We see it on your screen right there, followed by Ed Brand, Oliver Askew as they head into turn 5. There you go, Kirkwood, the bright orange helmet, as he works through turn number 6, unwinds. Half a lap to go here for Kyle Kirkwood, and he's going to be driving to the pre-final victory and thusly the main event pole position. It's all about having a good finishing position in the pre-final so you can start high up on the grid for the main event round 4 today. All of our main events coming up right after this pre-final. Kirkwood brings them down the back straightaway out of 10. Now he sets up for the last 3 corners, 11, 12, and 13. There you see him work 11, 12, and now the left-hander, the final corner, turn 13. He comes out of the final corner, hits the dog leg, and Kyle Kirkwood, the OGP driver, picks up the RPG Senior Max pre-final win. Good run for young Kyle Kirkwood. Ed Brand comes home 2nd. Oliver Askew, your pole sitter, settles for a 3rd place finish. Dan Roper, good run for him in 4th. And Austin Garrison rounds out the top 5. Bryce Choker finishes 6th in that sharp-looking BBR entry. Gianfranco Mazzaferro 7th. Christian Brooks 8th. Patricio O'Ward, who is from Mexico, finishes 9th. And then Benjamin Ramos rounds out your top 10. Good run for Kirkwood, your winner here in our last pre-final of the day. Coming up next, folks, it's time for our round 4 main events. So whatever you're doing in the paddock, stop doing it. Get up on the catwalk, get up on your trailer, get up somewhere, and watch, because our round 4 main events are coming to you live next. So, folks, I told you to put down whatever you're doing and come to the fence or sit down in front of your laptop and watch this round 4 series of main events coming to you next. And believe it or not, I was actually incorrect because we have one more race to run before our main events, and it is the CRG USA Junior Max Consolation Race. But you know what? You should still get up on the fence. You should still get your laptop in front of you, and you should still watch this race because these drivers, unfortunately, were not able to make it into the Junior Max main event here in round 4 today, but it's still going to be a really good race, and of that, I am sure. I'm looking for my Junior Max grid. Yeah, here we go. No, that's LCQ. You know what? We don't need no stinking grids. We got Race Monitor. That's what that's for. No, here it is right here. Joe Serrano and Stephen Malozzi are going to bring him down to the start here. Tyler Bruno in 3rd. Joseph Lambert starts 4th. George Stojokovic 5th. Guilherme Peixoto 6th. Lawson Nagel 7th. Mateo Diaz will start 8th with Nathan Ratton in 9th and Marcus Peterson 10th. Cole Hooton starts 11th. Parker Chase 12th. Jeff Fulham 13th. And Spencer Mills in 14th. Mills was leading the LCQ. Could have made it into the main event, but it had a mechanical failure that took him out of the race. You hate to see that. Green flag flies here, and it is going to be Stephen Malozzi, Lawson Nagel, and a bunch of these other drivers bringing him down. Joe Serrano, looking for him on the scoring monitor. It's the Cosmic, though. Guilherme Peixoto, I want to say, getting to the inside right there on the exit of turn number 5. Couple carts sliding wide on the exit. And now out of 6 and 7 they go. That looks like Peixoto. I believe it is your leader. And then that could be Cole Hooton. The 209 Hooton was driving really well in this in this B main yesterday in rainy conditions. And that is Hooton. He was driving really well in the B main yesterday in wet weather conditions. And he's going to be a threat here in this race. Tyler Bruno on the CRG runs 2nd. Oh, Peixoto goes off in the S's right there. That's not what you want to see. 1 lap complete here in this 10-lap Junior Max B main. Tyler Bruno takes over the lead after Peixoto slid wide in the S's. You see that puddle still getting a lot of water thrown up in the air as drivers hit it. Tyler Bruno is your leader. Peixoto runs 2nd, but Peixoto looks to the inside in 6th. They're side by side. This is good racing for the lead right here. They come out of 6, door to door. Oh, Peixoto had a really good run into 6 right there, but the spot is going to go to Bruno as he had the inside line rolling into 7. But Peixoto's going to try and set him up for a pass as they go down the back straightaway. This is exciting B final racing here, folks. Tyler Bruno in the CRG, your leader. Peixoto runs 2nd. Oh, and now Bruno runs off in the S's. Your leader, Tyler Bruno, loses control of the kart in between turns 12 and 13, but he's able to keep it out in front of Peixoto. Those S's, yesterday Carl and I called turns 4 and 5 Calamity Corner. Well, guess what? We may have a new Calamity Corner. It's turns 12 and 13. 2 drivers in the last 2 laps have gone off there, all while leading this race. That's not what you want to do while out in front of a go-kart race. Bruno runs out in front. Peixoto 2nd. 3rd place belongs to Malozzi. Lawson Nagel 4th. Parker Chase rounds out the top 5. And then it's a pretty good race right there for 4th, 5th, and 6th and 7th. It's a 4-kart race. The Sodi of Nagel leads the pack. Parker Chase runs 5th. There you see him working out of 8. Now they set up for the right-hander, turn number 9. Again, Nagel has the top spot. So the reason the leaders are having such a hard time getting through the S's, the rain has picked back up. Guilherme Peixoto has taken over the lead. Oh, man, and these guys are out there on slicks right now, I imagine. They're all out on slicks. The rain has just opened up here. The sun is out. It's not the low-lying dark clouds we saw earlier today. It's sunny, some of the best-looking weather outside our window, but rain starting to fall over the track right now, and that's why your leaders were having a hard time keeping it on the track. And your leader last lap, Tyler Bruno, has fallen all the way to 10th. He's going to come across the line right now. That's terrible. He goes from the lead to just inside the top 10. As drivers are having a hard time keeping control of the karts out there right now. Peixoto really fighting the steering wheel of that kart. He's sideways on the entry to turn number 8 right there. That bumps Stephen Malozzi up into second. Parker Chase now third. Mills, who was leading the LCQ, if you remember, before having a mechanical issue force him out of the race. Mills runs fourth. Jeff Fulham is fifth. Mateo Diaz sixth. Lamberth seventh. Nagel eighth. Your early leader, Bruno, ninth. And then Cole Hooten rounds out your top 10 here. The 259 of Tyler Bruno, the leader at the start of this race, just came by us in turn 7. He's really working the steering wheel. Yeah, and as you look out the window here, above turn number 7, the rain is falling, drops falling from the roof above us here on the second story. The track getting very slick right now, and all it takes is just a little bit of moisture on slick racing tires for you to lose any chance of grip whatsoever. Peixoto, though, as long as he can just take it nice and smooth here, he will be all right. We're coming up to the halfway point in this Junior Max B main. It's the consolation race for drivers who did not make it in to today's round 4 main event. Peixoto leads. Malozzi is second. Chase third. Spencer Mills is in fourth. Jeff Fulham fifth. Nagel sixth. Joseph Lamberth seventh. Cole Hooten eighth. Mateo Diaz in ninth. And Tyler Bruno in 10th. Might begin Andrew Campbell, hopefully, from PSL Karting to come hang out and talk to us. Right now would be a good time to check in on PSL Karting and see what they're up to. So, Andrew, if you're in the paddock and you'd like to swing by and update all the nice people watching this broadcast on what's going on, feel free, friend. Your front 5 remain unchanged right now, folks. It's still Peixoto, Malozzi, Chase, and Mills, with Fulham sitting in 5th. The raindrops continuing to fall here just in time for the main events. So now we check in on the battle for second. Right now it's the Tony kart of Malozzi out in front of that Fernando Alonso kart driven by Parker Chase. Chase going to get a good run as they head down into turn number 1 there. Peixoto out in front on the Cosmic. Malozzi in second, but for how long? Parker Chase really gaining some ground right now as they head in, now out. Turn number 5. Chase gets a good run out of 5. He's going to look to the inside. No, he stays in line behind Malozzi here. And then not too far behind them, it's the Burrell of Spencer Mills. And again, this is a kid who, for all intents and purposes, should have been racing in the main event later today. He was leading the LCQ, which takes the top 6 drivers and puts him into the main event. But a mechanical issue forced him out of that race, and it's really too bad. Fight for second right here. It's the FA kart of Chase going to the inside in turn 10. He's got it. But the 211 of Malozzi comes right back underneath on race monitor. It shows Malozzi on a Tony kart. Those graphics spell Fernando Alonso to me. So Stephen Malozzi holds P2 in front of fellow Fernando Alonso kart driver Parker Chase. Now Chase pulls up right alongside as they go down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Chase is there? No. He stays in line. Oh, but Malozzi sideways for just a moment on the entry into turn number 2. Chase trying to make something happen here. Oh, Chase throws it in turn number 5, and he's through, but he's going to slide wide, and Malozzi comes back to take second. Who says consolation races aren't exciting? And all the while, these two are battling for second place, and it's going to allow Spencer Mills to really close up. The 211 of Malozzi still has the second position. but Parker Chase stalking him every chance he gets. Out of turn number 9, down the back straightaway. Here they go. Malozzi leads. Chase lines up to the inside as they go down into the turn number 10. He's not close enough to really make a move. Oh, but Malozzi did not get out of 10 well at all there. Chase closes back up on him as they roll through 11, 12. Now the final corner, turn 13. Leader Guilherme Peixoto is going to see the sticks. 2 laps to go here. Chase gets a really good run. They're side by side going down into turn number 1. Chase is there, and he's on the inside, and he's through. Parker Chase to second. Malozzi tries to make something happen in 2. Chase says no. They hop the curb through 3. Now in 4, they head to 5. Malozzi looks to the inside in 5. He's right there, and he's back to second. Oh, they make contact. Chase goes around. Malozzi drives away. Spencer Mills moves into 3rd place. Oh, and you hate to see that as the 219 of Chase is left sitting sideways. Stephen Malozzi, however, is able to drive away. Consolation Racing lending up to its name of always exciting battles. Guilherme Peixoto, it's not that exciting of a battle for him. He's your leader by a lot. He's going to see the white flag flying here in just a moment. But Malozzi, man, him and Chase were battling there for the last 2 laps. And unfortunately, Chase just coming out on the rough side of that deal. The CRG USA Junior Max pre-final leading up here into this consolation race. Good racing. Guilherme Peixoto, who showed really well in the Rock Cup last weekend, struggling to find the speed in Junior Max here with the Rotax racers. He's not struggling to find the speed now. He's got a 7.5 second lead over Stephen Malozzi on that Fernando Alonso kart. Mills is 3rd, Fulham 4th. Parker Chase was able to get back going. He's going to have a top 5 finish, but he could have had a podium. Well, not a podium, it's a consolation race, but he could have had a 2nd place finish here in this B main. Really good racing between the FA karts. Guilherme Peixoto works off a 9 down the back straightaway. He's half a lap away from victory here in this consolation race for the Junior Max drivers. Stephen Malozzi and Spencer Mills are going to be right behind him as they head down into 11, 12, and 13. Guilherme Peixoto is going to make his way around the final corner. B main victory is going to go today to the Cosmic. Guilherme Peixoto, your winner. Stephen Malozzi is going to hold on for 2nd place ahead of Spencer Mills. So Malozzi comes home 2nd. Fulham gets Mills at the line for 3rd. Chase 4th. Mills falls to 5th. Lambreth 6th. And then we're waiting for the rest of the field. We do want to remind everybody, we will be running 10 minutes later than scheduled for the rest of the day. Once again, we will be running 10 minutes later than scheduled for the rest of the day. Guilherme Peixoto is your winner here in the Junior Max B main, folks. Now it's time for the really exciting stuff, our round 4 main event. So get up, stand up, because we're going to have some good racing coming right now. Roger Bonham is doing jumping jacks behind me. I haven't done those since 4th grade. Main events coming up next.
Cooney USA is your online marketplace for Tony Kart, OTK, Rotax, Mojo, and Alpine Stars karting gear. With a fully stocked truck and trailer at each event and a national level race team and driver development program, Cooney USA's trackside sales program is open every event weekend, and Team Cooney USA drivers are consistently a threat for race wins and podium results. Cooney USA is a proud supporter of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour powered by MaxSpeed Entertainment and the Cooney USA Super Pole Award. Visit us online today at CooneyUSA.com.
Want to live stream your next motorsports event? Contact Karts and engage your audience like never before with live internet video coverage. From a single still camera, the multiple man cameras, and the new live onboard cameras, Karts offers a package to suit your needs. Karts can help custom build a web page around your video and include race timing with Race Monitor app as well as interactive blog. They offer announcing, timing and scoring, and event management services. With a long list of satisfied customers, including the World Karting Association, the Florida Winter Tour, Rock Cup USA, the Sports Club Car of America, and many more. Visit livekarts.com for more information or contact us at karts@att.net.
You make me smile like the sun, fall out of bed, sing like a bird, dizzy in my head, spin like a record, crazy on a Sunday night. You make me dance like a fool, forget how to breathe, shine like gold, buzz like a bee. Just the thought of you can drive me wild. Oh, you make me smile.
Supplier of Cosmic Karts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web. With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rollison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to Coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of Cosmic Karts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at rollisonperformancegroup.com.
The Mazda Road to Indy is the only program of its type in the world. It's designed to advance drivers from the karting ranks all the way to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis 500. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda is the first step, providing its champion with a scholarship to the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. The Pro Mazda champion receives a scholarship to Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, where their champion is guaranteed a 3-race program in the Verizon IndyCar Series, including the Indianapolis 500. Visit usf2000.com for more information.
The rain has stopped. The sun is out. And main events are on the track, ladies and gentlemen. It is round 4 of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour. And we are racing main events. Yesterday, a downpour for round number 3. Saw some exciting and dramatic racing. We saw drivers we don't normally see up at the front score victories and podiums. But today, the sun has come out. It was a mad scramble on the warm-up grid down there for the Micromax drivers as they were deciding whether to go with slick or rain tires. It looks like the consensus for most competitors has been the slick, non-grooved, dry weather tire. As they come by here in turn number 7, we'll take a look. But folks, it's what we've all come here for, Sunday main event racing. Don't start packing up the pits yet. Don't start loading the trailer because there is a bunch of really good races about to come your way. We have 7 groups of main events, starting right now with the AM Racing Micromax. Then we go to Masters, Mini, DD2, DD2 Master, Junior, and Senior. If you're not on the fence to watch all those main events, you're at the wrong place, is all I can say. Diego Larocque and Ugo Chukwu battled for an entire pre-final to set the starting grid. Ugo Chukwu led a good portion of the middle part of that race, but in the end, it was pole sitter Diego Larocque coming away with the victory. Sebastian Montoya, Gabriel Bordolito, and Rafael Camara all filled out the top 5. And Larocque, late leaving the grid possibly as he just got into a starting spot. We're going to see what they decide to do right here with this starting grid. We're hearing possibly we're going to send them around one more time. Chris Egger in the middle of the start straightaway. He's signaling to the drivers, it looks like one more time around. Cam Egger is going to hold his green flag. Yeah, we're going to take one more trip around the track here as pole sitter Diego Larocque was getting into formation. So pole sitter Diego Larocque, possibly late leaving the grid. We're not quite sure what was going on there. But he's out on track now. He's gotten into his position. We're sending the group around one more time here. Diego Larocque, Ugo Chukwu make up the front row here. Sebastian Montoya, Gabriel Bortolito. Now Larocque and Ugo Chukwu 2 by 2 as we come down through the S's. Folks, it's time to go main event racing. It's Sunday afternoon. We're here in Orlando. They're slowing them down, and this is what it's all about. The first main event of the day. It's Sunday. Let's go racing. They come out of the last corner here. Larocque and Ugo Chukwu waiting for the green flag. Here we go. We're going to do it Italian style. Verde, Verde, Verde. We're racing. Good start for Ugo Chukwu, the second-place driver out of Kuna, USA on the Tony Kart. Jumps to the lead out of turn 1, down in 2, now 3, 4 as they head for the right-hander, turn number 5. That is Ugo Chukwu, your leader, the silver helmet on the Tony Kart. Larocque got shoveled back, a bunch of drivers spinning on the exit of turn 5. Bunches everybody up. It allows the front 5, I want to say 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, your front 5 pull away, and I see yellow and red flags waving. The yellow and red flags waving. That's a complete restart when you see both yellow and red. So the yellow and red flags flying on the circuit here signifies a complete restart. The officials have until the end of the second lap to throw those flags if they don't like the starting formation when we go green. We try to go green every single time here at the Florida Winter Tour, and that's what we did. But again, those officials have up until the conclusion of the second lap to go yellow and red. A combined yellow and red flag means complete restart. So we're going to try it one more time here. Ugo Chukwu and LaRock bringing them down. Green flag flies. We're going racing, not Italian style this time, though. Here we go. Ugo Chukwu again with a really good start. Actually, it's going to be, who's that? Kamara. Kamara comes out in front, brings Montoya with him. LaRock to third, Ugo Chukwu in fourth. So good start for the round 3 main event winner from yesterday, Rafael Kamara. Now it's Ugo Chukwu who takes a look on the inside of 6 underneath Kamara. Montoya's going to lead him now down into 7. The Burrell of Montoya is your leader. Kamara second, Ugo Chukwu third, and then that's the 47 up in fourth place, I believe. If it is, that's Tyler Maxson. I don't believe that is who it is. I may have read the number wrong as they went by. Thought I saw the 47 cart running in fourth. So there you see Kamara, the second place driver, out in front of Ugo Chukwu. There goes the Burrell. Yeah, and that is the 47 cart. My eyes are bad, but not that bad. Ugo Chukwu pulls up along the inside of Kamara as they go down into turn number 1, and Ugo Chukwu goes by for the second position. And I was right for once. Tyler Maxson is all the way up into fourth place right now. I don't have my grid in front of me. Not sure where Maxson started from, but Maxson now up into fourth place, battling with Diego LaRock. Yeah, that's Maxson running in fourth. Ugo Chukwu in second. And Montoya your leader. So it goes Montoya, Ugo Chukwu, Maxson in third. LaRock actually is in fourth. The pole sitter is in P4. And then P5, possibly Gabriel Gomez, as they work their way out of turn number 9 down the back straightaway. There you see Ugo Chukwu, Maxson, and LaRock all running nose to tail right there as they head for the right-hander turn at number 10. It's a 16-lap main event here. Ugo Chukwu jumping up and down into seats, trying to get some more revs out of that engine. LaRock trying to put the pressure to the 47 of Maxson. So really good race going right now for Sebastian Montoya. The LaRock, though, that's the race we're watching. It's for third place. Oh, Ugo Chukwu slides wide on the exit of 5, and that's going to open the door up for second place. Maxson is right there. Ugo Chukwu ran wide on the exit of 5, now out of 6. They're side by side. LaRock to the inside, and he's going to go from fourth into second. Good run for LaRock. LaRock from fourth to second when he saw a really good opportunity to sneak past both Maxson and Ugo Chukwu. Your pole sitter trying to climb his way back up to the front of the field where he started this race from. He's doing a good job right now here early on in lap number 3. He's back up into second place, and he's going to set his sights on the Burrell cart of Sebastian Montoya. Round 2 of the Florida Winter Tour for these Micro Max drivers saw Cody Crucker pick up the win back in Homestead. Ugo Chukwu finished on the podium in second, and Alessandro De Tullio was third on Sunday back in Homestead. There you see LaRock and Ugo Chukwu. Diego racing out of the Phoenix, Arizona area. On that Bennett chassis a little bit farther back, Jade Hubert and Gabriel Gomez battling for the 6th position. Let's see where they run outside the window right here. I just saw the one of Reese Gold go by. He's in 17th right now behind Cody Crucker, the point leader coming into this weekend. So LaRock and Ugo Chukwu have settled the fight for second down. If Ugo Chukwu and LaRock were to hook up and run nose to tail here for a couple laps and just run really solid fast laps, I completely believe they'd be able to catch up to leader Sebastian Montoya. The gap from Montoya back to LaRock is 1.2 seconds. Also keep an eye out for Jade Hubert up in the 4th position. Montoya, your leader, coming from 3rd place on the starting grid. There you see the deficit first. Montoya 2nd, LaRock 3rd, Ugo Chukwu 4th, Hubert 5th, Kamara 6th, Maxon 7th, Gomez 8th is Arsenault, Ramirez, Barrero 9th, and Valeria Vargas rounds out your top 10. Matthew Morocco runs 11th, Contagia Porras 12th, Crawford uncharacteristically outside of the top 10 in 13th. Reese Gold 14th. Leyland Honeyman is in the 15th position. Honeyman was up towards the front during the rain yesterday. He's struggling to find the speed in the dry, it looks like today, aboard that Esprit chassis out of AM Racing. AM Racing, the class sponsor for the 2015 Florida Winter Tour here in Micromax. Ariel Castro, head of AM Racing engines and chassis. We got a really good setup here this weekend. They got a bunch of drivers under the tent over there supporting the Esprit chassis. So there you see Diego LaRock out in front of Ugo Chukwu. Jade Hubert is closing up on this battle right now. Jade running 4th with Rafael Kamara right behind her. And a really good run this weekend for Miss Jade Hubert in that 29 cart. She drove that 29 cart to a 29th place finish on Sunday back in Homestead, and now she finds herself fighting for a podium finish here early on in this race. She runs comfortably inside the top 5 in 4th. So Jade Hubert, a really good turnaround for her in less than a month's time. She's gone from racing outside the top 20 to battling inside the top 5. That's a really good improvement for Jade. She should be very proud of her accomplishments, but she's trying to keep Rafael Kamara behind her. She can be able to as they come out of 5. No, Kamara gets the 4th position. And we go back to when I speak and say good things about drivers, bad luck strikes. So maybe we'll stop talking about Jade as she loses the 4th position to Rafael Kamara. But still, a really good run as Jade, now just down 1 spot, still sits inside the top 5 in 5th. Good run going for Jade on that Bennett cart. Sebastian Montoya, though, your leader, still here on the Burrell. I'm excited to see how Diego LaRock handles the midway point of this race. He's pulled away from Ugo Chukwu pretty comfortably right there. You see the gap from LaRock back to Ugo Chukwu last time was 0.3 of a second. It should be a little bit bigger. I'm going to guess maybe 0.4 of a second this time by. It's actually half a second. LaRock goes purple, so that's going to help him pull away from Ugo Chukwu as well as catch up to Montoya. The gap has shrunk to half a second, so it's exactly, they're all evenly spaced. It's half of a second from Montoya back to LaRock, and then another half of a second from LaRock back to Ugo Chukwu. That's how the front 3 run right now. Gabriela Ramirez racing with Gabriel Gomez right there. You see the race for 7th place on your monitor. As we check back in with our leader, there goes Montoya, LaRock, and Ugo Chukwu, the front 3 at the far end of the back straightaway. They turn the corner, turn number 10. Now they head back towards the pit area, ready for the S's, turns 11, 12, and 13. LaRock, purple that time by a minute 4, 1:57. Let's see what the gap is this time. It was half of a second last time across the line. It's going to be shorter now. 7/100ths of a second. Montoya back to LaRock. LaRock coming on strong now. We still have 7 laps to go that time at the line. LaRock right up behind Montoya. But he's got to be careful because he's still got Ugo Chukwu right behind him. Now, through 6, they head out of the corner, cross back to the side of the track, setting up for the right-hander turn number 7. Good fight going on right here, or at least it's about to be a good fight. LaRock usually has been really fast out of turn 9 right there. That's a strong corner for him. And what's impressive about Diego is when you meet him, he's really just a little dude. He's a smaller driver than almost all of his competitors in Micromax, and that's not a big deal. Oh, really good run out of 10 right there, as he's going to hook right up with Montoya. LaRock, smaller in size than the rest of these drivers, and yeah, that might play into advantage for his weight. He gives him a shot. Montoya, that is your leader, but LaRock having to do a lot of work driving this kart around the track, and as a littler guy, he's really forced physically to make a lot of strides, and he does that with Montoya as they run right now. You can see how much lower Diego sits in the seat than Montoya, who leads him, and Ugo Chukwu behind him. Diego's just a little guy, but he still drives like he's just as big as any of the other kids out here in this class. Watch him stand on podium. Should Diego finish inside the top 3, just watch him when they stand on podium. He just, no matter where he stands, someone usually ends up being a little bit taller than him. Now Ugo Chukwu gives him a battle for that second spot. Can't get anything done there. Out of 9, they're all pretty even, but 10 is where Diego has been so strong, both on corner entry and getting back on the gas. Let's see how it is right here as they head down into 10. Diego, not as noticeable of a gain right there on Montoya as it has been the last couple of laps. There you see him out of turn 13. Sebastian leading, Diego second, and Ugo Chukwu, the Tony Kart driver, runs in third. I'm never sure. I'm never 100% sure I'm saying Ugo's name 100% right, but the folks over at Kuna USA, including Chris Wheeler, have helped me out a lot with that, so I do appreciate it. Battle for the lead. Ugo Chukwu gets around Sebastian, and he brings LaRock with him. There you see it as they come out of 6th. The cameraman loses them momentarily. Now they're side-by-side. Battle for the lead. Ugo Chukwu underneath LaRock in 7. Montoya's trying to come with him. They almost make contact. LaRock holds on to 2nd. Montoya in 3rd. That looks like Jade Hubert. It is. Hubert up into 4th after getting background Kamara. Now LaRock going to challenge Ugo Chukwu down into turn number 10. Can't do it. Again, the cameraman loses that front pack as they roll through turn 5 for just a moment. It's right there on entry, so if there is a pass, you don't get to see it. Got to stand up and look out the window to see what goes on right there, and as I stood up, they were literally 3 wide coming out of the corner. Ugo Chukwu, Montoya, and LaRock. The spot ultimately goes to the Tony Kart driver of Ugo. Good run right now for the Kuna USA driver. Diego LaRock runs 2nd after starting this race from the pole position. Montoya 3rd. Now he's going to lose a spot to Kamara. Yep, Kamara gets around. Oh, but Montoya crosses back under. Kamara takes a look in 6th. No, can't get it done. Montoya holds on to 3rd. Kamara runs in 4th. Jade Hubert, though, pulls up alongside to challenge for the 4th position. And Tyler Maxson is there as well in 6th spot. It's a 3-kart race right there, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Kamara has it. There you see leader Ugo Chukwu. Now, Jade Hubert pulls to the inside in turn number 10, trying to get into 4th. Hubert is there, and she's got it. Jade Hubert into P4. Great pass for the Bennett driver. She gets around Kamara for 4th. There you see your leaders. Ugo Chukwu, LaRock in 2nd, Montoya in 3rd. Jade Hubert has worked her way up into 4th. Rafael Kamara, your winner from yesterday, is 5th. Tyler Maxson along in 6th. Now, Maxson takes a look down the inside and into turn 1, and I think Maxson got the spot. No, Kamara still in 5th. Maxson in 6th, and in 7th as Gabriela Ramirez Barraro. Great racing here in the Micromax field. The battle for 5th still waging right here. There you see Jade Hubert in the 4th position. Then 5th is Kamara. 6th is Maxson. 7th is Ramirez Barrero. Maxson all over Kamara's back bumper. There you see Ugo Chukwu, LaRock, Montoya, your front 3. Then Hubert, Kamara, Maxson, and Ramirez Barrero. Your front 7 very close to each other. 8th is Gabriel Gomez. 9th is the Canadian Justin Arsenault. And 10th is Reese Gold. Jade Hubert looking good out of turn number 13. Trying to remove a little bit of lap traffic from the field right now And this race has gone by quite quickly with all the good battles. The sticks have been shown. 2 laps to go. And Ugo Chukwu is still out in front. Diego Larocque, though, isn't letting him go very far. Larocque right behind Ugo Chukwu, folks. This is going to be a really exciting last lap. You need to be watching this race. Ugo Chukwu takes him down into 7. Now it's Larocque right behind. He's a little wide on exit. Let's see. Oh, Ugo Chukwu a little bit elbows up through 8. Larocque has been magical in turn number 10 at the end of the back straightaway. Let's see what he can do here. There goes Ugo Chukwu. Larocque, Montoya, Hubert, and Kamara, your top 5. Larocque trying to get a good run out of 10. There you see 4th, 5th, and 6th. Hubert, Kamara, and Maxon. Ugo Chukwu really solid on the backside of the racetrack. He comes out of turn 13. He's going to come over the dog leg. He's going to see the white flag flying. Takes a look over his shoulder. White flag. Last lap here in AM Racing Micromax, folks. Ugo Chukwu, the Tony Kart, leads him out of 2. They head for 3. Larocque's going to take a look here in 5. He's right there. Ugo Chukwu with a defensive line into the right-hander. Larocque stays right with him, though. Now, into the left-hander, turn number 6. Larocque all over Ugo. He's got a really good run. Ugo keeps looking over his shoulder. Larocque pulls to the inside in 7. It's a fight for the lead. Larocque takes it. Diego into the front. Now they head through 8. Can Ugo combat this in 9? No, he's going to have to wait for either 10 or turn 13. Good run by Larocque. Your pole sitter waits for the last lap to set up the pass for the lead. They're battling 3rd, 4th on and back, but we're watching this. Jade Hubert moves into 3rd around Montoya. It could be a Bennick 1-3 podium. Diego Larocque brings him out of the S's through turn 13. Ugo's not close enough. The round 4 Micromax win is going to go to Arizona's Diego Larocque. Yeah, good run for Diego. He takes both hands off the steering wheel and pumps him. Yeah, man, good run. Diego Larocque wins a thriller here in Micromax. Ugo Chukwu comes home in 2nd. Good run for Jade Hubert. She's going to stand on the podium in 3rd. Sebastian Montoya, 4th. And Rafael Kamara, your winner from yesterday, rounds out the top 5. Tyler Maxon comes home 6th. Gabriela Ramirez Barrero, 7th. Justin Arsenault, 8th. Reese Gold in 9th. And then Jetpack Jack Crawford puts the 3rd Bennick inside the top 10 there. But at the end, winning a heck of a race here in Micromax, it is Diego Larocque outrunning Ugo Chukwu. We're going to go downstairs and try to grab Diego Larocque, folks, so stick with us. More main event racing coming up. It's just getting started here in Orlando. So now we're getting ready to go with our next main event of the day. It's the Masters Max drivers out on track, but I'm now lucky enough to be joined with a really cool kid and a heck of a go-kart driver, Diego LaRock. Diego, you just won the main event. That was a great race, man. Tell me, did you know you were going to be able to get around Ugo on the last lap? That was a great run.
Well, I didn't really think I was going to be able to get around him because he just kept on gaining just a itsy-bitsy tiny bit each lap. But I took his draft and went really deep into the corner.
Yeah, turn 7 right there.
Turn 7, and right out of the corner, I knew that he was gonna take the inside line for the next corner, and then so he would go wide and he would lose a lot of speed, so I would be able to get back up to him. And as soon as he went wide to take the
Next corner, turn 9.
Yeah, turn 9, I went to his inside and missed him.
That was a really smart move right here in turn 7. We were all jumping up and down watching you make that move. Now, I want to talk about yesterday in the rain. You had a bit of bad luck. You're from Arizona, out in the desert. It's always hot out there. It never rains. So talk to me. How hard was it to get set up for the rain yesterday? Do you get to drive in the rain a lot back at home?
No, our track doesn't allow to drive in rain, but when I raced the Can-Am series in Oregon, it rained there really hard, and my dad made me go out on slicks, and then I went to the U.S.
Grand Nationals?
Yeah, Grand Nationals, and it rained there, and I went from 11th to 8th, and then I got spun out because I hit a kid on accident.
Well, I'm sure it was an accident. But, Diego, you ran great today. Congratulations on the win. Thanks for coming up and talking to us. Is there anybody you want to thank for helping you get to the win today?
Yes. I would like to thank my mom and my auntie, my coach not my coach, my mechanic, which is my dad again. Yeah. And then Nick and Martin. I think his name is Martin, but I'm not quite sure. I forget his name.
That's all right. We'll check on that. You can thank him at podiums, okay?
And Chris Freckleton.
Okay, and Chris Freckleton. Those are all good people to thank. Well, Diego, thanks a bunch for coming up and hanging out with us, buddy. Good job. We'll see you later tonight at podiums, okay?
Thank you.
All right, your Micromax winner, Diego LaRock, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with our Masters Max main event here from Orlando, Florida. So always fun to talk to the Micromax drivers. Diego LaRock, he's a cool kid, and he's a good go-kart driver. That was a really fun race to watch. LaRock picking up the round 4 win after scoring both days' pole positions on Friday. So now, out on the track, we go from the youngest to the oldest here. The Masters Max drivers heading around the track doing their warm-up lap. Derek Wang picked up the pre-final victory a little while ago. And then behind him, it's the comp cart driven by Leonardo Nienkotter. Scott Roberts will start third with Mario Barrios in fourth. Bobby Green on the Maranello rolls off fifth with UD Ramsey in sixth. Marco Oliveras will start seventh with Mike Jones from the Dallas Karting Complex in eighth. Hugo Solorzano ninth, and Peter Corteau rounds out your top 10. Luis Jose Tarif rolls off 11th with Alessandra De Luca in 12th. Peter Hecht, Gary Hattersley, Daniel Gray, and Carlos Fonseca are all filling out the rest of this starting grid here in the Masters Max main event. This class brought to you by PSL Karting USA. PSL by Andrew Campbell, Stefan, and Dominic up there in Canada. The big news out of that team is the partnership with the Burrell Chassis here in 2015. Can't wait to learn a little bit more about that as we head to Ocala next month. But right now, it's the PSL Karting Masters Max drivers coming down to get the green flag. Derek Wang and Leonardo Nienkotter bringing them down. Here we go. Green flag flies. We are racing, and watch for Mike Jones in that blue suit with the orange helmet. Oh, man, he makes contact with a few drivers coming through the start right there as he tries to make his way up from 8th to the front row there. Oh, no, and Jones is out. Oh, you hate to see that. Jones out after only 2 corners. He made a little bit of contact with the field coming through, and he's out of the race as he's up and out of his kart over in the exit of turn 3, and you can see him walking down the fence line to the barriers. You hate to see that. Tough luck for Mike Jones here in Orlando. It's been a bit of a weekend for him. He had to retire from the main event early yesterday, and he gets knocked out here before too long in the round 4 main event. Up front, though, it's Derek Wang and Scott Roberts bringing them through the S's to complete the opening lap. Leonardo Nienkotter did not get away from the flag that cleanly, and so because of that, he runs in 3rd, quite a ways behind your 2 leaders. And then behind Nienkotter is Bobby Green, Mario Barrios, U.D. Ramsey, and Daniel Gray. So there you see your leader, Derek Wang. He went purple on the opening lap, 58.598. It's not really a surprise that the leader would be the fastest for Wang, 58.7 for Roberts. Minute flat for Nienkotter, minute flat, about 4th on back there. Is jogging down the pit lane after making contact at the start of the race in turns 1 and 2. Unfortunately, had to retire from the main event yesterday, and bad luck takes him out of it today after making contact in the opening 2 corners. Meanwhile, Leonardo Nienkotter goes purple. Mario Barrios, who finished 3rd in yesterday's main event on the Gallard chassis. He's in 4th, Bobby Green 5th. And there you see, folks, Derek Wang out in front of Scott Roberts. Good margin, 0.8 of a second last time by. We'll see what the lead is here. I expect it to have grown almost a second, but we will see. Wang was a 58.3. Roberts was a 59 flat. Roberts, here they come to complete lap number 4. The gap actually shrinks to half of it. Roberts takes over fast lap with Wang right behind him as far as lap times go. But actually the fastest lap of the race to this point belongs to 3rd place driver Leonardo Nienkotter, 57.975. Both Roberts and Wang are in the 58-second bracket. Scott Roberts working on closing that gap that Wang has over him right now. Let's see what it is here. It was half a second last time by. It's down to 0.3 of a second now. So Scott Roberts is digging for 2 reasons. 1, he wants to catch Derek Wang, and 2, he wants to get away from Leonardo Nienkotter. Nienkotter looks to the inside for 2nd place. They're door-to-door on the exit of 5. Can't get it done there. Roberts really strong on the exit of 5. So Nienkotter running in 3rd. Scott Roberts still in 2nd. Derek Wang, your leader. We're going to see if they get side by side again here, folks. They're going to be going pod to pod. Wheel to wheel even. That's a great term. Johnny Johnson, you refuse to help me call a race, but you're probably better at it than I am. They were wheel to wheel there for a moment. Now Nienkotter throws it to the inside in 13. They're not wheel to wheel for long. Nienkotter shows him the back bumper and says, I'm going to take over right here. He goes to 2nd. That drops Roberts to 3rd. Now the chase is on. Nienkotter setting his sights on the blue chassis, the Fernando Alonso kart, piloted by Derek Wang. So here we go. Leonardo Nienkotter spent a lot of time racing with Scott Roberts, and that allowed Derek Wang to check out to about a 1.5 second lead. Now that Nienkotter has gotten away from the fight with Roberts, we're going to see what the gap is this time by. It was 1.5 seconds. It's only down to 1.4 seconds, so Nienkotter cutting in by about 1/10 of a second. We've got Karts off on the exit of turn 2 and 3. They're scattered between 3, 4, and 5. It's Masters Max Racing, so if a bunch of go-karts are sitting on the track, maybe MASH reruns are on. I'm not sure. What's an old TV show that Masters drivers would watch? Three's Company. My dad watches that. That'd be a good one. He's Masters Max age, so maybe Brady Bunch. Brady Bunch might be on. But you know who's not watching Brady Bunch is Scott Roberts, because he's chasing Leonardo Nienkotter right now. He's trying to get back to the second position. The podium right now as they run would be Wang, Nienkotter, Roberts. But Scott Roberts says, why tap dance when you can tango, and why finish third when you could finish second? So Roberts is trying to get back around the comp cart of Nienkotter. Leonardo has been perfect in main events up until this point. He's been 3 for 3, scored both the main event wins in Homestead, scored the win last night here in Orlando in the rain, and right now he's trying to get around Derek Wang. He was really close in turn number 5 right there, but Wang very quick on the corner exit. They roll through 7, 8, now into 9. We continue to lose Masters Max drivers out there. We're not sure what's causing the high attrition rate. Fonseca did not start the race, I believe. Mike Jones broke after about 2 corners. Luis Jose Tarif retired after 5 laps. Peter Courteau out after 5 laps. De Luca is now up into 10th. We've lost Oliveris and Hattersley, I believe. So it's become a battle of stamina and endurance here in this Masters Max main event. Coming up to see 6 laps to go. As the front 3 work their way out of turn number 6, Wang, Nienkotter, and Roberts. Nienkotter now with the biggest deficit he's had over Scott Roberts, and it helps that he just went purple. Fastest driver on the track, 57.570. The Brazilian, very quick. UD Ramsey, there he goes by in turn number 7. Tip of the hat to him, the Tony Kart driver with Ocala Grand Prix, having one of the best runs we've seen for him in a while. He's in 6th spot right now. Could definitely contend for a top 5 here before this race is over. Wang brings him through the final corner. Nienkotter closing up as close as he's been all day. Then it's Scott Roberts. Bobby Green runs 5th, 2 spots down. Between Roberts and Green is Mario Barrios in 4th. And again, if you remember, he finished 3rd on the podium yesterday aboard that Gallard chassis. I told him at the podium I think he's owning the only Gallard left in North America. He didn't think it was funny. Now Nienkotter right there on Derek Wang as skies are beginning to darken a little bit over the turn 4 and 5 area. Nienkotter goes purple once again, 57.398. Fast lap to the second place driver. Nienkotter on the brakes hard, closes right up on Wang, and there he goes for the lead, folks. Wang comes back underneath, though. They're wheel to wheel as they head down into 11 and 12. Who's going to give? Nienkotter's on the inside, and he's got it. Leonardo Nienkotter into the lead. Oh, and Roberts and Wang make contact. Roberts runs right up over Wang's driver fairing, and that is going to put Roberts to second, Wang to third. So after that drama right there in turn 13, as Leonardo Nienkotter completed the pass for the lead in turn 10, he tried to bring Scott Roberts with him, and when Roberts threw it to the inside in turn number 13, he ran out of room, and ended up landing on top of Derek Wang's driver fairing. Senior statistician Johnny Johnson says, "See ya, Leo." That's what Roberts and Wang are thinking right now, as Leonardo Nienkotter has no challengers around him for quite a while. It's a 3.5-second gap from Nienkotter back to Roberts, and then from Roberts back to Wang. It's about 1.6 seconds. And Leonardo Nienkotter not stepping off the gas at all. He goes purple, 57.381, fastest driver on the track. They're going to see 3 to go this time by. So on your camera right now, you see Mario Barrios. I guess he wouldn't be on your camera. He'd be more on your screen. He's on our cameras, and he's being put onto your screens. There you see Bobby Green in 5th place aboard the Maranello chassis. He rounds out your top 5. Right now, again, UD Ramsey from the Ocala Grand Prix runs 6th. I never know if you should say Ocala Grand Prix or Ocala Grand Prix. I sound more international when I say Grand, so I'm going to stick with it. Daniel Gray runs 7th. Hugo Solorzano is 8th. Peter Hecht 9th, and then Alessandro De Luca rounds out your top 10. And there we see the Ocala Grand Prix driver, UD Ramsey, trying to keep Daniel Gray behind him. It's a battle of the Tony Karts. Gray tries to put a wheel to UD. Doesn't work there in 5. He's not close enough to make anything happen in 6. Turn 10 is going to be his next best opportunity. And Nienkotter once again goes purple. 57.05. For Nienkotter. Roberts was a 57.7. Leonardo Nienkotter absolutely finding the fast lane around this racetrack, folks. He can't be stopped. Scott Roberts in 2nd. Derek Wang, who was leading this race up until 2 laps ago, runs in 3rd position. Mario Barrios 4th. Bobby Green rounds out your top 5. They've gotten the sticks. 2 laps to go here. And there, that looks like we're watching the 673 of Hugo Solorzano and the 626 of Peter Hecht. Here in this 15-lap main event. Our leader's going to be coming down to see the white flag flying next time by, letting him know 1 lap left. And for Leonardo Nienkotter, he could probably just push the cruise control on that comp cart and coast to the win. I don't think the J3 competition carts have a cruise control function in them. I'm not sure. Statistician, do J3 carts have cruise control? Not yet. They're in development, says Johnny Johnson. So Nienkotter's going to have to keep his foot on the gas here for this final lap. But with a 4.8-second lead, he can go ahead and rest easy here and not push it too hard. Nienkotter is going to stay perfect when it comes to main events here in 2015. He swept the weekend in Homestead with the exception of a pre-final, and he dominated yesterday in the rain. And the Brazilian is half a lap away from going 4 for 4 in main event victories here at the 2015 Florida Winter Tour. There you see him go down the back straightaway. He knows he's got a really big lead over the rest of these Masters Max drivers. Roberts is in 2nd. Wang still in 3rd. Nienkotter unwinds the steering wheel as he comes out of 10, setting up for the S's. 11, 12, and now 13. There you see him. He's all by himself. But he doesn't mind, folks, because Leonardo Nienkotter is going to go back-to-back in main event victories here in Orlando. Good win for Leonardo Nienkotter. There you see the double checkered flags flying. Scott Roberts crosses the line in 2nd, and then Derek Wang caps off your podium in UD Ramsey. We're going to. So perfect so far here in 2015 in Masters Max, presented by PSL. Caps off your podium.
Want to live stream your next motorsports event? Contact Karts and engage your audience like never before with live internet video coverage. From a single still camera, the multiple man cameras, and the new live onboard cameras, Karts offers a package to suit your needs. Karts can help custom build a web page around your video and include race timing with Race Monitor app as well as interactive blog. They offer announcing, timing and scoring, and event management services. With a long list of satisfied customers, including the World Karting Association, the Florida Winter Tour, Rock Cup USA, the Sports Club Car of America, and many more. Visit livekarts.com for more information or contact us at karts@att.net.
The Mazda Road to Indy is the only program of its type in the world. It's designed to advance drivers from the karting ranks all the way to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis 500. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda is the first step, providing its champion with a scholarship to the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. The Pro Mazda champion receives a scholarship to Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, where their champion is guaranteed a 3-race program in the Verizon IndyCar Series, including the Indianapolis 500. Visit usf2000.com for more information.
You make me smile like the sun, fall out of bed, sing like a bird, dizzy in my head, spin like a record, crazy on a Sunday night. You make me dance like a fool, forget how to breathe, shine like gold, buzz like a bee. Just the thought of you can drive me wild. Oh, you make me smile.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rollison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of Cosmic Karts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at rollisonperformancegroup.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The fun continues here in Orlando. It's a bit humid, but don't worry. Carl and I are inside a nice air-conditioned booth. Statistician Johnny Johnson is here with us. We've even got Colorado's very own Roger Bonham reviewing starts here in the Stewards booth. But you know what? We aren't important. What is important is what's going on the track right now. It's the Rotax Minimax presented by J3 Competition main event. Starting up front. Oh, you want to go from the back. Matias Brazzalo, Dylan DeFonts. You know what? There's way too many go-karts. I don't know if we have enough time to get through all those. What do you think?
We only have 3 more turns to do it.
Okay. Dylan DeFonts and Matias Brazzalo make up row 11 with Marcelo Garcia and Emma Delartre starting 19th and 20th. Mateus Zagazeta, Thomas Nepview will roll off 17th, 18th. Cash Tyner, Yuvan Sundramorthy in 15th and 16th. Humberto Parada, Kai Palomino start 13th and 14th. Stefano Licenti and Harry Colton 11th and 12th. I think we better get ready for the green flag.
Looking for green this time. Bye. Green, green, green.
And they're off down into turn number 1. The green flag flies. Your pole sitter was Tyler Gonzalez along with Nick DiOrlando just because we didn't get to him. And there you see a Gonzalez in that black suit and white helmet. He leads them. And then it looks like Matthew Latifi in second, DiOrlando in third. And then Alvarez gets around DiOrlando for third.
Back into third.
He's got it. And then he brings Dylan Tavella with him into fourth. Alvarez rounds out your top 5.
Good run for Tavella, but Tavella's getting ready to get past here as we come into turn number 7.
Alvarez got him in 7. As they head down the back straightaway, Tyler Gonzalez, that black suit, white helmet, leads him down into turn number 10. And then Nicholas DiOrlando is continuing to battle. It's Matt Latifi in second, DiOrlando third, Alvarez fourth, Tavella fifth. As they come down into the S's, 11, 12, there you see Latifi in second, DiOrlando third, Alvarez fourth, and Tavella fifth. Off the dog leg, 1 lap in the books here in the J3 Competition Mini-Max main event. Let's see how they run this time by.
Gonzalez with quick time in lap number 1, 101.644. Latifi runs second, DiOrlando third, Alvarez fourth, Tavella fifth. We've got corner workers running for one reason or another. Looks like we've got 1 cart off at the exit of turn number 4. Let's see. Stefan Lucent runs 6, Riley Dickinson 7, Sebastian Rodriguez in 8th, and Emiliano Richards in 9th, and Harry Colton in 10th.
Looks like Riley Dickinson has worked his way around Licenti up into the 6th position, so the next target on Dickinson's list would be 5th place driver Dylan Tavella, but he's got a bit of a ways to go to get up there. Like you said, Carl, Tyler Gonzalez goes purple in that first lap, meaning he is the quickest driver out on the track. Minute 1:644. They come through the S's, 11, 12, and now 13. There you see your leader, Gonzalez, DiOrlando. Latifi's back to third now. Alvarez fourth, Tavella fifth. Dickinson is in 6th position at the end of 2 laps.
9/10 of a second was the gap after lap number 1. Now picked up another 6/10, so now 1.5 seconds as we have a cart around in 13. That's a Burrell Art cart. Don't catch the number on. I think it's Kai Palomino in the 181.
I agree. I think that's Palomino. He made contact on the exit of 13. 2 sets of rear wheels touched. Palomino went up in the air and looped it on the exit of turn number 13 right there.
Tough luck for Kai Palomino, but good luck for Tyler Gonzalez. Tyler, we got this. Gonzalez opens up almost a 2-second lead now as he comes on to the long straightaway.
You know, one time you're going to have to explain to me what this whole Tyler, we got this Gonzalez noise is, Carl. What's that all about?
That's a nickname that he picked up last year and the year before, running here in the state of Florida.
What exactly is it that he's got?
He's got the win.
Do I want to ask?
Got the win.
All right, Tyler Gonzalez, he's got the win normally, and right now he's got the lead. It's DiOrlando pacing Nick Latifi. DiOrlando from Kuna USA in second. Latifi aboard the Tony Kart in third. Alvarez aboard the CRG from PSL Karting is in fourth, and then Dylan Tavella rounds out the top 5 still, as we've got a couple drivers getting together a little bit farther back here. It's a Burrell. That wouldn't be Harry Colton, would it?
I think that's a 149 of Emma Delatry. Is it not?
Let's find out.
That's what I'm looking at right there, the 149, Emma Delartre.
So you're right, that is the 149 of Emma Delartre. It was my first guess. Yeah, I'll take the glasses when we get a second here to swap.
Good battle back there between Dylan Gennaro, Humberto Parada, and I believe there was Harry Colton. Harry Colton, Dylan Gennaro, and Sebastian Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Go 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Colton out of the Anderson Racing stable, running 9th right now, trying to stay inside the top 10, battling with Gennaro and Humberto Parada. Arias Duke Medjin runs 12th. Thomas Nepview back there in 13th. Matias Brazzalo, 14th, and then Marcelo Garcia rounds out the top 15 here as we come up to see 11 laps to go.
I think that's a new kart for Humberto Pareda, running on the Burrell Art now, running right behind Harry Colton in the 178, also on the Burrell Art.
You know, I said Burrell Art and Homestead, and then everybody I've talked to ever since says Burrell ART. So I think the politically correct thing when speaking about the Burrell team is to say Burrell ART. They aren't artists. They AR. No, I'm sorry, I don't, but that's kind of my MO to not know what's going on. What I do know is going on is Tyler Gonzalez is out in front. He goes purple, and he's so close to dipping down below the minute barrier. He just clicked off a minute flat, .293. D'Orlando, though, is trying to cut into that 1.8 second gap. There you see Latifi and Sebastian Alvarez from PSL Karting, and it's still Dylan Tavella, your winner from yesterday, in the 5th position.
Tyler Gonzalez, he hit it on the head. 1 minute flat.
Wow.
0.000. Quick lap for Tyler Gonzalez, a 2.8 second gap back to second place. Nicholas D'Orlando Latifi, his quick lap, 1:00.381. He just ran that in the 3rd place. Sebastian Alvarez runs 4th. Dylan Tavella in 5th.
Really impressed with the run Nick D'Orlando's got going right now. He was kind of struggling to keep pace with Latifi most of yesterday and in the pre-final today, but now it's D'Orlando running 2nd. It's Latifi behind him in 3rd. Alvarez still running in 4th. Not much change in the top 5, as it's always going to be Gonzalez, D'Orlando, Latifi, Alvarez, and Tavella. Your winner from yesterday, Dylan Tavella in 5th. Riley Dickinson 6th. Emiliano Richards 7th. Sebastian Rodriguez 8th. Gennaro 9th. And Harry Colton rounding out the top 10. There goes Gonzalez down the front straightaway to click off another lap. We are now inside 9 laps to go. And it's Nicholas D'Orlando, the Kuna USA driver, breaking down the door at 59.7. We got a whole bunch of drivers breaking the 1 minute barrier. Your leader, Gonzalez, is about a 1/10 of a second slower, but he's still below a minute. Gonzalez rolls through turn number 7. D'Orlando getting there now. Latifi behind him in 3rd. Alvarez 4th. Tavella 5th. Riley Dickinson in 6th. Then it's a bit of a break. To 7th place, Emiliano Richards. Sebastian Rodriguez in 8th. Let's see, what battle are we watching right now on the monitor? That looks like 7th place. Yeah, Emiliano Richards on the Xpree in front of Sebastian Rodriguez on the Tony Kart, followed by Dylan Gennaro and Harry Colton. So that's about 7th through 10th right now, the battle you're watching on your monitors. Rodriguez and Gennaro trying to track down Emiliano Richards in that Xpree chassis. But from Richards back to Gennaro, it's about a 9/10 of a second gap. And then from 10th place to the leader, Harry Colton currently is 10.4 seconds behind your leader, Tyler Gonzalez. So it's about a second gap between each one of these drivers. 1st to 10th, separated by 10 seconds. 1st to 2nd, though, Gonzalez to D'Orlando separated by 3 seconds. So that's a really big gap to have this early in the race. 7 working lap, 8 in right now, with 8 laps to go, 7 to go this time by at the halfway point. Tavella and Riley Dickinson. This is the fight you see right there. Now Riley Dickinson getting a good run these last couple laps. Dickinson was a minute flat, 4:11, about 2/10 of a second quicker than Tavella, who laid down a minute flat, 8:66. Good run for Riley Dickinson as he's about to challenge Dylan Tavella for the 5th position.
3 drivers into the 59-second bracket. That's Gonzalez, D'Orlando, and Latifi. Those drivers running 1, 2, 3 right now. Gonzalez, 3.2 seconds is the gap as he comes out of turn number 6. He's got a good battle behind him, looks like for the 4th, 5th, and 6th spot. Sebastian Alvarez runs 4th, Tavella in 5th, and Dickinson in 6th.
We continue to watch this fight, though. Right now it's to stay inside the top 5. Dylan Tavella scoring the win yesterday. He's trying to keep Orsalon Racing driver Riley Dickinson behind him. Dickinson out of Texas. Hope to see Riley and his family in a couple of days when we head down to Austin, Texas for the Lone Star Grand Prix. That's where Riley and his dad raced when I first met them. Hopefully they'll be racing with us down there in a couple of days. There you see Sebastian Alvarez in 4th, Tavella in 5th, And then Dickinson's lost a little bit of ground, but he's still very close. This could very quickly become a 3-kart race for 4th instead of a 2-kart battle for 5th. Up at the front, though, it is still Tyler Gonzalez, 59.879. That's his quickest lap of the race. As we're looking for him out on the track right now, they come out at turn number 6. Gonzalez down into 7. His lead over D'Orlando, about 3.5 seconds. There goes D'Orlando by in 7. Latifi in 3rd place. Alvarez 4th. Tavella 5th. Dickinson 6th. And then it's a long gap until we see the 120 of Emiliano Richards, Dylan Gennaro, Rodriguez, Colton, all the drivers you see on your screen right now. That's about 8th through 11th is what it looks like as they head down the back straightaway, heading for the right-hand hairpin, turn number 10. And that looks like Rodriguez making the move on Gennaro. Yeah, that's Rodriguez and Gennaro racing wheel-to-wheel out of turn number 10. Not door-to-door, folks. Don't get it mistaken. They're going pod-to-pod and wheel-to-wheel out there right now. Harry Colton trying to hold back Humberto Parada. That 4-kart pack right there. 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Oh, I'm sorry. It's actually going to be, yeah, that's 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. The battle we're watching right now. It's between Rodriguez and Gennaro. And then behind them, it's the Burrell of Colton and the other Burrell of Parada. So a pair of Tony Karts and a pair of Burrells racing to stay inside the top 10. Parada on the outside looking in at the moment in the 11th spot. There goes the 120 of Emiliano Richards with Rodriguez behind him. As they come out of turn number 10, they head down that backside into turns 11, 12, and 13. The 120 of Richards holds the spot in 7th place right now. Then it's the 2 Tony Karts of Rodriguez and Gennaro. And then it's the 2 Burrells of Colton and Parada. A little bit farther down, we see Arias Duke, Medjin, Matias Brazalo. Oh, fight for 7th right there. That's Rodriguez going to the inside in turn number 5. Rodriguez is through to take over the 7th spot, but Richards comes back on the inside in 6th. Richards back to P7. Those Rodriguez not so fast. Dylan Gennaro joins this 3-kart battle for 7th place as they roll through 7, 8, and now head for 9. Alvarez, Tavella, and Dickinson go by 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. There you see him, 4th Alvarez, 5th Tavella, 6th Dickinson. We check back in with this battle as we're coming down to the end of this race. Our leader, Tyler Gonzalez, working 3 laps to go here as we come to an end of this J3 competition Mini-Max Round 4 main event.
Tyler Gonzalez also reset quick time again, 59.741. His quickest lap, the quickest lap overall, will go to Nicholas D'Orlando with a 59.704.
Now there you see Tavella. He's got a really good run working right now. He's closed up on Sebastian Alvarez, and this is going to be a fight for 4th. You see it on your monitor right now. They roll through 7. Tavella about a half a lane closer to the inside of the corner than Alvarez was that time. Out of 8, no real advantage to anybody, but Tavella looks good. Alvarez looks better on the exit of turn number 9. They head down into 10. Is anybody going to pull out and try to throw it to the inside? No. Alvarez keeps everybody at bay. Tavella doing everything he can to stay inside the top 5 as he knows Riley Dickinson is right there behind him. Tyler Gonzalez sees 2 to go this time by. The sticks showing 2 laps to go. Here comes 4th place Alvarez, 5th place Tavella, 6th place Dickinson. Dickinson's close. So is Tavella. I expect to see something happen down here in turn 5.
Inside, picked up the spot, gets around him. Riley Dickinson gets around Dylan.
That's a good move for Riley Dickinson to put him now inside the top 5. Hopefully he can stay there. Now Dickinson sets his sights on Sebastian Alvarez. Really good run out of 6. They head for 7. Dickinson able to close right back up on the PSL kart entry of Sebastian Alvarez. Through 8, they head for the right-hander turn number 9. They head down the back straightaway. Folks, you better not start packing up your pit space yet. We still got a lot of great racing to go. Down the back straightaway, it's Alvarez and Dickinson fighting for the 4th position.
Good battle back there for that 7th spot. Richards, Rodriguez, Gennaro, and Colton. 4 karts stuck together as they come through turn number 10.
Up front, the white flag flies for your leader, Tyler Gonzalez. Let's watch this final lap together, folks. It's been a long weekend of racing. Can Tyler Gonzalez put a bow on it with the round 4 victory? He looks good through 5. He crosses back to the right side of the track to set up for the left-hander turn number 6. We continue. Now, there we go. We pick up our leader, Tyler Gonzalez. Through 6, now he enters into the long right-hand sweeper, turn number 7. Now in 8, he sets up for 9. Down the back straightaway. D'Orlando not close enough. Latifi running solid in 3rd. Dickinson, though, is close enough. He could make a move here for the 4th position. As we pick up Gonzalez. Down into the S's the last time through 11, 12, and 13. He's run dominant this entire main event. Out of the last corner. The win in round 4 is going to go to Gonzalez. Looking at Riley Dickinson. Dickinson to the inside in the S's. He gets past Alvarez, and he comes back again after Alvarez got him in 12. Dickinson threw it to the inside in 13. Riley Dickinson. Great run. You weren't able to see it on your monitors, but Riley Dickinson gets Alvarez at the final corner to finish 4th. Gonzalez, your winner. D'Orlando 2nd. Latifi 3rd. We unfortunately weren't able to show you that battle with Riley Dickinson and Alvarez. Dickinson got him on the entry into 11, but he left the door open on the exit at 12. Alvarez threw it back to the inside, took 4th away, but as he rolled wide through the corner, Riley threw it right back down, right against the curbing on the inside of 13, stood on the gas, and took off, giving Riley Dickinson the 4th position. But your podium is Tyler Gonzalez, Nick D'Orlando, and Matthew Latifi. Dickinson comes home 4th, Alvarez 5th. Tavella, your winner from yesterday, settles for a 6th place finish. Rodriguez 7th, Emiliano Richards 8th, Harry Colton 9th, and Dylan Gennaro rounds out your top 10. So coming up next, it's the Dallas Karting Complex DD2 main event. So we're getting ready to roll with our Dallas Karting Complex DD2 Senior main event. I'm now joined with a very sweaty Tyler Gonzalez. Are you sweating that hard, or did you get like a water bath after winning that race?
I got a beer bath.
A beer bath? You're too young to be covered in beer, dude. Come on. That was a great race, Tyler. You really led that entire thing. Just talking about the strategy going into the race.
Well, Mike Speed gave me great equipment. All I knew I had to do was drive it for him, and it worked out. On the start, I had a great start. I mean, the track was perfect, and then it went on from there. It was perfect.
Yeah, it definitely was. As the driver, all you had to do was drive it. I like that strategy a lot. You drove really well today. Talk about how you transitioned from the rain yesterday, and also it's just spitting a little bit out there right now. Was the track slick at all during your race?
No, not really. There was just a couple wet spots that I tried to avoid, but other than that, it was fine.
And then how about coming over from the rain yesterday to the slick today? Talk about the changes. It's obviously a pretty different racetrack out there.
It's pretty big difference. I have no problem with the rain. I'm pretty good in it. Not to brag, but
No, you feel comfortable. That's good to say.
yeah, I feel comfortable.
All right, so you did really well today, driving to a dominant main event win in round number 4. Tyler, congratulations. Thanks for coming up and talking to us. We're going to get ready for this DD2 race. We'll see you at podiums, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, Tyler Gonzalez, ladies and gentlemen, your round 4 Mini Max winner here. Now on the track at DD2. All right, just getting done talking to Tyler Gonzalez. We're getting ready to go with our DD2 Senior main event here in round number 4. The topic of discussion up in the booth, Danny Formal, your winner yesterday in the rain, having to start from dead last on the grid after a mechanical issue. Kept him from finishing the race. And I see one driver making his way around. That's Rubens Barrichello. So Barrichello is not going to start where he was supposed to. Rubens leaning over, looking at the engine. Something seems to be wrong, maybe. Well, he's gotten it going, and he's going to pull back up along with the field here. We should be going green this time by. It's Ed, let's see here, in this DD2 race. We're going to see the green flag here, and we are racing. Jordan Lennox and Douglas Lundberg bring him down with Jake French and Robert Wickens behind. Out of the first 3 corners, let's see how they run. That's Jordan Lennox on the Brell leading. Douglas Lundberg in second. Wickens and Woodley running third and fourth, but Jake French, the Maranello drivers dicing. And they make contact. Those 2 Maranello drivers need to calm down when racing around each other, I would think. There goes the 423 of Robert Wickens. He and Woodley made a little bit of contact. Wickens and the 421 of Woodley got together there on the exit of turn number 6, and it sent Woodley off the track. But coming down to complete the opening lap, it's going to be Jordan Lennox Lamb, Lundberg in second. Jake French, really good opening lap, running in third. Robert Wickens falling after that contact with his Maranello teammate. Nick Neri runs fourth. Gavin Reichelt, really good run for the New York driver, up in fifth. Sabra Cook, highest she's been all weekend. She runs sixth. There you see her. Wickens is in seventh. Danny Formal from last on the grid to eighth in 1 lap. Jules Cousin ninth. Nathan Adds 10th. Good battle for fourth and fifth right now. Neri and Reichelt going at it into the S's. Neri's going to hold fourth position. Reichelt and the Maranello gang making a little bit of contact there. The Maranello cartel, one would say, but they're from north of the border, not south of the border. Yeah, Gavin Reichelt involved in a really dicey race right there as they roll through 6. Jordan Lennox leads him, Lundberg in 2nd. Here comes French in 3rd, Neri 4th, and then one of the Marinellos in 5th. And Rubens Barrichello pulls off. Barrichello is done. The plot thickens. After finishing 2nd yesterday, Barrichello pulls off, and then here comes Sabra Cook, way off the pace behind the field. She must have gone off somewhere. So Cook was running really comfortably up inside the top 10. Oh, contact right there. Reichelt gets together with one of the Marinellos on corner exit. I want to say Wickens. Meanwhile, Danny Formal drives right around all of them. Actually, I don't think that was Reichelt. That was Jules' cousin aboard the CRG. Apologies. We lost David Foray. Foray's not on the track, it seems. So Gavin Reichelt and Jules' cousin, the CRG drivers, along with Sabra Cook. She's not exactly up in the mix of things right now at this point. Again, Sabra must have gone off. Didn't see her incident, but she is quite off the pace here behind the rest of the pack. As she rolls through turn 7 right now, your leaders are already in turn 11. Lundberg's gotten around Lennox. So Lundberg leads. He was the quickest driver last time by. 54.066. Let's see what it is this time. Lennox tries to give him a run down into the opening corner. Lundberg was quickest, but now it's Neri. Now it's Formal. Formal goes purple. 53.897. Good lap for Danny. Again, coming from dead last on the grid. He currently runs 5th. Here only 5 laps into this race. The battle for the lead belonging to Lundberg right now. Lennox in 2nd. There goes French in 3rd, looking at a possible podium. Neri in 4th, Formal 5th, and it's Cousins in 6th. 7th is Woodley, Reichel 8th, Wickens 9th. Nathan Adds rounds out your top 10 here. There we go. We join back with the battle for the lead. Woodley going through the S's, receiving pressure from your round 1 and 2 winner, Jordan Lennox. Stopped by and talked to Andrew Campbell from PSL. Obviously, the big news there, they're going over to Burrell. So I asked him, I said, how does this affect your relationship with Jordan? Because Jordan obviously racing as he's now going for the lead down inside turn 5. Lennox takes the top spot away from Lundberg there in the middle of turn number 5. Lundberg forced back to 2nd now as they roll out of 6. But I was talking to Andrew and I said, how does this affect your relationship with Lennox? And you guys possibly working together in the future. Now Lundberg back to the inside in 9. Lundberg takes the lead away. Good move by Lundberg. Douglas Lundberg, the driver from Sweden, taking it to the driver from Great Britain. Lundberg is going to lead this lap once again, despite the fact Lennox stole the lead in turn 5 at the line. Credit is going to be once again given to Douglas Lundberg. Lundberg racing for Goodwood Karting out of Canada, and that's why it shows Canada next to his name on Race Monitor. He slides wide right there on the exit of turn 5. Now Lennox pulls right up alongside, battling for the lead into 7. Lundberg shows him the bumper, though. But again, Douglas Lundberg out of Sweden, I'm being told by senior statistician Johnny Johnson. But anyway, to try and put a cap on my point, even though these two keep racing and battling back and forth, Lennox will be, once again, under the PSL karting tent sometime in 2015. You should see the guys from PSL team back up with Lennox Land. He's going to stick with KMS through the rest of the winter tour, which is the right thing to do. He's been with KMS for the first round in Florida, back in Homestead. He's with them right now in Orlando. He's going to stick with KMS for Ocala to cap off the winter tour, and that's really the right thing to do. And but the word is early that Lennox will team up once again with PSL once that transition is complete for the PSL guys as they swap over from the CRG chassis line to their new partnership with Burrell. So all you Lennox And PSL fans, don't worry, they'll work together again here very soon. It was a lethal combination in 2014. In North America, when it came to shifter karts, nobody had anything for Jordan Lennox. He was easily the most dominant driver we've seen in North American shifter kart racing in quite some time. And he did all that aboard a CRG with PSL karting. So he's going to try and do it again here pretty soon with PSL, just this time aboard the red Birel chassis. So there you see Lundberg and Lennox. We're going to try and move a little bit farther back and maybe pick up the battle for 4th and 5th possibly. Nick Neri in 3rd place has gotten around Jake French. He's brought Danny Formal with him. There we pick up 3rd place Nick Neri on the Anderson Racing Birel. Behind him on the DR kart, it's another red chassis, but it's the Danilo Rossi chassis. It's Danny Formal in 4th position, and while we pick up Nick Neri, he goes purple that time by 53.488 for Neri. He's the fastest driver on the track as he's trying to check out on Danny Formal. And as I was doing my research over the winter and in the last couple of weeks about the Florida Winter Tour and your champions and podium finishers over the years, 2 names that always show up are the 2 drivers we're watching on screen right now, Danny Formal and Nick Neri. They've been racing against each other for so long, since the early 2000s. These 2 have been battling in karts for such a long time. And when it comes to the Florida Winter Tour, I think you've reached the premier rank, the premier class here in DD2 Senior. Neri and Formal have chased each other all the way to the top. And this year we're going to find out who the best really is. Formal making a statement by outgunning Rubens Barrichello for the win yesterday in round number 3. It was a really impressive run. Danny drove a great race, and he showed how good of a rain driver he really is. He was forced to start this main event from dead last on the grid due to mechanical failure in the pre-final, but he's back and he's racing with a vengeance right now as he stalks longtime rival Nick Neri. Neri runs on the final podium spot in 3rd. Right there you see going down the back straightaway Lundberg and Lennox. Again, always fun to look at all the nationalities represented in this DD2 field. Sweden being represented by Douglas Lundberg, your leader. Jordan Lennox from Great Britain. Nick Neri's the highest running American in 3rd. Danny Formal also an American in 4th. And then you got Jake French, an American. So that's 3 Americans right there on your screen. And then here comes Fred Woodley. He is a Canadian. Gavin Reichelt races out of New York. Jules Cousin is a Frenchman. Nathan Adds and Harry Gottsager are also Americans. So really the most Americans I've seen in the top 10 in DD2 so far this year, with Neri and Formal and French. That's 3 inside the top 5. Then you have Reichelt, Adds, and Gottsager. That's 6 Americans inside the top 10. It's Formal going purple this time. 53.269, quickest driver on the track. Honors belong to the DR Racing driver Danny Formal, as he's trying to put his head down literally and catch Nick Neri. We're inside at 10 laps to go now. There's Sabra Cook, her CRG USA DD2 entry. Not really up to the speed they wanted it here this weekend. That's too bad, because we don't expect to see Sabra in Ocala. She wasn't in Homestead, but she is chasing a championship out on the West Coast in the Challenge of the Americas DD2 ranks. They're going to head to Sonoma in 2 weeks. Hopefully, we'll also see Sabra next weekend in Lockhart, Texas for the Lone Star Grand Prix. I know the CRG USA truck and trailer will be there. Not sure if Sabra will be. She is very busy focusing on her education at the Colorado School of Mines. It's the Harvard of the West, don't you know? So meanwhile, up front, Douglas Lundberg has done a really good job of laying down fast lap after lap. 53.281. Lap 13 has been his quickest of the race. That brings the lead to almost a second over Jordan Lennox. Third is still Neri, but you see right there, it may not be Neri for long. Formal really closing the gap right now. Formal rounds out in fourth. Jake French sits fifth. Good run for the Dallas Karting Complex driver, Jake French, racing in his class-sponsored DKC entry. Fred Woodley, the Canadian, in sixth. Reichelt had a really good run going in Homestead. Now he's running seventh here in Orlando. Eighth belongs to Cousin. Ninth is Gottsager. 10th adds. Fabian Welter is in 11th. Sabra Cook 12th. And she is the last running kart out on the track, as Robert Wickens and Rubens Barrichello have both retired from this race. Now Fred Woodley goes purple. 53.157 for the Canadian. He runs in sixth. He's trying to catch up to Jake French to make a move for the top five, as our cameras are still stuck on third place battle. Neri has it on the Anderson Racing Burrell entry. We're going to see what the lap times are this time by. Lap 14, Neri was a 53.295. Formal was a 53.226. So the advantage going to Formal really by just about 7/100ths of a second. Let's see what it is here. The gap from Neri to Formal, 5/10ths of a second. Now it's shrunk down to 4/10ths of a second as Formal goes purple. Danny, quickest driver on the track, 53.126. There we rejoin our leaders for a moment, and then here comes that fight for third. Next time these guys get to the start-finish line, it's going to be 4 laps to go. We do want to remind everybody that we are picking up rental transponders here at the end of the weekend. If you are done racing for the afternoon, please return your rental transponders back to the scale line, please. So if you have transponders you rented from the Florida Winter Tour this weekend, please return them to the scale line. Madeline Egger will be there to assist you in your rental transponder drop-off. Don't adjust your monitors, folks. The racing's still very good here at Orlando. Neri, he's really starting to feel the pressure from Danny Formal. There goes Lundberg, Lennox. And then that looks like Jules' cousin, I believe. No, that's Reichelt and Jules' cousin. Reichelt runs 7th. Cousin is 8th. And then it's Harry Gottsager coming by us in 9th, and then 10th place Nathan Adds. Followed very closely by 11th place Fabian Welter, but he needs to be careful because his left side pod sticker is starting to peel off. That driver's just going too dang fast out there. His stickers are coming off of the go-kart. The fight for third not over yet. Going to see 2 laps to go this time by. So as we stay with the battle for third, Neri coming out of turn number 10. Our leaders are going to come out of the final corner to see the sticks. 2 laps to go. There's Neri. His gap ahead of Formal is about a half a second. Lundberg now making some noise as we've kind of walked away from that race. Lundberg, your leader, says, hey, don't forget about me. I'm the quickest driver out here. 53.016. That's a heck of a lap for your leader, Douglas Lundberg, especially when he has a 1 second advantage over Jordan Lennox. That's a pretty nice gap to have this late in the race. I'm thinking Neri's going to be safe for the podium from Formal. I just don't think there's enough laps left. Neri was a 53.2 last time by. Formal a 10th of a second slower, 53.3. Neri looks to be safe when it comes to standing on the podium, but we will see. Can your round 3 winner, Danny Formal, make anything happen here to join the podium in round number 4? There goes Douglas Lundberg across the start-finish line to see the white flag flying. 1 lap to go here for the Swede, Douglas Lundberg. Out of turn number 4. He heads for the right-hander, turn 5. There he comes out of that right-hander. And there you see Lennox right behind him. But gap still 1 second even from your leader, Lundberg, back to second place, Lennox. And then it's a country mile back to third place, Nick Neri. Lundberg brings him through 8. Then he sets up for the right-hander, turn number 9. Down the back straightaway. There you see him kick it into second gear on the DD2. Takes a look over his shoulder to confirm exactly how far back Lennox is. Down into the hairpin, turn number 10. To the left side, now to the right side through the S's. One last time, ladies and gentlemen, through turn 13, scoring the win this afternoon in round 4 of the Dallas Karting Complex DD2 main event. It is Douglas Lundberg. Jordan Lennox comes home with a podium finish in second. Good run for Lennox. After a tough day in the rain yesterday, he'll be happy with a P2 finish. And then it is Anderson Racing's Nick Neri holding off for Maul to stand on the podium in third place. Danny comes home fourth. Jake French from Dallas Karting Complex fifth. Fred Woodley sixth. Gavin Reichelt, good run for him in seventh. Jules Cousin eighth. Harry Gottsacker ninth. That's a fun name to say. And then another DKC driver, Nathan Adds, rounds out your top 10. Fabian Welter comes home 11th, and your last running cart on the track is the 431 of Miss Sabra Cook. Douglas Lundberg picks up the win. It's Lennox in second, Neri in third. We'll be back, folks, with our DD2 Masters main event here live from Orlando.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rollison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to Coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of Cosmic Karts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at rollisonperformancegroup.com.
The Mazda Road to Indy is the only program of its type in the world. It's designed to advance drivers from the karting ranks all the way to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis 500. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda is the first step, providing its champion with a scholarship to the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. The Pro Mazda champion receives a scholarship to Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, where their champion is guaranteed a 3-race program in the Verizon IndyCar Series, including the Indianapolis 500. Visit usf2000.com for more information.
You make me smile like the sun, fall out of bed, sing like a bird, dizzy in my head, spin like a record, crazy on a Sunday night. You make me dance like a fool, forget how to breathe, shine like gold, buzz like a bee. Just the thought of you can drive me wild. Oh, you make me smile.
Cooney USA is your online marketplace for Tony Kart, OTK, Rotax, Mojo, and Alpine Stars karting gear. With a fully stocked truck and trailer at each event and a national level race team and driver development program, Cooney USA's trackside sales program is open every event weekend, and Team Cooney USA drivers are consistently a threat for race wins and podium results. Cooney USA is a proud supporter of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour, powered by Max Speed Entertainment, and the Cooney USA Super Pole Award. Visit us online today at cooneyusa.com.
And we continue to roll on here with our main events here in round 4 of the Florida Winter Tour. Up now, making their way to the green flag. It's going to be the Dallas Karting Complex DD2 Masters. Luis Schiavo picked up the pre-final win in pretty dominant fashion. He's your reigning Masters Max champion. He's going to start alongside yesterday's winner, Igor Mukin. Miko Lane will roll off third alongside Stu Clark. Then it's Christian Canales, Elvis Stoico, Camilo Matiz, Salvador Bortoni, Zervajan, and Highstand as the green flag flies. Here we go. Good start for the front row as they both fall in line. Everybody does really up front. Pretty single file start here as they come off of turn 4 now into 5. Oh, but that's going to be the CRG of Mukin loses the lead off the green flag to Mukin. As they come down and get ready to enter the back straightaway, Miko Lane now putting the pressure to pole sitter Luis Schiavo. As they roll down, Lane's going to have a good look at him here at the end of the back straightaway on the brakes. No, not yet, not close enough, but Stuart Clark is there as well. Oh, Lane, really good run out of 10. He pulls up right alongside Schiavo, says hi, now bye, and I'm into second. Defensive line, oh, and Stuart Clark shows Schiavo the bumper, brings his Maranello teammate Stoico with him. So Clark up to third, Stoico fourth, Canales fifth. Schiavo falls all the way from pole position to 6th on the opening lap. And he's going to lose one more. Oh, Stoico. Is that Stoico that goes around? Both Maranellos went around, I believe. Yeah. And that's going to put Christoph Adams up into third. Christoph is now your third place driver. Schiavo fourth. The CRG of Bortoni, I think, will get promoted to 5th. Yeah, that's Bortoni up to 5th. When the two Maranellos of Stoico and Clark went around. Igor Mukin fast again, but it's Miko Lane actually taking over the top honors. 54.872. Adams, you see, now scored his third. Schiavo fourth. And Clark and Stoico fall all the way to 9th and 10th after contact right there in turn number 5, where you see those carts now took them. They were running 3rd and 4th. They're now running 9th and 10th. So that is going to be quite a hole for them to dig themselves out of. The Maranello boys have quite a path ahead of them here. It's a long race, though, 20 laps as we work lap number 3 currently. We have 18 still to go. Right there, the Praga of Christian Canales trying to put the moves on Luis Zervajan, and he gets it done. Canales is going to go from 7th to 6th, and did he get around Bortoni also? It looks like he did. Yeah, so Canales is going to go from 7th up to 5th, getting around both Zervajan and Bortoni, the two CRGs now running behind the Praga. Canales sets his sights next on pole sitter Luis Schiavo, who runs 4th. Adams running in 3rd on the Burrell. Miko Lane in 2nd, and Igor Mukin holds a 7/10 of a second lead over this field in 1st place. There we see a fight for position going down into turn number 9. It's a CRG. Now Miko Lane bringing the fight for the lead right up to Igor Mukin's back bumper. Miko Lane glued to the CRG's rear bumper out of 6, now right down to 7. You can see the gap right there. Great camera work from our Karts Live camera crew. Out of turn 9, down the back straightaway. Mukin trying to get as good a run out of these corners as he can. Miko Lane's right there. Lane's really good on the brakes, you can tell, as he closes up on entry. heading into the corner. Lane gets up on the right side of the cart, puts him on the curb. They roll across the start-finish line to complete one more lap now to 1 and 2. Lane is there, folks. Now, Lane takes a look on the inside in turn 5. He's there, and he's got it. No contest. Mikko Lane, your new leader. Good run for the driver from Finland as he takes over the top spot. Mikko Lane, your new man at the front. Igor Mukin, yesterday's round 3 main event winner, falls to second in the running order. Christoph Adams third, Schiavo fourth, and Canales fifth as Mikko Lane is going to try to set sail on this field right now. Come sail away. Come sail away is what Mikko Lane is trying to do right now. So there you see Salvador Bortoni, the CRG driver, running in 6th place. Behind him is the 507 of Camilo Matisse. Stuart Clark has worked out of the basement. He's up into 8th now, so he's like on the ground floor. Challenge for Bortoni from Matisse. Matisse gets the spot as they go down into turn number 10 and out, heading down the backside of the back straightaway. That was the pass for 7th place. Actually, 6th place. Matisse was in 7th. He's passed Bortoni. So he's going to now move into 6th. Christian Canales still occupies the 5th position. Schiavo runs 4th. Christoph Adams, quickest driver on track. That last time by 54.230. Igor Mukin, your winner from yesterday, runs 2nd. Mikko Lane 1st. And I'll tell you what, folks, the Sea Dog is a good restaurant here in Orlando. If you haven't eaten there yet this weekend, we're about to head out this tomorrow morning, tonight. You can catch me at the Sea Dog. So there you see Camilo Matisse and Stuart Clark waging war right there for the 6th position. And I believe we also have Salvador Bortoni involved in that fight. Yeah, we do. It's Matisse, Clark, and Bortoni. There you see him unwind out of turn number 6. Bortoni runs in the middle of that pack. As we continue to watch this battle for the 6th position, Matisse, Clark, and Stoico. They've kind of spread each other out a little bit now. And there you see Stuart Clark. No, Stu's in 7th. There's the 589 is Stoico, Bortoni, and Zervajan. They are at the back half of this grid right now, but they are some of the most exciting racing we see. It's the fight for 8th place. Stoico holds the position. And there you see 9th place being decided between the 511 of Bortoni and the 588 of Zervajan. Meanwhile, Luis Schiavo, quickest driver on track here as we work lap number 12. Don't worry, there's still 9 laps to go in this race. 53.835 to Schiavo. Christoph Adams ahead of him by about a second. Adams a 53.9, Mukin a 54.1, and Lane a 53.8 this time by. Now it's Mukin, quickest driver on the track, 53.7. That's a really good lap out of yesterday's winner who runs second currently. Mukin on the CRG goes 53.73, Adams a 54.1, Schiavo a 53.9, Canales a 54.3, and that's how they run right now inside the top 5. This fight between Bortoni and Zervajan continues to rage right now as they fight to stay inside the top 10, 9th and 10th on your screen at the moment. And now we rejoin the fight for the lead. Miko Lane was purple last time by. Slows down a bit to a 53.8. Mukin's a 53.7. Adams a 53.9. So we've got them all over the board here in the late going of this race. 5 laps to go in this thriller of a Dallas Karting Complex DD2 Masters main event. Miko Lane right there working the cart into 7. I think it's a safe bet to say the rain has gone away for the rest of the day here. But don't worry, folks, because the humidity is back. But I think we'd take humidity over racing in the rain almost any day. Although, man, that was some really good, exciting racing yesterday. It was a lot of fun to watch. And it just shows you the caliber of the drivers we have out here racing with us at the Winter Tour, that we didn't have any real major, massive incidences in the rain, and you got to see some fantastic racing. It was by no means single file, follow the leader. It was go for it every lap. Every position was up for grabs. Miko Lane goes purple once again, fastest driver on the track, 53.634. Mukin, who drove for the win yesterday, may have to settle for second. Lane has drawn out to a 1.05 5-3 second lead. Adams runs third. Adams showed very well in Homestead last month. He may stand on the podium once again today after finishing second yesterday. Schiavo's fourth, Canales fifth, Matisse sixth, Stuart Clark, Elvis Stoico, the Maranello drivers, run seventh and eighth, Bortoni ninth, and then Luis Zervajan rounds out the top 10 here in DD2 Masters. But Miko Lane, folks, he's been solid as a rock today. Broke in the pre-final yesterday, had to come from the very back of the grid, and in the rain and in the wet weather like that, it was just such a taller task than I think it looked like to most people. And Miko did not exactly get the results he was looking for. Gets a little sideways. The back end steps out on him just a touch on the entry into turn number 5, but no worse for the wear. His lead still 1 second even as we work 3 laps to go here. Miko showing very well. And I'll tell you what, no matter how much sun we've had come out, that puddle right there in turn 7 has not seemed to go away. We're going to just take a bunch of paper towels out there for this junior and senior race and sop up the puddle that runs along the curbing there in turn number 7. Low point on the racetrack right there, and the water has just sat there all day. We had a puddle right there in turn 13 where you see your leader, but it's been dried up with a mixture of drivers running down there and the sun. But, man, we'll show it to you again here when Lane hits turn 7. 2 laps to go for your leader. He rolls through turn 2 right there. Now the left-hander, turn 3. In the arc of turn number 4, now the right-hander, turn 5. Gets out of it cleanly. Now he sets up for the left-hander, turn number 6. Now here we come back to the Lake Orlando. You're going to see it right there. There, that whole exit at turn number 7, the water just has not cleared up there all day. It's really the only wet spot left on the track at this point. So the key to getting around this place is just don't put your right side tires where all the water is in turn number 7, and you'll probably do okay. Miko Lane has done a great job of that because his lead is now 1.2 seconds over Igor Mukin. Your leaders come out of turn 13, or leader, rather, I should say, because Lane's got that 1.2 second gap. And there we see the white flag fly. 1 lap to go. We stay with your leader for the final lap. Out of 3, setting up for 4. And again, he likes to get on the brakes pretty late right there. Throw the cart out to the side. Doing a little bit of dancing out there right now. Out of 5 and 6. Now the right-hander, turn 7. He comes by the crowd one last time. Into 8, now setting up for 9, which will shoot him out onto the back straightaway. Down the long back straightaway, takes a look over his shoulder. He's got to be feeling pretty good when he sees that kind of distance between he and yesterday's winner, second-place driver Igor Mukin. Out of 10, he comes back to the right side of the track to get ready for the left-hander. 11, now 12, and into the last corner for the final time, turn 13. Driver of the number 501 Maranello is going to pick up the round 4 win today. Miko Lane's your winner, folks. Great double checkers right there. Igor Mukin was your winner yesterday. He settles for second today. Christoph Adams makes back-to-back trips to the podium in 3rd place. Luis Schiavo started on the pole. He's going to have to settle for a 4th place finish. Christian Canales finishes in 5th. Camilo Matisse 6th. Stu Clark and Elvis Stoico are going to be kicking themselves after the mistake in turn 5 at the beginning of the race. Clark finishes 7th. Stoico 8th. Zervajan 9th. And Salvador Bortoni finishes the race in 10th. So that will do it for the Dallas Karting Complex DD2 Masters race. Miko Lane picking up an impressive win. Coming up next, folks, it is our last 2 races of the day. Up first, the CRG USA Junior Max main event. You know what's poor timing, folks? Poor timing is when you stick a Hall's throat lozenge in your mouth and the carts leave the grid to start the race and you're sucking on a Hall's. That's just poor timing because, well, I shouldn't be eating while I'm announcing. The Junior Max drivers are out on track now. Matias Ramirez, who drove to a very impressive win yesterday in the wet conditions, starts on the pole today. Trent Estep lines up alongside him in second. And then in row number 2, it's Anthony Ganji Jr. and Stingray Robb. Starting third, it's the number 274 Orsalon Racing entry of Nicholas Bruckner. Javier Gonzalez starts next to him in the 6th position. Kai Collette is the first non-Tony Kart. Rolling off in 7th, Luis Alfonso Perez Pena starts 8th. Then it's Rafael Forcier and Sam Lupian starting 9th and 10th. Mike D'Orlando will start 11th. Alea Zamula 12th. Aiden Keel and Luis Forteza make up row number 7. Juan Diego Velasquez starts 15th. Michael McCarthy in 16th. Henry Pozo Jr. starts 17th. Alexandra Monhopt 18th. And then rounding out the top 20 on the starting grid is Santiago Tarif and Max Hewitt. It's our penultimate race of the day, folks. It's the CRG USA Junior Max main event. Let's go racing. Green, green, green. Here they go down into turn number 1. Matias Ramirez holds them down. And that looks like Ganji using that inside row 2 starting spot to go from 3rd to 2nd. Ganji takes a gander at it down in turn number 5. He gets the lead for about 5 seconds, but then Matias Ramirez comes back around on the inside and takes it back before the entry into turn number 6. Ramirez leads. Ganji Jr. in 2nd. Bruckner in 3rd. And then show me 4th place. Oh, Bruckner goes down to the inside and gets around Ganji on the entry into turn number 9. Bruckner's going to take Ganji down into turn number 10. Sounds like Kai Collette in the 4th position. And then 2nd place starter Trent Estep has fallen from the outside of row 1 back to 5th at the end of lap number 1. Here they come to complete that opening lap. We're going to see Ramirez, your leader. Bruckner 2nd. Ganji 3rd. Kai Collette 4th. Trent Estep 5th. Juan Velasquez 6th. Pozo Jr. up to 7th. Wow, 3rd place. So Collette up to work right now. And Matias Ramirez goes to the inside of Ganji and not clear him. New leader. Oh, no, they're not upset. They've got their hands up in the air. I thought Bruckner was displaying turn number 5. So carts are going to come to a stop on the start-finish straightaway as we have 2 carts collected, it looks like, over in turn number 5. This is our 2nd red flag of the day for an incident in that same corner. Carts come to a stop. Nicholas Bruckner brings them down after getting around Matias Ramirez. We're going to wait to hear on the driver involved. So the early word is that the driver involved in the incident down there in turn 5 is the 222 of Alexandra Monhopt. The 222 of Monhopt. And the 245 of Darren Keene, the 2 drivers involved in that incident. It looked like Darren Keene was walking back from the incident to the grid. Alexandra Monhopt in the 222 we're told is all right. Once again, the ambulance, just a precautionary measure. Looks like Monhop's tuner or possibly father walking with Chris Egger in turn number 7. Monhop's team going to go check on him. Again, the important thing to remember is he is okay. The ambulance only being used as a precautionary measure. So the red flag getting flown here for the 2nd time today, unfortunately, at the start of this Junior Max main event. We're going to stop and check in with our officials here and see what the plan is as far as a restart or where we're going to put all these drivers when we do take the green flag. So stick with us, folks. We're going to check in with our officials right now, and we'll come back to you when we have an official word.
do a full restart so you can go back to your position. Stay here until we clear you and drive up. No. I'm not going to let them move, right? I'm not going to let them move. You'll be able to go down here. Now, at the end of the straightaway, right, we have a break in the barrier in case somebody loses their brakes or something. You know, so if you have a problem where you go into that hairpin, it's going to be a gong show for you. Drag the brakes like crazy and look for that exit. Okay? Yeah, I mean, yeah. If it's a gong show, hit the show. Yeah, I told him he can race. I just don't want him to go out on the track and go over here because people like to get mad and then drive around with the other drivers. You need the driver of the cart that's out there with you?
We had a kid with a Tony Kart suit walk in. I don't know where he went though.
I'll work that out. Christian's gonna go find him. We believe he's back in the paddock.
He's left the racing surface. He's ineligible to restart, so go ahead and clear that car.
Drive it. Anything feels crazy, pull off. Don't think about it. Any driver you don't know. Drive hard, race it. Don't worry about anything else. No. You did it, right?
I have the number 269 with me. Let me know when we can roll to get over to you guys at the start line, but he understands he won't move until we tell him.
As soon as you can.
Because you got to go to the spot that you were in. I mean, if you want to start it right here just to make sure it stays, I'm fine. You got what? You got maybe a sticky throttle? Shut it off. You shut it off with the brake. Right? If it's a gong show, when it's out of control, it's on the wheel and spin it and hit the brake. It'll stop. We have until 2 laps complete. If you pull on the throttle cable itself and let it go, pull on that, let it go, just you'll hear the carburetor click, right? Okay, I'm lining the grid up. You gotta go.
The only reason it could have been sticking here is because you're bullet. So.
Body got stuck on you. Okay, you can go to them now. Let me double check. Yep, right. Okay. You can go ahead. Nice and well When I was pulling on the for 245. They'll come out right here. They'll cut across the middle.
So as the red flag has been lifted here in Orlando, our Junior Max drivers roll once again. We did not anybody watching the race, so because of that, we are going to a complete restart, just like how when they can wave the yellow and red flag, you have until the end of the second lap to go to a complete restart. So because the red flag came out before 2 laps were done, that's what we're going to do. We're going to go to a full field restart. We're going to send them back out for the start of this race as they were qualified thanks to their pre-final results. So it's going to be Mattia, red flag. Alexandra Monhopt and Darren Keene were the 2 drivers involved in that nasty accident over in turn number 5. But the good news is both of those drivers okay. Darren got up and walked away, and Alexandra, I believe, eventually did get up and walk to the ambulance, is what I'm being told. And again, the ambulance ride, just a precautionary measure. Make sure everyone involved is okay, much like what they do in NASCAR or IndyCar. Everyone's going to take a ride to the medic station to get checked out. This is really going to be a wild card of a race, folks. Matias Ramirez, like I said earlier, drove to that impressive main event win in the rain yesterday, but it's not raining today. But Matias Ramirez is still fast in all kinds of weather, so don't count Matias out. That's certainly not what I'm saying. Trent Estep has been fast. He starts second. Anthony Ganji Jr., when this race went green for the first time, threw it down into the inside of turn number 5, taking the lead from Ramirez, but unfortunately Ramirez was able to cross right back under and regain the lead. There's a good shot of that field, 2 by 2 by 2. A whole lot of Junior Max drivers are getting ready to do battle. Then there you see the 274 of Nicholas Bruckner. He's going to be a threat for the win. Don't forget Stingray Robb. He finished second yesterday to his OGP teammate, Matias Ramirez. So Stingray Robb, he's my pick to definitely contend for a podium. He definitely could threaten for the win also. So many good, talented drivers here in this Junior Max CRG USA main event grid. They're falling into the lines, 2 by 2. The green flag flies, and we're racing. Here we go, down into 1. Great shot. I love that camera angle. And once again, Ganji uses that spot on the inside of row number 2 to jump up into second place. One big puddle still exists out there on the track between turns 3 and 5. And one driver just went for a spin in it. Ganji Jr. and Bruckner racing side by side on the exit of turn number 6 as they head down into turn number 7. And there you see Matias Ramirez lead him out at turn number 10. Ganji Jr. in second. Bruckner's right there in third. Fourth looks like S-Step, I want to say. They come out of the final corner to complete the first lap for the second time. Good shot. They roll out of the S's right there, 11, 12, and 13. And it's actually Kai Collette in fourth. S-Step was in fifth. So Collette and S-Step, I had those positions flip-flopped. Oh, man, and Ganji Jr. right there on the inside of 5. Ganji Jr. is there, and as they come out of 5, he has the lead. But again, Ramirez is able to take it right back. You saw that happen at the start of this race the first time we went green before the red flag. Ganji Jr. is going to have to come up with a new move if he wants to surprise Matias Ramirez. You got to get up pretty early in the morning. Nicholas Bruckner gets around Ganji Jr. The fight into the back straightaway. Ganji Jr. glued to Bruckner's back bumper as they roll through turn 10 right there. And then you see Collette in fourth. S-Step in fifth. Stingray Robb runs 6th, Velocis 7th, McDermott 8th, Pozo Jr. Again, really good start for Pozo, starting 17th up inside the top 10 here inside of 2 laps within this race. Now Nicholas Bruckner, after getting around Anthony Ganji Jr., is going to get his shot at Matias Ramirez. Oh, Kai Collette trying to make a move as they head down into turn number 5. They unwind, and it's Collette getting around Ganji Jr. for third place. Collette now into the third spot. Ganji Jr. falls a position, and they're 3 wide entering 7. It was S-Step on the outside, Ganji Jr. in the middle, and Collette on the inside. Collette holds on to 30, brings S-Step with him. Ganji Jr. is going to lose one more spot to Robb. Stingray Robb gets around Ganji Jr. There's your leader, Ramirez. Bruckner in second. Third place is Collette. They unwind. Fourth place is going to be Trenton S-Step. fifth place, Stingray Rob. Oh, contact. S-Step gets into the back bumper of Collette. Took his hands off the wheel for a minute, said, Jesus, take the wheel. But he keeps it in a straight line, and they get through the S's all together. It's never a good idea to take your hands off the steering wheel in a go-kart race. Yeah, I don't know what that was either, senior statistician Johnny Johnson, but they're all running. Lead change, and it's Bruckner. Bruckner's found his way around Ramirez. The Hockley, Texas driver, Nicholas Bruckner, says, I'm going to see how the view from the front is, and I bet he's going to like it. Bruckner in the 274. He was here racing in Junior Rock last weekend on the starting grid to go P1 by lap number 4. There you see him. Bruckner takes him down the back straightaway. Right there, far to the inside of turn number 10, but nobody's running over on that section of the track. And that second, Collette third, S-Step fourth, Rob fifth, Kanji Jr. sixth, and then that looks like E. Pozo Jr. ninth. That's a fun. Rounds out the top 10. Trent S-Step goes purple after step as he runs fourth and trying to chase down Kai Collette. Kanji Velocis might have raced his way into this main event through the LCQ. Oh, and Collette's made into P2 on S-Step. Find his way around pole. Collette, man, he's on fire right now. We have 2 purple laps. Now it's just Stingray Rob. For a minute there, I was like, how can they both have the fast lap of the race? That'd be pretty incredible. He's quickest driver on track. He finished behind 4th place Trent S-Step. We're looking for cutters out in front. Matias Ramirez is right there in second with Trent S-Step and Stingray Rob, but no Kai Collette. Kai Collette, where are you? There we go. We're going to see the scoring monitor cycle over here this time as Bruckner comes across the stripe. S-Step Collette falling from 9th. He probably doesn't want to talk about it. There you see Ramirez working together. Stingray Rob. Now Trent S-Step's going to try and make something happen in turn 10. No, he stays in line. Rob slides wide on the exit of 10, and Trent S-Step is about to get Ramirez S-Step through to third. Good move by Trent S-Step. Biden was there. Enter turn number 11, advancing into third place. Now, Sting driver Nicholas Bruckner back to go. Karts getting 3 wide. The battle for second. Junior now shows up. S-Step went wide. That allowed to see. He wants to see Gann. That takes the pressure off of him. Trying to catch up to Nick Bruckner. The gap now down to 1.6. 57 flat to Bruckner's 58.1. Race monitor isn't lying, folks. Stingray Rob just laid down a lap almost a second quicker. 0.9 of a second quicker was Rob than Bruckner. And personally, I believe it. Stingray will dig and dig and dig. This kid is in a go-kart every weekend somewhere in all kinds of conditions. He's personally, in my opinion, one of the best junior age drivers in the country right now. Bruckner leads into 11, 12, now 13th here. .8. So he grows by about 0.2 of a second. Bruckner putting his head down and trying to drive away. There you see Bruckner coming out of turn 5, now heading for 6. There's Rob, Ganji, Lupian, Ramirez. And then is that Kai Collette? No, it's Trent S-Step in 6th place. S-Step trying to make up for the mistake on the exit of turn number 6 2 laps ago where he ran wide and fell from the lead pack. He's working on Matias Ramirez right now. You see the battle for 5th place. Let's take a look at the rest of the field here for a moment. Trent S-Step putting the pressure on Matias Ramirez for the 5th spot. There's Bray Neves, another comp car driver in 8th. 9th, Mike DiOrlando. Roman DeAngelis, 11th. Malukas, 12th. Pozo is 13th. McCarthy, 14th. And Forteza, 5th. 25th on the starting grid to Velocis. That's a heck of a run from 25th to 7th here. We still kind of speed. Eves might be able to track down a top 5 finish here. He's only got 2 positions to go. I certainly believe he could contend for a top 5 run. There you see Rob and Ganji. Ganji starting to kind of close up on Rob. The gap from Bruckner back to Rob now is 2.6 seconds. So very quickly here, Stingray Rob is going to have to start changing focus. Well, not for long, because there goes Anthony Ganji Jr. I was going to say Rob's going to have to start focusing on defending Ganji instead of chasing Bruckner, but now he's going to have to start focusing on chasing Ganji. And Ganji can go to work. Now all he's got to do is put his head down and go together than one. Stingray Rob shoving Anthony Ganji Jr. out of turn number 10. It's a long shot, but it could definitely work. Track 57-27, Stingray Rob doesn't seem to be challenging just yet. He wants to see if the two of them can work together to close up on Bruckner. But with I was going to give you the numbers on the tenths of seconds those guys were going to have to cut off the Cup last week, and you know, nor is race announcing. Stingray Rob throws it to the inside of Ganji, and he takes the second spot back. And Sam Lupien joins this party. The race for second. Ganji's going to take a look on one. No. The track just bends to the left ever so slightly before a hard right-hander, and that is such a cool section of this racetrack, the left-hand bend. Now Ganji looks back to the inside of Rob in 5. Ganji's through. He's got the spot. Rob back to third. And Sam Lupien, he is just waiting to get up in the mix of things right here. Ganji holds second, Rob third, Lupien fourth, and then it's Trent Estep who runs fifth and also runs very fast lap times, 56.191. For fifth place driver Kuna USA representative Trent Estep. Up front, though, it's still Nicholas Bruckner, who just clicked off a 56.837. Rob was a 56.6. Ganji a 56.9. Lupien a 56.5. So all very close to each other when it comes to the lap times. And it's becoming a 4-cart train. There you see Ganji, Rob, Lupien, and Trent Estep running second, third, fourth, and fifth. First place belongs pretty securely to Nicholas Bruckner. Sam Lupien tracking Stingray Rob right now. It's a 4-cart pack, and as soon as one of these guys pulls out to make a move, the rest of them are going to come with them. I don't see it happening here at the end of the back straightaway. These kids aren't going to get on the brakes that heavy here to really make a run at it. I see something more like the inside of turn 13 after the S's right here. Let's see what Rob does. That's where I'd set up my move if I was Stingray. Or possibly right here in 1. That's where Ganji took a look at him. But, man, if you don't have the run out of 13, you really don't have a shot at making something happen in 1. Turn 5 is the next best passing opportunity. They come out of 2, through 3. Now they head through 4, now into 5. Let's see if anybody pulls out to make an attempt at the pass on Ganji. No, they all stay in line. Ganji second, Rob in third. Oh, it's 10 Estep. Now Estep makes the pass on Lupien, and as that's going on, Ganji and Rob get side by side coming out of 6. So Lupien's going to lose 4th spot to Trent Estep. Rob maintains 3rd. And then there you see Ganji in 2nd. That is the fight for 2nd through 5th on your monitor. With Lupien and Estep racing the way they were, it gave Ganji and Rob a bit of a moment's break there. But not really much to it as Trent Estep pulls away from Lupien. It's going to be a 3 Tony Kart fight for 2nd. Ganji right there. Rob in 2nd in line. 3rd on track. And then Estep runs 4th. 3rd in that pack. Bruckner keeps looking over his shoulder. He's got to like what he sees as far back as those guys are. And when you see a bunch of karts in a cluster like that, you know they're racing each other. They aren't concerned with catching the leader. They're concerned with maintaining each other's position. So Bruckner, all he has to do, man, is just stay smooth right here. And the young Texan is going to be looking at a main event victory on the Florida Winter Tour. Ganji still running in second with Stingray Rob in third. Trent Estep looks strong in fourth. He's going to want to stand on the podium in his first outing with Kuna USA. All he's got to do is set up a pass on Stingray Rob, but that is not as easy as it sounds. And if it sounds easy, you're not very smart. Oh, man, Estep's got a good run. He's getting a shove from Lupien out at turn number 10. There they are, 11, 12, and 13. This is such a good four-kart race we're watching right here for second place. Bruckner's going to pick up 2 to go. All good things must come to an end, and this Junior Max main event, unfortunately, has to come to an end. But first, we get to decide who's going to join Nick Bruckner on the podium. It's not a sure thing yet. Oh, side by side. Rob is going to lose 2 spots as Lupien and Estep get together in 6. Rob takes third place back. Thank you very much. I didn't like riding back there behind you guys. So Stingray Rob lost the third position for about 15 seconds as Trent Estep and Sam Lupien both went by him in turn number 5. But then it was Lupien and Estep getting together, touching wheels on the exit of turn number 6, and Stingray was able to put his cart right back where he needed to go. And he runs third to Ganji in second, and Bruckner, your leader. You see it on your screen right there. Full grandstands and catwalks up here surrounding the Orlando Kart Center. Everybody's watching our last 2 main events. Junior Max working their final lap right now, and then it's the premier class, Senior Max, on the grid now. There you see Nick Bruckner coming out at turn number 6. He's going to set up for the right-hander, turn number 7. He's a cool customer, that Nick Bruckner is. Had a good weekend at Junior Rock last weekend. Not exactly the results he, but he's going to be really happy. The smile is going to be huge. He keeps looking older. He's trying to win on the East Coast. He is there, ladies and gentlemen. Corner, the Orsalon Racing driver picks up the win here in Orlando. It's finished. That's a win last month on Sunday and a second place this month on Sunday. Ganji Jr., impressive run today in round number 4. Stingray Rob comes home in third. Sam Lupien fourth. Trent Nesta, pretty solid finish. Settle for 6th place. Brady 7th. That's what we call a good finish. Is 11th. The Javier Gonzalez, the Orsalon Racing main event. Ganji Jr. So, the Florida Winter Tour in Orlando is coming to a close. There's Cody Schindel and Cam Egger. They're talking about something. Not sure what it is. You know, we're going to go to commercial, and when we come back, it's going to be our last main event of the day, folks. Senior Max coming up next.
You make me smile like the sun, fall like wind, sing like a bird, dizzy in my head, spin like a record, crazy on a Sunday night. You make me dance like a fool, forget how to breathe, shine like gold, buzz like a bee. Just the thought of you can drive me wild. Oh, you make me smile.
Visit us on the web at rollisonperformancegroup.com. And Rotax, the Rollison Comprehensive Driver Development Program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. No TK parts. Visit us on the
The Mazda Road to Indy is the only program of its type in the world. It's designed to advance drivers from all the way to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis 500. The Cooper Tires USF 2000 Champion by Mazda is the first step. Champion with a scholarship to the Pro Mazda presented by Pro Mazda Champion receives to Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, where their champion is guaranteed a 3-race in the Verizon IndyCar Series, including the Indianapolis 500. Visit USF 2.
Want to live stream your next motorsports event? Video coverage. From cameras, Karts offers a packager app as well as interactive blog. They offer announcing, Association. The Florida winner to livecarts.com for more.
Having a blast here in Orlando. On track, it is the Raw driver. He's a big deal. Your Max main event, it's the number one. It is the CRG on the Anderson Racing. Starts fifth, Bryce Choker sixth, Gianfranco Mazzaferro seventh, Brooks eighth, Patricio O'Ward ninth, and the Chilean CRG driver Benjamin Ramos. Let's go racing, not this time. I got all excited. The British. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 360, it's Johnny Johnson. Johnny, you ready for this thing?
Very ready. Let's get this thing going.
It's going to be a strong drivers in Senior Max number 10. I saw Oliver Askew on the grid before.
Yeah, this should be a good one. I think if I had to pick one, Kirkwood was he's just too consistent when he gets.
I agree with you completely. The time here in Orlando. Here we go. They go down into turn number one. Ed Brand uses the inside front row starting spot to his advantage. And there you see he's going to lead him down into turn number 5. The hard right-hander, Askew in second, Kirkwood in third. Then it's his OGP teammate, Austin Garrison in fourth. And then I'm looking for fifth place. Who is that as they come out of sixth? That's Choker. Bryce Choker rounds out your top 5. Dan Roper sixth. Out of turn 9 down the back straightaway. There you see a good shot at turn 8. Here's our leaders. Dan Roper on the CRG. Askew second. Kyle Kirkwood in third.
Garrison just overtook Kirkwood. Oh, there's a bind up in that back section.
There sure is. Oh, yeah, 7th, 8th, 9th. They're all about 2x2 heading into the S's. But Kirkwood, yeah, Garrison went for Kirkwood, it sounded like, but he overshot.
He did. He overheated that corner, and now he's way back.
That's what's going to happen in this momentum-style racing here in Rotax. It's all about keeping your momentum up. You can't just bump down a gear and stand on it and go. It's all about being smooth.
First 4 are pretty well separated right now. I expect them to close up here on Brand, though, as the race continues.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Kyle Kirkwood, you said it, Johnny, a really good point. If he can get out in front, he can lay down fast lap after fast lap, so it's all about keeping Kirkwood behind you and your focus ahead of you right now. First lap in the books here, Ed Brand, your purple driver, 56.773. Askew runs second, Kirkwood third, and then Choker in fourth. The BBR karting driver looks really good inside the top 5 right now. A little bit farther down the pack, we're going to see Dan Roper running in 6th, Gianfranco Mazzaferro in 6th, Austin Garrison 7th, Christian Brooks 8th, Miss Morgan Healy, the OGP driver, up in 9th. That's 3 OGP drivers inside the top 10. That's a strong team right there, but I think everybody already knew that.
Yeah. You can see Askew closing a little bit on Brand here as each lap goes by. And same with Kirkwood, so they should be there in a couple laps.
Yeah, absolutely. Askew doing everything he can to close the gap up on CRG USA driver Ed Brand. Brand switching chassis over the offseason, coming from the Intrepid over to the CRG. It looks like it's paid off pretty well for him.
Yep, he's getting some factory support this year in the Euromax competition from CRG, and they're helping him out this weekend, so he's on a good ride this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. He showed good speed, podiumed on Saturday in Homestead, and then missed the podium by 1 spot, I believe, on Sunday in round 2, but he's been a threat both days here. We may begin reports of Dan Roper slow out on the track. We're looking to see where the 361 is. Yeah, it is. Roper falls to 8th. No farther than that, but he was up in the top 5. He's down to 8th right now as the leaders come out of 5, now into 6. And just like you said, Johnny, Oliver Askew really closing the gap on Ed Brand right now.
Yep, Brand's about to have his hands full with 2 Floridians, so let's see what happens here as the lap goes on.
Yeah, they come down now into turn number 9. They head down the back straightaway. Oliver Askew less than a half a cart length behind. Askew's taking a look on the inside, down into 10. Askew is there, and he's got it. New leader. The Anderson Racing driver, Oliver Askew, gets around Ed Brand. Askew leads. Brand tries to make something happen in the S's. Can't do it. Askew's your new leader. There you see Askew taking him down into turn number 1. He is going to be credited with leading that lap, the 4th of this race. We still have a long way to go. 16 laps remaining. In this.
Kirkwood.
A bunch of drivers off hard on the exit of the dog leg in turn 13. Barriers go flying.
Barriers were across the straightaway. Good thing that corner work was on top of that.
It looks like 2 drivers involved. A Tony Kart driver, you can tell by the suit, and there's another driver.
That's a comp kart driver, the fluorescent yellow.
Is still sitting in their cart, you think?
The one walking.
Yeah, actually, I do think you're right. That may be a J3 suit. We have one driver who still hasn't gotten out of their cart involved in that accident on the exit of turn 13. But meanwhile, coming past that accident, there are your leaders. Once again, Askew, Brand, Kirkwood, and then Bryce Choker runs fourth.
Choker's hanging on, too. He could make this a 4-kart battle.
Absolutely. His brother Blake here heading up the BBR team this weekend. Man, those guys are strong everywhere they go, whether they're on the West Coast, the Challenge, East Coast here at the Winter Tour. Those BBR guys are fast everywhere.
Doing a lot of races this year, and it's paying off.
Absolutely. That's what I talked about with Stingray Rob in the Junior Max race. That kid and his dad understand the importance of seat time everywhere they go. They try to get Stingray in a cart almost every weekend, and it pays off. He was your round 1 winner in Tucson at the Challenge of the Americas. Then he scored the round 1 victory here at the Florida Winter Tour back in Homestead, and he was a threat all weekend here in Junior Max. Heck, he's going to be on the podium today after finishing second yesterday, so good run for Stingray. He's racing with OGP this weekend, but those BBR karting guys, a big part of his success, definitely.
Yes.
So they seem to have got that incident on the exit of turn 13 cleaned up pretty well. And Johnny, there goes those front 3. It's a solid pack. Askew, Brand, and Kirkwood. Do you expect Kirkwood to make a move here as we reach the middle way of this race?
I'm actually surprised it hasn't happened yet. And Askew hasn't really pulled away, so Brand must be better at following than leading right now, because they sucked him up pretty quickly, and then he stayed right with them. So he's having a better time at it behind Askew than he was in front.
Being better at following than leading, that would be a terrible thing to have yourself known as a racer. I'm sure Ed Brand disagrees, but we're going to see how he does here right now.
It's easier to chase the rabbit than it is to be in front of one. So
I agree completely, and that's a great analogy. When you're able to chase the guy in front of you, you're able to just lay down lap after lap, solid lap, and it's a lot better than having all the pressure on you. I agree completely. There you see your front 3 heading down the front straightaway. Good shot right there from our Karts Live cameraman. Askew, really good, just barely using the curbs. Then they go over 3. Nobody's really on that curbing right there. Now they roll into 5. Kirkwood's to the inside. They make contact. Kirkwood and Brand both touch.
Choker might get around Kirk. Yep, there he goes.
Choker to the inside of Kirkwood for 3rd. What was impressive about that is both Kirkwood and Brand were able to keep it pointed in the right direction and keep going, but that hurts them a lot and helps Oliver Askew. That's huge.
Yep, I think this is Askew's to lose now, so it's all big battle now is going to be for second.
Definitely. We're coming down to see 12 laps to go this time, and Oliver Askew, I don't know what your opinion was on it in Homestead, Johnny, but he definitely had the speed. They just couldn't put all the pieces together. It was Kirkwood and Garrison all weekend in Senior Max, but this weekend here in Orlando, a totally different story.
He hadn't as much time on that Brellard as he has now. He's gone over to the Rotax Winter Cup race last 2 weekends ago, I believe. He did pretty well, but I think he learned a lot in that experience, and he's brought it here with him to Orlando.
Absolutely. Seat time, wherever it is, whatever country, whatever race, no matter what you're doing, it's all about logging laps, especially when you've gone from one chassis like the Tony Kart for so long in your racing career, and now Oliver finds himself on the slightly stiffer Burrell chassis.
It is. It's all about the seat time. When I raced, I mean, it doesn't matter if you have the best engine or the best cart. If you're in the cart every weekend, you're going to be prepared to go out and win the weekends you do race. So it's all about being in that cart practicing. You cannot take months off at a time and you will not be sharp when you come back.
I agree completely, and that's why the Winter Tour is so strong. 2 drivers get together on the exit of turn number 7. They roll away. We're not sure on the numbers right there. One of them's a CRG, I know that. A lot of rubbing and racing. Couple drivers have already run off, but the good news is they're able to continue here. This Senior Max race, it's a heavyweight class, that's for sure. To speak about it in boxing terms, man, these are some of the best in the business out on the track right now.
I think while we were watching that, Choker and Kirkwood got together, because Choker's nowhere to be found, and Kirkwood's raising his hand. I think he's dropping out. Yep.
Yeah, there goes Kirkwood.
Kirkwood just ran off the track, and Roper for some reason followed him.
I mean, If Kyle Kirkwood did something really cool in front of me, I'd probably follow him and do the same. But Kirkwood is up and out of the cart. He's grabbing his helmet. There's Austin Garrison, and who's that? Let's see. Garrison's going to lose a spot to whoever it is. Is that Mazzaferro? Gianfranco Mazzaferro and Austin Garrison racing right there. And I want to say, yeah, it's Christian Brooks. Christian Brooks making his debut in Senior Max here at the Florida Winter Tour. He was on the Junior Max team last year at Team USA for the Grand Finals, and he's racing for a top 5 right now.
This is actually for the podium after Choker and Kirkwood dropped out.
Good
That's
point.
3rd, 4th, and 5th right there.
Yeah, so we're looking for Choker. Not sure where he is.
Garrison and Brooks just passed Mazzaferro in the same corner.
Wow, so Garrison, that's going to put him up to 3rd, correct? Brooks into 4th. So Brooks, the youngest driver on the Senior Max grid right now, is 1 spot away from heading to the podium this afternoon.
He's racing with the Bennett Kart team this weekend. I believe it's a Fernando Alonso, so it's his familiar OTK chassis, but he is with the new team this weekend.
Exactly, that's correct. He's on the FA chassis, but Chris, his dad, and Christian racing out of the Bennett team. They said they really enjoy working with the guys. It's been a good experience this weekend. But, man, out front, Oliver Askew, nobody's got anything for him right now. There we see, that looks like, let's see, what position is that? That's Morgan
4th.
Healy.
That's 4th, 5th, 6th, I believe.
Actually, that's 5th, 6th, 7th. Christian Brooks, Patricio Award, Morgan Healy, and Christian Brooks has fallen all the way to 7th. So as soon as you start to say something good about him, he has a little bit of bad luck, unfortunately. Kirkwood still kneeling down by the engine side of that go-kart. He's trying to do something. It's past the point of returning to the race. It's well over for him, but you hate to see that happen. We're going to have to talk to him after the race to see what exactly went on between he and Choker.
That's too bad. That's a lot of loss of points for his championship chase. So
Absolutely.
This might end up being his drop.
Yeah, probably. Certainly. He's going to have a great weekend at his home track in Ocala next month, which, considering he's racing for the Ocala Grand Prix, I'm sure he's going to be a safe bet to contend for the wins out there in March. But it's not over till it's over. Kirkwood on the side of the track here to end round number 4. Ed Brand goes purple, 54.639 for Brand. That's the fastest lap of the race so far, and then it's OGP's Austin Garrison in 3rd, Mazzaferro 4th, O'Ward. On the FA runs 5th, Healy, another OGP driver 6th, Dan Roper 7th, Ryan Norberg 8th. That's the highest Norberg's been all weekend. Good run for him. Brooks 9th, Paquet 10th.
Another driver I'm seeing in 11th is Elliot Finlayson of Kuna USA. He has had really bad luck this week, and this is his first real actual shot at coming into the top 10 right now.
Yeah, Elliot Finlayson, a U.S. PKS racer here on the East Coast. I saw him race in Pittsburgh last year at the Pittsburgh International Race Complex. He's a good driver, very fast when he has good equipment underneath him, and he's familiar with the track. I'm not sure of his Florida Winter Tour record, but in Homestead, again, he seemed to have struggled finding the pace and the line, but he's really looking good right now, but it sounds like some bad luck for Finlayson this weekend. There goes Brand, past us in turn 7. Actually, there he is. There's another CRG passing us. Let's look at the gap right now. It's 1.5 seconds from Askew back to Brand. We're coming up to see 6 laps to go. That's a pretty big margin. I don't see Brand cutting into that enough to challenge for the lead here.
Brand's turning purple laps right now, but they're only half a tenth quicker than Askew, so he's not gaining much time, even though he is the fastest car on the track.
Yeah, a purple lap is a purple lap, meaning that he's the fastest driver on track, but again, if it's only a half of a tenth of a second each lap, you need to do a little bit more if you're going to chop into a lead like 1.5 seconds.
And you know, Brand, to me, appeared to be better chasing Oliver, but Oliver appears to be much better out front. Some people can lead, and some people just prefer to chase.
So are you saying that Oliver looks a little bit better out front than he does chasing?
He always has. He's so comfortable out front. It doesn't matter if he's in front or behind. But
see, I agree with you 100% on what you were saying about Brand being a little bit better, maybe chasing than leading. And I agree with you 100% on the other topic. Askew just looks so comfortable out in front, and I think that might be, Johnny, why he struggled in Homestead, because they were never able to get that kart out front, and he was having to play from behind following his 2 old teammates, Garrison and Kirkwood, and he was just never able to get in his comfort zone, I imagine.
That's a good point.
So we're coming down. We're working within 6 laps to go. Next time they come to the line, it's obviously going to be 5 laps to go. That's simple subtraction, but for a guy like me, it's more complex than you'd imagine. Oliver is your leader. The gap has shrunk. Brand again goes purple. 1.4 seconds the difference.
Garrison's gap over Gianfranco Mazzaferro has shrunk.
Completely.
He is right on his rear bumper now for that last podium spot.
Exactly. Good notice right there, Johnny. The fight for third place has come to Austin Garrison. Gianfranco Mazzaferro right behind him as they head down into turn number 1. And as we pick that battle up, you see Garrison with the blue helmet in third, and it's Mazzaferro behind him, and then it's the FA cart of Patricio O'Ward. And then right behind Patricio O'Ward, not too far back, it is Morgan Healy. She had a really good run at Rock Cup last week, and she finished on the podium in Senior Rock both days. Probably not going to be contending for a podium here today in Senior Max, but still putting the pieces together every weekend.
Another driver that will probably be really fast in Ocala that you may not expect.
Absolutely. Well, Morgan Healy.
Well, you should expect it, I assume, since it's Ocala.
Those OGP drivers, they're putting in hundreds of laps every day. These kids are sponsored by OGP, and part of the stipulation, I understand, is that they have to log so many laps a day or at least a week. And when you're doing that at OGP, and the last race of the year is at OGP, well, that's a pretty good situation to be in, if you ask me. Mazzaferro taking a look on the inside of Garrison as they ran down the straightaway. Not enough exit speed to really make anything happen here. Let's see if he tries something under braking. There you see the battle for third. Garrison has it. Mazzaferro wants it. Patricio O'Ward says, hey, this is a fun race to watch. I might join. Up front, it's still Oliver Askew, 54.519, his quickest lap of the race. His lead has shrunk, Johnny, 1.1 seconds. So Brand turning up the wick every lap here, but with 3 laps to go this time at the line, I think it's too little too late.
Yeah, he's going to need to be about 0.4 to a half second faster each lap, and I just don't see how that's going to be possible.
So here comes that battle for third through the S's. It's still Garrison, Mazzaferro, O'Ward, and Healy, and then that looks like the Orsalon Racing entry of Dan Roper, and then behind Roper, we see Norberg. Norberg had to switch chassis after wadding it up on Friday in practice. They really trashed the front end of that Tony kart, so they're on the Esprit chassis with support from AM Racing, and it's worked out pretty well, but they've really been behind the 8 ball trying to find the setup in that kart. It's finally come in here at the end of the weekend. It's typically how it works. There goes Askew, out of 9, down 10. Or out of 9, down the back straightaway, heading for turn 10. And yeah, Ed Brand, the lead, 1 second flat this time. When they get out of the back straightaway, they're going to see the sticks, 2 laps to go.
He went quicker that last lap as well, another 10th, but it's just not enough.
Let's see what the gap is this time by 1 second flat from your leader back to second place, Ed Brand. Here it is at the line. What can Brand do? It actually grows to 1.1 second from Askew back to Brand. Meanwhile, on the monitor, you still see that fight for third. Garrison holds the last podium spot. There he is coming out of turn 2. Gianfranco Mazzaferro in 4th, O'Ward 5th, and then Morgan Healy runs 6th out on the track. Here comes Askew through 7. He looks so smooth, not doing a whole lot of work on the steering wheel, but Brand also looks very settled in the CRG. That 4-cart train led by Garrison doesn't seem to be going anywhere, but I just don't think Mazzaferro's got the straightaway speed that OGP prepped Rotax does to really challenge him on these fast straightaways.
He's missing something because he just cannot get within striking distance to outbrake Garrison, although he is really close right now heading into the chicane.
Mazzaferro on the Tony kart, just like Garrison, so he's going to have the chassis pick up on entry and on exit the way he wants. But, man, if you don't have the engine to keep up with these OGP guys, which, let's be honest, very few do, you don't have a shot. So the white flag flies here. We're going to move from the battle for third and rejoin our leader, Oliver Askew. He comes out of turn 6. Johnny, this is going to be huge for Askew, if you ask me.
Yeah, this is a big confidence builder. He double win this weekend with his new Burrell Art team. He's really going to be strong the rest of the season now that he's got this thing figured out.
I agree. The seat time has been put in. Obviously, there's a lot more to come. One driver goes off in turn 6 while battling. We're not sure who that was, but we're going to rejoin the leader right here. He's going to come through the S's 11, 12, and 13, ladies and gentlemen, picking up the round 4 RPG Senior Max win here in Orlando. It's Anderson Racing's Oliver Askew. There he goes, picking up the double checkers.
Oh, we got Mazzaferro on the inside of Garrison. He gave him a little nerf. Nope, couldn't get it done, though.
Oh, and unfortunately coming out on the bad end of everything is Morgan Healy as she does a half spin in turn number 13. You hate to see that for her. Real tough way to end that race. Garrison, as you said, though, holds on for third. It's Ed Brand in second. Mazzaferro 4th. Patricio Ward in 5th.
Mazzaferro almost had him 0.15 of a second at the line, but just not enough push from Ward behind him to get by Garrison.
Yeah, tough break there. Good racing between Mazzaferro and Garrison. Roper finishes 6th. Christian Brooks 7th. Good debut for him here in Senior Max. Ryan Norberg 8th. Christophe Paquet 9th. And then Morgan Healy goes from racing for 5th and 6th to come across the line in 10th. That's a tough break for her. 11th is Michael Pagano. Matt Solarchek comes home 12th. Cedric Lupien 13th. Elliot Finlayson 14th. And Kevin Oliveras 15th. But, man, the big noise right now, Oliver Askew scoring that win. That's a pretty impressive run for him. And I think that is going to be Kyle Kirkwood pushing his cart back to the pit lane. Either you or I are going to get a chance to go down there and talk to him, see what happened. But we lost both Kirkwood early in the race and Bryce Choker as we scroll down the leaderboard.
Yep.
Kirkwood 24th, Choker scored 23rd. Yeah, that smells like those two got together early in the race. Not sure what happened there.
Yeah, we missed that one. I can only imagine what would have been had Kirkwood and Brand not gotten together right behind Askew, because Brand was just slightly quicker than Askew coming into the final laps there.
Yeah, and you said it right before whatever incident it was happened. Choker seemed to be showing really good speed, but you know what? That's what it is. Johnny, the Florida Winter Tour weekend at Orlando Kart Center is done. The Rock Cup USA was last weekend. The Rotax Max Challenge portion is over. We are officially past the halfway point of the Florida Winter Tour. What are your impressions of it so far?
Well, it's time to start thinking about point battles now. I mean, we're 3/4 of the way through, so these drivers are going to have to figure out where they are in the points and what they're going to need to do in Ocala to score the season championships.
I agree completely. And just talk about what you think the impact of this weekend was with that complete rain race on Saturday. Today was technically declared a rain race, but it really never got anywhere near as bad as it was yesterday. I think you really saw some guys make a statement who ran well on yesterday in the rain, and if they were also able to back it up today, I think that's how you really tell who's here to fight for a championship.
Right, the elite of the elite are going to be good in both wet and dry, and we saw most drivers were capable of doing that this weekend that were out in front. So I'm excited to head to Ocala in a month's time and see who can back up their performances from this weekend up north.
Well, I agree completely. The championships are on the line, folks, as we head to Ocala next month, the final weekend of the 2015 Cold Stone Florida Winter Tour. Johnny Johnson from Kart 360. Bud, thank you so much for calling that last race with us, and hope you have a safe trip back home. I know I'll see you next weekend in Lockhart, Texas for the Lone Star Grand Prix. You'll be there, yes?
I will be there, eating barbecue right next to you, I assume.
It's going to be a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out with us. If you were gracious enough to let us be a part of your Sunday afternoon, that is all from the Orlando Kart Center. Championship battles shaping up as we head to the final weekend of the Winter Tour in Ocala next month. To all of you at the Orlando Kart Center, racers, teams, thank you so much. Podium presentations are coming up. And again, for everybody who tuned in on the broadcast, thank you so much. For Johnny Johnson and Carl Rickert, my name is Tony Laporta. Thank you all very much. We'll see you next month in Ocala.